Yeah, I'd like to go back to it, but I guess the only one I remember is that homo one.
Don't use that. Don't say that.
Oh, okay. The only one I can remember is the one where men do disgusting things with other men. Ew, bro, I'm
Okay.
about to fucking
I'll
vomit.
tell you what. Why don't we just wait to think it comes back up? That way you can look at the top. There you
But what
go.
does it have to do with you? You're not in their bedroom. So what does it matter what they do in the privacy of their own bedroom?
Well, because usually men of that statue end up
What
becoming
statue?
pedos. Just go look at the like statistics.
Okay, hold on. So if men who have sex with other men as adults, consenting sex, become pedos, then why aren't you going after the pedos?
Well, I guess we are, huh?
I don't think so.
Well,
Pedos touch children. Why aren't you going after the men who touch children? If you think that's what creates homosexuals,
well, I
why
do if I
don't you
see one in the
stop talking
street
while I'm
raising
talking, and
his
then you can
hand.
respond.
Shut up, bitch. I'm a man.
Oh
You
my
should be
God. Yeah,
kneeling
I'm
down
not
to me.
finna do this shit. Y'all weak little
No.
insecure ass men worried about what another man does with his dick is because you're fucking insecure. You're insecure as fuck. Now, if you can have a fucking conversation and come up here and use your fucking brain, then I'll talk to you. Other than that, whine about my ass in the motherfucking chat.
Mm, mm, mm.
Of course, Pastor Keith, put that in your sermon on Sunday too. Uh, Daily Black and Gold, how are you?
I'm good.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer.
Okay, all
I go
right.
to.
You don't have to
Sorry.
tell me your church. Give me just 1 second. What's up to the YouTube fam? We're just getting started today. You did miss a 18-year-old. I'm sorry. What did he say? He was 23.
Yeah.
A 23-year-old piece of shit. But you haven't missed much. We're just now getting started. We got new topics today. Say what's up in the chat. What's up? Resist oppression. Satan was framed. That's my favorite motherfucking name. Mini trial. What's up, Brian over there? Love you, love bug. Absurdist Ichthyius, hello. Tilton Windmill, hello. What does that say? MJ Foff, MJ Five. Y'all with these names. MJ55, what's up? Make sure y'all smash the like button over there, share the stream out. We're just getting started. All right, Daily Black and Gold. Are you able to have a conversation civilly? Like, I understand that these conversations might piss y'all off as believers. The disrespect, the disrespect coming from Jesus is wild. Um, Considering that you most likely appear to talk about what is a sin from somebody else. Are you able to have a conversation civilly?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much. Which topic did you want to discuss?
All of them because they're all interesting to me.
Okay, we'll
Um,
start with topic one and see if we get, because we're just getting started. We'll see if we need to
right.
fill time, but if more people request, because I usually only allow people to do one topic, okay? Which topic do you want to start off first?
I guess because the most controversial one you have up here is homosexuality a sin or not. I am a believer that I leave that up to God. Um, if the verses we see in the Bible, if they're true or not true, is iffy for me because I do think sometimes we do see men construct the Bible for their own being, mega churches, other things like that. So for me, it's more of I leave it up to God to be able to judge that person and lead that person. So it's not, I shouldn't have to be like, oh, you're sinning, da 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 da. No, I can tell a person about God, but I don't need to tell them that they're sinning. I can tell them about God and tell them about his love and everything. But if it's a sin or not, it's hard for me.
Yeah, is it because of what the Bible says? Is that why it's hard for you? Because of
Yeah, because it's just like, because I believe when we look at the Bible, Jesus says so many times that he gives so many people second chances. So why would, and then even when Jesus unalived on the cross, we can see that he unalived for all the sins. So why wouldn't that be a thing that he did? Why wouldn't that make being gay not a sin? You know, it just makes no sense.
I agree. Like I often ask that question. if you're no longer under the law of Moses, why did Christianity unwrap the so-called gift they said Jesus gave them of breaking them free from the yoke of the law of Moses and pull out homosexuality and pull that forward? Because like if there, for one, now I read Hebrew. Okay, I've studied Hebrew for 4 semesters, about to go into my 5th semester. When I read Leviticus 18:22 and Leviticus 20:13 in Hebrew, it does not say man shall not lie with man as with a woman. And it is a forced translation in English. So it doesn't read that way. And in the context of the Leviticus 18, if we really take it into consideration that the text is talking about sexual immorality, and every verse before verse 22 is focused on the female kinship relationships that belong to the male Israelite. The God is saying, say to the sons of Israel, do not sleep with the female relatives of the your male Israelite kin. And then verse 22 is saying in Hebrew, and do not sleep with the male relatives of your female Israelite kin. And so it's not saying, there's a couple of things that I've noticed. Like it doesn't have the chol, right, which means any or all. So it doesn't say don't sleep with any man. It's specifically making the lying down or the bed uh, possessive. Like the woman owns that domain, that bed, and it's the same word that is used when Jacob is admonishing Reuben, like he's cursing Reuben for sleeping with his wife, and he says, "You and slept on my bed, right, and upon my couch." And so he's saying that was my property, my domain. And so the it's not talking about the position that one lies in, the way that the English has translators have translated it. But even with that being said, I like there's so many other reasons that we should not, like we should see that there's no need to bring it forward to this new covenant, because it's not mentioned in the 10 Commandments. If this is something that the God wanted to make sure that the Israelites were not doing, why didn't he put that in the 10 Commandments? Proverbs talks about 7 things that the 6 things the God hates. 7 are an abomination to him. Homosexuality is not listed in those 7 things. The same things, 4 of the things that he hates are listed in the 10 Commandments. And so I don't understand this need to pick on the queer community when the God doesn't pick on them in this book. And like we would have to, if they think that Sodom and Gomorrah is about homosexuality, then they would have to say that Judges 19, when the tribe of Benjamin does the exact same thing that the men of Sodom did to the 2 men, they would have to say that the whole entire tribe of Benjamin was gay. And the God doesn't. Where is his condemnation to the tribe of Benjamin for being gay? If he like hates homosexuality, like it doesn't make sense. And I think that for believers, if they really did care about humans, I think that they would ask themselves these types of questions and try to get a better understanding. But it doesn't seem like they do that. They just say, oh, it's a sin. And if it's a sin, then it's my job to point it out. I'm going to taunt these people. I'm going to call it out to make sure they know it's a sin. Or they say, if it's a sin, that's up to God. And still carry in their head that these people don't have the same rights um, to their attraction as a heterosexual human. I don't understand that. I know I said a lot. I'm sorry.
No, you're good because I was going to touch on it because I know we're touching on the Old Testament and stuff that happened there, but I think for me, it's like even in the New Testament, we see verses that, like 1 Corinthians 6:9, um, those who will not inherit the kingdom of God, thieves, and then it even says homosexuality. But my thing is with people, and I know people will use verses like that. They'll use Romans, they'll use Matthew, they'll use all these types of verses to put you down and be like, you're doing wrong, you need to turn your life to Christ. Personally, as a Christian, I believe for us, and I do what Jesus did. He didn't judge people, he didn't go out and show this hatred towards people. Did he flip some tables? Well, he was mad. But when he goes out, you're supposed to spread Christ and spread the Bible and spread the truth. You're not supposed to go out there and be like, "Hey, you're doing wrong," because again, that leads back to the point of you should not judge. But I think for me, it's the only thing that I have a kind of thing that maybe you could help me on, but it's transgender people because I'm not 100% sure with that. I'm just kind of I I just don't know. Like I think it's a sin, but at the same time I'm like they're doing their thing. I shouldn't judge them. So it's just kind of complicated for me.
Yeah, so a couple of things. The word homosexuality in 1 Corinthians 6:9 was added to the Bible in 1946. It was originally the word there was for it was effeminate, which meant soft men. And they changed it to homosexuality in 1946. um Also, if the Hebrew text doesn't have a condemnation for same-sex relationships, then I don't know why what Paul says would even matter. Paul is not a god. One would have to then ask themselves, where is Paul getting this condemnation from if it's not condemned in the Mosaic law? Because all Paul is doing is interpreting scripture. Paul isn't he's not prophesying, he's not giving law, he's interpreting law, and then he's building a religion for Gentiles. So it's like if your belief is in the God of Israel, then what Paul says shouldn't matter, right? But like also Paul doesn't condemn homosexuality either. What Paul is talking about is the sex rituals in the pagan shrines. He's condemning paganism and their sex rituals. The entirety of Romans 1 is about that. But Christianity pulls out Romans 1:26 and 27 and say, see, Paul condemns homosexuality. But they lose all of the context when they do that. But when it comes to transgender people, there were multiple genders in ancient Israel, and we can see that from the Talmud. As a matter of fact, there are several rabbinic traditions that says that Abraham and Sarah were intersex. They were non. They were tum tums. What They had ambiguous genitalia, right? So they were neither male or female. And in Isaiah 52, I think 1 through 3, or either Isaiah 53. Let me pull it up right quick and read it to you. Hold on. It is Isaiah 51:2. Um, so I'm gonna start at verse 1. It says, "Listen to me, you who pursue righteousness, you who seek the Lord. Look to the rock from which you were hewn, and to the quarry from which you were dug. Look to Abraham your father, and to Sarah who bore you. For he was but one when I called him, but I blessed him and made him many." So what the rabbi says here is that let me go to hewn means he was made into a male, and then from where you were dug, which made her a female. So it's saying that look to the rock, which is Abraham, from which you were hewn, and that's referring to Abraham being made into a male, and to the quarry from which you were dug, and that's Yahweh making Sarah a female. Like there, people are still born intersex today.
Right.
There's an intersex influencer on here who has an ambiguous genitalia. She looks female, but she doesn't have female reproductive parts. There is another lady who has a clitoris, but her clitoris shoots semen, like it's like a mini penis, but it's a clit. And she did not know this until she went to the doctor, and the doctor was like, make sure you aren't getting because she's lesbian. The doctor told her to make sure that she wasn't getting her female partners pregnant, and she started laughing, and the doctor said, no, I'm serious, and explained to her her biological makeup of her genitalia. So she is able to shoot semen and get someone pregnant because her penis didn't grow out all the way. So she has kind of like um yeah, it's for real. Yeah, she's on TikTok. Like she talks about her condition all the time. And so there's no reason for us to think that everybody's body it was created one way. And I don't quite understand how believers hold the position that their God gave them a soul and a spirit, and their God puts this soul and this spirit inside of a vessel, right? A human vessel. So like if you think about the God making babies on the conveyor belt in heaven, he gives them a head, he gives them arms, feet, a nose, toes, and those things come out needing human intervention, right? The babies are born all the time needing medical intervention because like my niece was born with her knee on backwards. Her like we would hold her and her leg would be like up here, and we would have to turn her leg around and hold it straight. Like babies are born needing medical intervention in their physical flesh. And so I don't quite understand why they hold to this that the God would never put a soul or a spirit in the wrong vessel. He put a fucking knee on backwards. If they're holding to this idea that God created every human and he made them male and female, how could he not give the soul or I don't know. I don't believe in souls, so I don't know what a believer thinks a male is or a female is. I don't know or a man or a woman is. I have no idea how they're defining this because people come here with needing a doctor to decide their gender for them. Like I don't know how believers think God chooses. Oh, this is gonna be a male. This is gonna be a like I don't know. But if they believe that a spirit is given to them by a God, why don't they think that the same way this God can accidentally leave our reproductive organs in a female vessel, that he put the wrong spirit, like the spirit of a male in the side of a female vessel on accident or on purpose, and put the spirit of what did I just say? Female in the male, right? Like why is that not a consideration? And then medical intervention is needed to correct that because medical intervention is already needed to correct what their God didn't get right in the baby shoot in the first with the vessel. We babies have been born with half a brain. Babies are born with cleft lips, with 11 fingers, right? Like why can't the spirit have been put in the wrong body or the personality have been put in the wrong body? However they're defining that. I don't understand that.
Yeah, I definitely see what you're talking about because I mean, even with me, like when I was born, I was very lucky to survive because I had the cord wrapped around my neck. You know, I was crazy as crap. And I see so many people. I have a best friend that was born without an arm. Like, what the heck?
Right?
It was so weird. But I think for myself, it's just I still heavily believe in God because of what He's done in my life and what I feel like He's done in my life. And I tell people this: if you don't believe in God, I don't care. I, I just believe there's someone out there in my eyes. I believe if that's God, if that's some fairy tale, or I think it's just more of hope. And so with me, I guess this final question for me is, um, I'm guessing you're not a believer,
No,
or
no, I was wondering why you started talking about that you still believe in God. No, I'm not a believer. Like we're talking about the ideologies that the belief system has put into our society that affects even non-believers, right? And the very idea that transgender people should not exist. I don't understand why believers think that the one thing their God gets right every time is male and female. When he will send a child here blind or send a child here with their neon backwards. He'll send a child here um, you know, uh, with his organs on the outside of his stomach. Why is the only thing in birth that the God gets right is male or female? I don't understand that.
yeah, I mean, listen, I can't stand those people where that just go like that. I'm like, listen, I don't. That's where I tell people I'm like, God does His thing, and we see challenges in life through anything like um, disabilities. There's so many challenges in life, and I've seen it myself. Um, but I think for myself, I've there's been multiple times where I've like, okay, I do believe in God because I've seen this. I had a nonverbal kid. He in special ed class that he's never talked in once in his life, and you know, I was his friend, and you know, I always hanged out with him and always spent lunch with him. And one day, the first words out of his mouth was John 3:16. I didn't talk to him about this. I didn't tell him about this. He never went to church, and I was surprised the freak out of that. And I guess that I guess that's something that one of the biggest things that's started my faith journey. I wasn't in church at the time. I wasn't in anywhere, and hearing that was just insane to me.
What did your
So,
wife say?
huh?
What did your wife say?
Oh, this was high school.
Th-
So I was
Your son?
no, I was still in high school. It was a friend of mine. Like I was still in I'm 21, so I was still in high school. I
Oh
was
wait,
like
I thought you
16
said
at the
this
time.
was your nonverbal son.
No,
Is
no, no, no. It was just a nonverbal kid in my high school
Well, how do you know he didn't say this because his parents taught him that?
because I was around him a lot,
You weren't
and
around him at his home.
I talked to his parents about belief and stuff when
That,
I was a kid,
that doesn't mean
and
that his parents didn't teach him that. Like that.
I, I
At
don't
first, you
believe his
said that
parents
this
did.
was your son, and now
I
you're
didn't
saying
say son.
you said you have a nonverbal son. Is
I
that?
said I had a nonverbal friend.
Oh, it sounded like you said son.
No, ma'am.
Okay, and so yeah, I heard son too. Um, Hold on, let me
I thought
see.
you said
I
son.
thought he said son. I don't know how we all heard
I don't
son.
remember saying son. If I did, I'm sorry.
Hold on,
I thought I said nonverbal friend.
hold on.
And
Oh wait, your son?
birthday, he's seen this. I had a nonverbal kid.
Kid. He said
Special ed
kid.
class that
He said kid, and I think because he said kid, we all thought son. Yeah, I'm like, how in the hell
yeah.
did we all hear son? Okay, and so this is a kid in your class that says this. but you're saying you don't know where he got that from because you don't go to church. But that doesn't make sense to me, because you not going to church doesn't mean he's never been to church, or that what?
We
Why
both
are
didn't go to
they
church.
dealing content them and make what? He didn't say anything. Dylan, drop down and come right back up. I don't know why the AI is flagging you. I think believers in the comments don't like the fact that you're not saying you hate transgender people and they're reporting you. They don't like it when believers come up here and are civil with me. So drop down and come back up, okay? Because they've reported you.
That is wow.
It's ridiculous.
No, you know what I was gonna say was when you said the believers think that God gets it right with male and female, but He don't even get that right then either, because there are children that are babies that are born with both genitalia.
That's what I said, but they don't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah.
That's
But in their mind, the one thing he does get right is male and female. Like they cannot
mm-hmm.
see that he could get, you know, that wrong, and therefore medical intervention is needed. Like in their head,
Right.
just cannot fathom. God only made two genders. He made them male and female. Well, okay, cool, but he fucked up with some, like, and medical intervention is needed. But
Right.
so you have this kid at your school that you were friends with, that you are adamant that he never heard John 3:16 anywhere. Because like you would have to posit that you were with this kid from the time he woke up to the
Right.
time he went to sleep every single day of that kid's life.
Yeah, I don't believe he did just because of like how his parents were. I don't they weren't very Christian. I don't want to get too much into detail of his life because I just want to keep that out of there.
That doesn't mean he
Um,
didn't have Christian grandparents or aunties that taught him that, or
he
neighbors
could
that
have,
taught him that. Yeah, like he could have heard John 3:16 from anywhere.
but it was just very shocking that for me that was his first thing that he said, and so that was just very shocking to me. And so that started with me buying my first Bible at 16 and starting to learn the word of the Lord and stuff, and understanding it. And again, even at that time, I was a sympathetic person, and so I just kept reading and stuff. And I'm not too knowledgeable. I know verses. I know things that are out there. I know different verses and different things. I still haven't even fully read the whole Bible. It's so much.
Can I
But
ask you
I
a question?
Hold
Yes,
on.
sir.
Now let him
Go ahead.
finish,
Okay.
and then okay.
Yeah. I'll finish up with this. Was just again, I ever since 16, I've been a Christian.
I want to go back to your friend. I'm just curious. Where do you think he got it from? Where do you think it came from?
Where do I think he came from?
Yeah, the three John 3:16. What do you think? Why do you think he said that? And
Um, for God so loved the world, He gave His only begotten Son. You should know it, and everybody should
right,
know it. It's a easy verse.
right.
I feel like that was a verse, and again, I know might sound cringe, but I feel like God gave that to me for Him to say that to me, so it could start my journey. And again, I know it sounds cringe and stuff, but that's why I believe.
So you think it's a revelation from God through him to get you to start um, following the God?
Yes.
Hmm. Interesting.
It's interesting though that you believe that the God wanted you to know Him, that He would open the mouth of a nonverbal person just for you, right? Just to get that message to you. Yet you still have not read the book. Why is that? Like, is that all you needed was John 3:16?
Not necessarily. I still, I'm just, I'm gonna be honest, and I shouldn't use it as an excuse, but I am dyslexic, and I don't like reading. I do at nighttime, every night I do put it on, and I will have the Bible in the background, reading to me. Um, it just helps me fall asleep. But um,
You
I
fall
just
asleep to stories of genocide?
no, I fall asleep usually. I start with Genesis, and then it's just calming to me. Whoever has it on the read, I don't know. I just like just like listening.
So is there do you believe that your God can heal your dyslexia? The way that he opened the mouth of a nonverbal, does that kid talk today? Or is that the only thing that he tells you?
He's been better. He's been able to say my name. Um, he can say come a couple full sentences. Um, but I still talk to him. He's it's hard to understand him, but he definitely does try.
So the God only healed him halfway?
I That's hard. It's a hard question.
Like, I don't understand the low, it's like believers have a very low expectation from an all-powerful God. Like, and in the Bible, when Jesus heals, he doesn't halfway heal, right? Like, you don't see only one eye of the blind opening or only one leg is moving. And then it's like believers don't have an expectation for this God to heal their ailments. It's more of an acceptance that you have the ailment and you are to just lean on the God, I guess, to get through life or to make it to heaven, I guess. I don't know. But for this testimony that he opened the mouth of a nonverbal child just to get you to believe in him, but he left you with an ailment yourself. Like, dyslexia is a learning disability. Mind you, this like you can cure your dyslexia, you know, with intervention. But if there's this supernatural deity, I don't understand why not just ask him to cure it supernaturally if that's the benefit of having an all-powerful deity.
Yeah, and again that and I'm gonna be completely honest, but it's that has been times where people say, "Oh, he's all powerful. We've seen this happen. We've seen that happen," where I'm like, "Wait, so he can't heal this person? Wait, he can't do this?" And it makes me question it. But I think it's more of, and again, this is just how I go, but I think it's more of just whenever it is my time to be gone, I want something, and I'm hoping it is true, and so that's kind of one of my biggest things
Like
out
going
of
to
it.
heaven.
Yeah, going to heaven and seeing the pearly gates and hoping I get entry. Um, but that is one of my biggest things is when I believe in God, I believe that I will go to heaven. I believe that I will go there and I will see those pearly gates, and I'll see so many other people, like my grandmother and other people like that I have lost. And so again, my faith started at 16. I still believe, and I still do, and I just respect people that don't believe. Or respect people that are gay, homosexual. I just that's just me.
Yeah, y'all do me a favor. Can y'all like the live up? Feed the beast. Don't get sleepy on me already. We only 58 minutes into the live stream. Um, I I think that is interesting that a lot of people that still believe don't actually read or study the book, and so they believe in things that the book doesn't say. Like, I think if you read the book and studied it, this hope of heaven will fade away, because the book never says that believers go to heaven. The believers are supposed to want to stay here on earth and rebuild the earth with Jesus. The idea of a rapture was created by John Nelson Darby in the 18th century. But Jesus says that the sinners are taken off the earth and destroyed, and the believers stay here and rebuild the earth with him and the Israelites.
Yeah. I think for more, and again, I think this is my final statement here, is I will try to study the book more, and I can see where it is. That's why I don't really do much of these lives, because God dang. But it's again, that's why I thank you for doing that, because I think when people actually do study, it can help other people either believe or not believe. But for me, it's I just work, sleep, repeat, and I'm supposed to be asleep right now. I got work at like 8 a.m. in the morning. It's almost 12 a.m. And so that's kind of my final statement. So thank you guys for having me up here. And I'll definitely try to study more if I can, and just get more of the word, so I can make a final statement, so I can see if I'm going to believe in God or not.
Yeah, and it's not saying not to believe in God, right? But you at least want to know exactly what it is that you believe in and understand it, right? But also, I do want to say that I do appreciate your approach as it comes to the LGBTQA community and the trans community. You're inquisitive. You're asking yourself, is this right? Should this be happening? Most people just condemn it and not care. And so I do appreciate you asking questions and trying to understand it. And I wish you the best of luck as you start studying the text. That's what we do here. This is a research-based live. There are people of all walks of life in here. And so if you ever want to come back, I know it can be scary, but if you ever want to come back and discuss what you are reading and studying, feel free.
All right. Have a blessed day.
You have a good
You
one.
too.
I wasn't trying to scare him. I didn't say he would. I didn't say he wouldn't get a reward. I just say he's supposed to stay here on earth and build the new earth with Jesus. I wasn't
Yeah.
trying to scare him.
Nope.
Yeah,
I said, no, you wasn't trying to scare him. You were just telling him what's in the book.
because I think if believers read the book, then they would know, right? Like most of them don't read it and they take other people's word for it. So they are hoping and believing in something that they've not read themselves.
Shoot. it, I always said that if 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 women would just read the book, after they get past Leviticus, they'll be throwing that some bitch across the room.
Uh-uh. Last night, a woman told us that it is kind, that a kind man would rape a woman if God told him to, because they are obedient to God. Not
Oh
every
my
woman would
goodness.
throw this book.
I would think they. Oh wow. Well, I forgot. I'm talking about believers, not that land of make believe.
Yeah, she was 10 toes down
Mm,
on rape being okay as long as God commanded it.
mm,
Yeah.
mm.
Yep. 10 toes down on that.
That's wild.
And you should have seen the men in the comments, the believers in the comments going, and so what? So what? It's
Oh,
like,
just sick.
yeah. Public Enemy. Public Enemy, are you up here on purpose?
My bad.
No worries. Have a good one, okay?
Have a good one, okay?
You do the same.
All right. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, 21 and up. I did. I ate before I went to sleep. Thank you, Yala. K1, how are you?
Hey, Thinker. Good to hear from you again.
It's good to hear from you as well. I saw you asking me to ask the believer that was on stage to ask Jesus to heal his dyslexia.
Yeah, like right now. Do it right now. At this very moment. I need it immediately.
I'm so shocked. Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss? I'm gonna let you start off with Nelly.
Why doesn't the God of the Bible intervene in free will?
Okay, go ahead.
Um, yeah, I went from, I guess, believer to deconstructor very quickly because I was already
What?
doing it.
Wait a minute. Say
Yeah,
that again.
very,
I
very
figured
quickly.
it. I figured it when I saw that. I was like, wait, what is K1 talking about?
I was just trying to like hold it, you know, but I had one more conversation left in me and that was it. And you took it. So why
Okay.
doesn't the God of the Bible intervene in free will? I want to say that he does. You know, a very simple story comes from with Jonah. Jonah just trying to live his life and continue on being cool and free. He go on a boat. He trying to chill, go to where he want to go to. God say, nah, I'm going to make everybody around you inconvenienced to the point that they make you do what I want you to do. So he does intervene in your free will. You don't have the freedom to do what you want to do. So I just wanted to like put that out there so that everybody understands. If he wanted to, he could. He don't even have to really even change your mind. He can make everybody else around you so uncomfortable that now you're doing what he wants you to do anyway, which is
Mm.
preach to the point that you're angry.
Well, first of all, in order, if I'm just going to say, if free will did exist, let's just say it did. In order for you to follow this God, you would have to give up your free will. I mean, literally, you would have to give up your free will. It's not your will, it's his will.
Yeah.
It says it in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Not yours, his. So if free will did exist, the minute you served the God, you just gave up your free will anyway.
Mm. Whilst giving the illusion that there is one.
Yeah, that's just a term that it's been around for a long time. I mean, I think it started with the early church fathers. Uh, this free will. I mean, nowhere in the Bible does it say that, but Christians, believers are taught that you have free will, not knowing what the definition is. Just you have free will, and they're confusing freedom of choice with free will, but it's not even that either. You don't have a freedom of choice. The God gives you a ultimatum. Is what he gives you. You know, uh, you.
You gonna
it,
serve
it
me or you gonna die? You
yeah,
know,
it's an
those are the two
ultimatum because your
options.
life is on the line.
Yeah.
Anytime it's a threat to your well-being, it's considered to be an ultimatum at that point.
Yeah. Kill everybody in the city or make them your slave. You know, you ain't got much choice.
Yeah, I'm really interested in understanding where this idea came from that, this God does not violate free will. Like, where did that come from? Like, do you think that it's because they see all of the wrong that is done on the earth, the children harmed, and they can't do anything about it? They don't see the people being struck down, all the sickness, all the war. Like, do you think this is something that believers just started telling themselves is why this God doesn't stop any of this evil that's done, even the evil that's done in its name? Like, where did this teaching come from that he will not violate free will because he loves them too much?
I think they see like the splendor of the free will and the choice, and they know that they're absolved of all of any possible consequences. That's what it really comes down to. Like, David, his favorite, did horrible stuff, you know, like Mama Van was just talking about. I even read it just now. He took somebody girl, then tried to have him go to the war and die just so he could just cover up. And then the man died, and he took his girl anyway. Like, that's crazy. And he didn't have to pay anything. He won wars after that. He had another son, and guess what? He loved him even more than that. So it was a lot going on.
And we were not taught the stories that way. Were you at Mama Bash's live earlier today, where the pastor was on stage using David as an example?
Yes, that's what made me go read it because I was like, I remember that story, but I didn't remember it that way. And then when I went and actually read what it said, I was like, oh, wait, what is going on? Wait, when does David get any type of repercussion? He didn't get anything.
Mm-mm.
Everybody around him, so his 10, I went and found out it was 10 concubines that got raped just because one of his other sons was having like a coup or something. And I was just like, what? This didn't have anything to do with them. But I'm just like, okay, okay. But just David had nothing to do. I think they're putting themselves in those higher positions. That's why free will is this splendory thing and the choice because David made his choice. He saw her over there, she looked good, and that was his. That was it. No repercussions. I
None.
would love that. I would love to do that.
And he was still seen as the apple of this God's eye.
What was loved by him?
Yeah. He constantly he broke the Mosaic law over and over and over again, even after the Bathsheba thing. And then there is a time where the God stops David from killing the Baal's entire household, and David says that Yahweh has stopped him from blood guilt. So that means that he intervened to stop David from occurring even more sin.
One of his favorite.
Yeah. Yeah. And it was interesting. The pastor was just reciting his sermon that he says in church, I guess, or when he's talking to people to convince them that they need Jesus. But as I'm asking him questions about, I'm like, that didn't happen like that. He couldn't find any other example because all he knows is David. And it's like that's how they get you because it sounds so good. It sounds so magical, so holy. But it isn't, it's not what they're preaching isn't what's in the book.
Um, I had to go back and look at some of the stuff in my own book when you mentioned that, because I have that in there. The earliest person that I could find that started that argument that God doesn't intervene in free will, his name was Justin Martyr,
Mm-hmm.
and he he was the first one that I could find that argued that humans were created with real moral freedom and God doesn't intervene. But then later on, um, Irenaeus did it. Uh,
You said Justin Martyr?
yeah, it's spelled. Let me go back.
It's
It's
M
spelled
A
M
R
A.
T T Y R.
Yes,
Martyr. Thank you.
yeah, and Irenaeus argued came and argued that same argument. Uh, Clement of Alexandria argued it. Uh, Origen argued it. This is, and then it goes on to Augustine. They argued this that God
I
does
thought
intervene.
Augustine was the first to argue free will though.
Now, I think Justin was before him.
Yeah, Justin is before
Yeah,
but I didn't know Justin Martyr argued it first time. Let me see.
yeah, he argued it.
Y'all just giving me something else to look up and read, y'all. I like to read, so this
I
has been a
believe it was
journey.
Justin, then Irenaeus. I have it in order because it's in my book. And then Clements of Alexandria, and then Origen, uh, and then Augustine.
Yeah, Augustine is 4th century. That's
Hmm.
interesting because the well, I guess the concept of free will. So prior to Augustine, Aristotle was one of the first who said that humans had voluntary actions um, and they were morally responsible for these voluntary actions. So he didn't call it free will, but Aristotle was one of the first to kind of start identifying that humans are morally responsible for the choices that they make.
Yeah, I know Origin used the actual term free will. Um, I was in 185, I believe, 253, somewhere in there. I'm trying to see what he said because I got this in here. Very strong on free will. Said rational creatures can choose choose good or evil. Uh, but Arrhenius was really he was really on it.
I'm trying
Strongly
to see.
taught that humans were made free. Said love and obedience are meaningful only if chosen. Opposed, I cannot say that word, detriment. Shit. I cannot say that word to save my life. Detrimentistic ideas. Oh, I make myself laugh.
So
Turning yourself
Justin Martyr doesn't
positively.
use the term free will. The first time free will is coined is with Augustine of Hippo. They talk about the concept, right?
Right.
But he doesn't use the term free will.
No.
Yeah, that comes from Augustine of Hippo. But he did say that humans act by their own choice, not by necessity or fate, which is not true. That's definitely incorrect. But he wasn't.
Mm.
He didn't say. He didn't use the term free will though.
No.
But I think the first person said that um, said that humans had the capacity to choose freely was Epictetus. Epictetus. I don't know his. I can't say his name. And that was around 50 to 135 CE.
Mm-hmm.
Aristotle again talked about voluntary and involuntary actions, and then Augustine of Hippo coined free will into a doctrine.
Okay. Yeah, I have that.
What the fuck am I backtracking on? The dum dum.
Told
I haven't backtracked on shit. Like y'all just say shit. Like if you're like y'all are just here to fucking hate.
Yeah. Now, Arrhenius, I mean, he didn't use the actual term free will. I think it just kind of built up to say free will because he strongly taught humans were made free um, as a believer.
Who did?
Uh, Arrhenius,
Irenaeus, yeah. And
Irenaeus. Am I saying it? See, I told you I butchered their names up.
oh, I'm sorry. Then
y'all
I thought you was
spell
talking about me
this.
because I'm the only she on stage.
Y'all gotta spell Arrhenius. Is it
No,
Aranaus or
I'm spelling it.
ERA?
I'm
Like,
saying it wrong. I'm
Then
sorry.
I apologize and dum dum. I apologize. I thought you was talking about me.
It's spelled Ireneus.
And it's pronounced Irenaeus.
Irenaeus. So
Aranaeus.
yeah,
Okay, I gotta go read about that too.
yeah, yeah.
Where is
Ye-
Alexa?
but yeah, I think just based on reading a lot of it, it just seems like it just built up to the actual words of free will. You know, I think the concept was there, but the words free will wasn't.
Yeah, and we were not taught about free will. I have never heard that term before until I started deconstructing. I was never taught that I have free will, humans have free will. And I'm shocked that y'all were. I
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, I
and I
was.
was Kojic. Like we were never. My dad never preached on free will.
Seventh-day Adventists preach on it all the time.
I was Baptist. We had the will to do the right thing. That's what we were told. We just bad.
Yeah, we were always taught God's will, not my will, but thy will. Like we was always taught that. And so when people start talking about free will, I'm like, what the fuck is free will? Like, where is this
When you
coming
don't
from?
follow his will, that's when that is that. That's why I'm like, that's why they get related in Baptist.
And it really just goes to show that over time how things can change and be manipulated. You know, that's what this shows when you go back and start researching and then follow the crumbs, and you'll see how it actually changes over time. It's weird.
Mhm.
See, Brian said him too. Brian said, me too, about free will. Not until I came into these deconstruction arenas. I never heard that term growing up 50 years.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yeah.
I thought that we were hearing the term because it was a philosophical concept and all these field bros were on TikTok wanting to do like a philosophical argument about it. So I thought it was a philosophical concept. I had no idea that Christians were being taught that. Like that tripped me out.
You know, I mean, I've heard believers say that murder is an unforgivable sin.
What?
Yes.
Wait, are they
Yeah.
talking about for like self-unaliving?
Well, not that too, but I'm talking about actually committing the crime. If you take another human being's life, then you can't go to heaven. I've heard that.
I was told that you could. You just had to be directed by him.
Yeah. So I mean,
So I
it's
guess
but
What?
he was gonna make me a soldier, okay? Southern Baptist. That's right, Okoro.
like I said,
Yeah.
over time things change, and that's the purpose of all these different denominations because some believe it's true, some believe it's not. They teach different methods of the same scripture or whatever the case is, but they manipulate it, and over time it changes.
There's rules to the blood of Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I know he told you it was a free gift, but ain't nothing in this world truly free.
Mhm.
That is so crazy. Like Jesus died for the sins of the world, except that sin, except that sin, except that sin. Like that is insane.
But you didn't get the memo. See, that's what it was.
Airing up, like they are literally making rules for the blood of Jesus. Like that is insane. And like who
Look,
gets to decide what these rules are?
the person that's believing it,
Whoever's in charge.
whoever believes, uh, the God that's in the believer's head is gonna agree with the believer. So, I mean, that's the truth.
That's what I was saying, Libra. I just want to yell witch all the time. Witch. Every time.
They call me a witch every damn day.
Yeah. I
Mhm.
mean, a believer and a non-believer can be doing the same exact thing, but it's considered evil if the non-believer does it, but it's considered good if the believer does it.
Listen, Mama Bash, at first she was asking, um, is adultery worse than homosexuality? When I tell you,
Hmm.
believer after believer will come up and pick that topic to talk about. When she switched it to is homosexuality worse than lying, we we had to start picking that topic for believers to talk about. They would not pick that topic because it's like that everybody lies, right? They all lie, and they don't want to they don't want their sins to be put on display, and they don't want it compared to something that they think is seen as an abomination to their God,
Mhm.
because
Yeah.
I think they want to hold this moral superiority over the people that they want to condemn. And so You can look at me and not know that I told a lie 5 minutes ago. But I can look at you and determine whether or not I think you are gay or trans or queer.
Hmm.
You know, and that right there is quite funny to me because, if this God hates homosexuality so bad, the way the Christians make it seem and the way believers make it seem, they they push this narrative. God hates it. It's an abomination. Okay, fine. Then why didn't God list this in the first seven things of what God hates the most? The seven things that God hates the most. It's not in there.
Yeah, that's what I just said to the
Yeah.
last guy on stage.
So yeah, that's
Or,
funny to me.
or he could have just bippity boppity booed them all away. All powerful.
Right. Like, why he keep creating them?
You're like, what are you doing? Get better at the production portion. You
Like,
keep messing up. You giving all the genitalias out, like you messing up with the males and females in the bodies. Like, come on,
Yeah,
he
and
can
for
do
all
better than
you,
this.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying he can do better than this. A
he
little bit.
hasn't even updated our fucking spines. He is still sending people here with fucking scoliosis. Like, he hasn't even updated that. Like, why hasn't he updated his product in thousands of years? We still walking around with badass backs.
Yeah.
You talk about the back. Can we at least get good opticals? Everybody should
Right.
have that just off rip because we still got blind people being born. Like that's horrible.
Yeah,
And
we
then,
at most of society need glasses.
hmm
I had LASIK. I can't see for real.
and for all the believers that are in the comments right now, if you have a King James Bible, please throw it away, because King James was a homosexual. If you hate it that much, you might want to get rid of that Bible and find another author or something, you know, or whatever.
I can't. Not Mr. James.
No, yeah.
You know they love a new King James version. Don't do them like that.
Nelly taking away their. I think they think the God sounds like that. I guarantee you, when the God talks to them, he's saying, "Thou shalt go to Chicago."
Does thy wear thy mother's drapes?
Go to the taste and tell the people, "Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good."
Mm,
I wasn't
mm, mm.
marinated enough. I didn't hear nothing. So
Whenceforth. Oh my gosh.
Y-
Don't
You
take
know, the,
that away.
and the other thing that kills me, not to change the subject, but that
I know,
kills
I'll be
me
back. I'm gonna go
about
fix some coffee.
believers is that they will say that God is the beginning and the end. But yet in this book, that shit is so far outdated. I mean, you would think that this God knew what's going on now. He would know about missiles and different things that we have today, in the end of at the end of days. None of this stuff is mentioned. Everything that's mentioned is still way, way back in the day, like chariots and swords and flaming fire swords. Bullshit.
like it was only like a few thousand years in the future. Why you couldn't just give us a little,
Yeah, you
a
could have
little
gave us
prep?
something. You could have said pavement, cars, something. I mean,
Our
damn.
cars ain't flying already. Like what's going on?
Yeah. So,
This ain't right.
mm. But yeah, I agree. You know, the God intervenes in free will. He has to intervene in free will if you believe in him. I mean,
Yeah.
literally, he has
Like
to
you're
intervene.
choosing. So you automatically, like you said, you give it up. You give it up
Exactly.
willingly. So I guess that's the loophole. You did this because you wanted to. I didn't put you in prison. You volunteered.
It is what it is.
Now you have to sacrifice yourself every day for me because you chose that.
Well,
Keep
the
going.
free will only comes into play when it fits the narrative of the believer. It has to fit the narrative of what they're talking about, whether free will come into play or free will's not in play. So they use it at their discretion.
Right. I had the free will to commit adultery. So that's why I did it, not because, I'm not supposed to do it in the first place. Right. I get it. It's a hard life.
Yeah. Well, did you have anything else, K1?
No, it's just a journey. And I wanted to let you guys know to keep going and growing. Don't stop reading. Read some every day. Um, take your fiber. Only less than 1% of people in America have enough fiber. So make sure y'all do that. And, love yourself. Lady y'all.
All right, love you too, K1, and congratulations on this new journey.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, the guest box is open. Yeah. I don't know if believers recognize the limitations that they actually put on the God when they say he made two genders. Like, I don't know, they make him very limited. And I don't understand how, like, his doctrine changes a lot, except for that.
Yeah.
Dark Knight, are you in the request on purpose on accident?
Yeah. Like I said, it's according to the mind of the believer on what the God means when he says a thing.
Okay, thank you, Dark Knight. Yeah.
Mhm. I'm
Also,
guilty
so
too.
the other new question that we have on the board is, why are believers haunted and taunted by demons? Why is it that when we leave the God, demons don't bother us?
Mm.
Because it's not like you being taunted by the demon is convincing you to not believe in the God. Like anytime a believer tells us about these demons coming to bother them, it's not, the demon isn't saying leave Jesus alone. like it's not
Mm-mm.
like, it's not trying to convince them to no longer believe in the God. So why are demons bothering you in your sleep?
Well, I mean, the way I see it is when you have this belief in this God, you also have to have the belief in a demon. So therefore, they both can, in your mind, can fuck with you in your mind. But when you deconstruct from it and you know that this is God is not real, you're going to also eliminate the demon as well.
Yeah,
So
but
it
I'm
can
I'm
fuck
talking
with
about,
you.
what's the demon's motivation? Like, why are demons messing with believers? Like, what's the motivation for a demon to fuck with a believer other than to try to convince that believer to no longer believe in God? Because the demon don't fuck with us, and their answer is going to be, "Well, he already got you, so there's no need for him to send demons." Right? That's going to be the answer. But
Mhm.
you would think that he would send the demons to us so that we would, I guess, do his bidding. But we don't, the demons don't fuck with us. And then when they come to them, they don't, the demons aren't trying to convince them to leave Jesus. The demons are there to scare them. Like, and then, like you said, or somebody said in the comments, the demons make them pray to Jesus more. So it's to keep them in Jesus. Why are demons fucking with believers in their sleep? What's the motivation from the demon to do that? Ariel, are you in the request on purpose or on accident?
The and like I said, the demon is scripted, follows the script of the believer. That's the only way I see it. The demon follows the script of the believer. So that demon's going to play the role that the believer has gave him to play in
Yeah.
their life.
But you're talking from like a atheist. I'm talking. I want to know from a believer's perspective what they think the demon's purpose is for fucking with them and not fucking with us. That's what I want to know, because it don't make any fucking sense.
No.
Especially if they supposed to have the power of Jesus. Because like whenever I would have the sleep paralysis, I would say, Jesus, Jesus. And then like the demon would always leave after saying Jesus for a while. And then the demons got cocky and started singing Jesus with me. When I started like deconstructing, all of a sudden the demons are like singing Jesus right along with me. Right? Like what is the purpose of these demons fucking with you? Because we see Abraham. Abraham has sleep paralysis. That's when he makes the covenant with Yahweh.
Yeah.
So was Yahweh Abraham's sleep paralysis demon? Job's friend had sleep paralysis. Like what? I just need to understand. What's up, Ariel?
Hey y'all. So I want to talk about the being haunted and taunted by demons, but first of all, I want to know why you have your head placed.
Cause they say I'm the demon. They say I'm the devil. Satan.
I said this got to be on purpose because
Yeah, thinker is a bee with the what is it? Thinker is a witch with the Jezebel bee teaching the Bible. That's me.
Please.
Mm.
But so I don't have an answer per se, but I do have a theory. And maybe it's just for me personally, but the very first time I ever had sleep paralysis, I specifically remember I used to be so scared of, like horror movies and things like that. And the very first time I had sleep paralysis, it was The Woman in Black. And I couldn't move, scared, the whole thing, fell asleep, woke up in a panic because the last thing I remembered was the woman in black standing by my bed. And so I think for me, and just in general, I think there's like a psychological connection somewhere, because I didn't realize that was like a quote unquote universal atheist experience. Like once you come out of the belief, the demons aren't scary, like it's not a thing anymore. I don't have nightmares anymore. Just in general, not even just about demons. I don't have bad dreams anymore. But I think maybe there's a connection between thinking that the spirit realm is real and like demons are real, and there's always some like evil entity out to get you. And once you get out of that cycle in general, it's like, okay, there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Because I'll catch myself now even being like, if I turn the lights off, I'm gonna run down the hallway because but I had to stop doing that because I started to realize like but what are you running for? Like there's nothing there. That doesn't exist. That's not a real thing. So I think I'm actually gonna look into it, because today I had a conversation on Bars Live and we were talking about neurodivergence and if there was a connection between that and non-belief. And I looked into it and there's actually a few studies that talk about it. So anyways, I'm kind of getting into like how the brain works, and the connection with religion and the things that come along with that. So anyways, I just wanted to give my theory. I definitely think there's a connection, but I'm not sure what the actual reason is. But I'm glad to know I'm not the only one.
Yeah, I did look into it, and it said it had something to do with REM sleep, and it's because our brain is halfway asleep and halfway awake, like trying to wake
Yeah,
up. Yeah,
yeah.
and then also dealing with like the trauma that's in our life. that like things that we're holding, the heavy things that we're holding that we're not dealing with, and our
Yeah.
brain is basically processing that, and it's how we see those things. Because I remember when I was going through my divorce, man, my husband was a sleep paralysis demon, and the way he would walk. I remember in one of the dreams, I was at the grocery store, and this sleep paralysis demon had like the. Hold on, why is my computer finna die? It's plugged up. Hold on. Lord have mercy. I don't know how the fuck I did that, but okay. Um, he was okay. So I'm in the dream. I'm grocery shopping. I can still see the basket that I was pushing in this dream, y'all. Somehow I end up in like this wooded parking area, and I'm still grocery shopping, and I'm pushing the basket, and here comes the sleep paralysis demon, and it's just a black figure, but it has the essence of my ex-husband, and it like attached itself to me and was leaning on me like this in the dream, and I'm thinking that it's a demon, but in reality, like now that I've deconstructed it was the trauma that I had gone through with my ex-husband in my marriage that I had not dealt with and that I was still carrying. But
Yeah.
it would paralyze me in my sleep. He had in that dream the sleep paralysis demon touched my ankle, it touched my side, and I would wake up like I could still feel the touch. Like it was real. Um like it that's the trauma that I'm carrying in my body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually did a lot of looking into dreams in general. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I thought I was a thought I was a prophet at one point.
Yeah.
But I looked into it, and I did find the same thing. Like it's very much things that you're suppressing in real life, or that you're not confronting. Because same thing, I was married for 15 years, went through a divorce, and I was dreaming the craziest. And then when I wake up, it's like real things, or it would be scenarios that like I wish would have played out, or just different stuff like that. And so it's very interesting, and I'm kind of getting, like I said, into the connections. Like, what is it that's making us hold on to these things, and like what are all the correlations? I think it's very interesting. But yeah, I thought I was listening, y'all. I thought I could see the future. I thought I was like, listen, in a different dimension, this is what happened. It was getting a little crazy. So I'm glad that I deconstructed and found this community. But now I do think it's important. It's just another layer, of us being able to explain things and like let people know and be able to understand that all of these things have a reason. And obviously we always get into we don't have the answers to everything, but a lot of things we do. And like, if y'all would just do a little bit of research, like everything is not spooky, like you think it is. Like there's answers for a lot of the things that we deal with. So anyways, I'm about to go eat and take a shower. I'll be up for a while, so I'll keep engaging. I'm trying to stay up as long as I can, keep the live going.
Thank you, love bug. Have a good one.
Y'all too.
Wow.
I was telling them on Mama Bash's live, my mama's sleep paralysis dream is funny as hell. She said it was a man and he had on one of those top hats and a long black coat. And she said that he was standing over her bed and he had her hand in his mouth, gnawing on her fingers. And she said she couldn't move. She said she was just laying there with her hand in his mouth going, Jesus, Jesus. And he couldn't. She said, I was scared. And the thing about it is, she got mad at me for laughing because the shit was funny the way she was explaining it. But she was terrified, okay? Because like in her mind, this demon came to gnaw on her hand, and she couldn't move.
Sound like
But
you described Jeepers Creepers
man,
guy.
right? But she did not appreciate me laughing at that shit. But just the image of her laying there saying Jesus with her hand in the sleep paralysis demon's mouth was fucking hilarious. I know, poor thing, but that shit is funny.
That's wild. That's wild. Ooh, I never had those, and I think the reason why I never had those type of demon dreams or anything, because I never was afraid of demons or scary movies or none of that. None of that stuff ever spooked me. I don't know. It was funny to me. I found it funny. Horror movies were funny, But yeah, maybe that's the reason why I never had those type of dreams.
It may be like because you were in church where they talked about demons and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, either that or you didn't have trauma that you were carrying.
Yeah. When they would talk about demons in church and stuff, that didn't scare me, and I think because maybe I thought I was one of God's chosen or whatever to think. I don't know. Maybe I thought I was on the right side of the law, whatever the case is. So I never worried about it. I wasn't one of those kids that was afraid of the dark, or I was raised in the country. We used to walk through the woods all the time in pitch black. We didn't care. It was just something that we did as country kids. So, but yeah. uh, but I've seen people who have had those type of nightmares, and and of course, believers, they'll say, they'll, of course, I do believe that they exaggerate a little bit. They add to the story of the dream, but at the same time, they have those type of nightmares, and it's due to, what they're holding in their mind or what they believe.
Yeah, because I never went to I went to the haunted house one time. I didn't even make it inside that motherfucker. One of them big ass clowns. Like I'm walking in this bitch, and a big ass clown starts chasing me, like a tall clown starts chasing me, and I'm running from the clown, and I fall and hurt my back. It hurt my back, and I have not gone back to a haunted house since. But I'm not the type that watch scary movies and shit like that. But I'm even thinking about my friend. Her name is Foresta. Okay, at this time she had not transitioned to Foresta yet. So at this time we called her Forest. Foresta is tall. Okay, she's tall, about as tall as the fucking clown that I was running from. Foresta picks me up and runs with me back to the car.
Mm.
I am never
Mm.
gone to a haunted house after that again.
Don't ever tell that story again.
I don't care. I was a kid. I was like what,
You,
8th grade, 7th grade,
yeah, you know only
ninth
white girls
grade,
fall
maybe.
in the movies, right? They
This
the
wasn't a
ones that
movie. This
fall
is
when they
real
being
life. I
chased.
don't give a fuck. This was real life. This wasn't no movie. I was running the fuck
Oh
away from
my
that
god.
motherfucker. And then like it was running fast. And the way they got me to go to the haunted house is they told me that they're not allowed to chase you and they're not allowed to touch you. And that motherfucker chased me. And that pissed me off because they lied to me and told me that that it was against the law for them to chase you and touch you. And so I've
Who
never
told you that?
my friends, my
Oh,
siblings and my friends, like they was like, they can't chase you. It's against the law. They
shh,
can't touch you. And
the
so,
whole point.
man, they lied to my ass. And I stayed in the car. They went into the haunted house, and I never went again. But also, I don't
Mm.
watch. I didn't watch scary movies when I was a Christian. Um, I would try, and then I'd be like, "Nah, I can't do this." So I've never seen the Exorcist movies. I've watched only one scene of Portuguese. Well, maybe two scenes. The kitchen scene where the chairs just keep showing up, put up or down or something. and the cabinet doors were open, and then the what's her name? Come into the light, Caroline. Is that
Yeah,
was that her name?
that's the
Portuguese. Yeah,
Poltergeist.
I've
Yeah.
only watched 2 scenes of the Portuguese. And so like I would sneak into the room, like go into the room, and then I'd peep, and then I'd be like, no. And then I leave out like Carol Ann, thank you. Like I couldn't sit and watch the whole movie. I've never seen a Michael Myers. I've seen Freddy, like stuff like Freddy and Chucky. I can watch that shit, but like the demonic shit, the stuff that deals with like spiritual, I couldn't watch it because I constantly had these sleep paralysis dreams, and I don't know what the fuck would have happened if I had put that shit in my mind. Because like me seeing a human dressed up in a mask and chasing somebody, like, okay, that's a human. But this shit that you're calling spiritual and demonic that has powers that I don't have, that's another motherfucking thing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I sometimes because I like to go back and watch, horror movies and especially like omens, demons, stuff like that. I go back and watch it because now that I'm deconstructed, I go back to watch it just to see the scriptures that they use.
I have never seen The Omen. I didn't even know there was a movie called The Omen.
Yeah, it's a movie called The Omen, and
What is it about?
it's about a child, a possessed child of the devil.
I've never seen it. I could watch it today, because I don't believe in a devil. But I didn't even know there was a movie like that called that.
Yeah, but watching it now, you'd be surprised at some of the scriptures and stuff that they pull up and use. The stuff that the priest, and most of them are going to be priests. I mean, they're all priests. Really, I can't remember a Baptist or
Nope, there is not one except the Deliverance. I think the
yeah.
Deliverance movie is the first that's focused on like demon possession and exorcism. But I
Hmm.
think everyone that has been made has focused on priests in the Catholic Church.
Yeah, that's the only ones I can remember, like Damien, the Omen, all of that stuff. Uh, Exorcist, even the new Exorcist. Yeah, they all use. They even. I'm gonna tell you
Hold
something
on,
else.
y'all getting too comfortable in the chat. If you are a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open. Don't sit in the chat and not come up and talk to us. We're here to have conversations with you. If you are a nerd and you were in Mama Bash's live earlier, I expect to see y'all on the stage tonight because anxiety don't work here. Anxiety don't work here. So I expect y'all to get over your stage fright and come up and holler at us. Yes, Persephone. Yes, ma'am. Y'all told us today that anxiety don't matter. So come up and holler at us. Yep, thank you, K1. Sorry,
Yeah,
Nelly,
that's
go ahead.
another one. No, I was gonna say it's one movie. I have to go back and try to find it, but they related Dracula as an fallen angel. That he was
I thought Dracula was Judas,
um
the
it
father,
might have.
Judas's son or something.
No, they related him as an angel, and in this one they dictated him as an angel, a fallen angel, and he was the first one, uh, the first vampire.
Yeah, no, in 2000, in the 2000 film Dracula 2000, Count Dracula is revealed to be Judas Iscariot.
That's one.
Yeah.
There's one out there. I have to find it, but it's a movie. Um, and it goes back to it shows his story, um, and he talks about God. Matter of fact, they hung him on a cross at the end of the movie, and he was looking up at the sky like Jesus did.
Oh, so they're saying, in that depiction, they're saying Dracula is Jesus?
No, 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 no. He was a fallen angel, but they hung him like Jesus.
Oh, okay.
They hung him up on the cross like Jesus. That's how they killed him at the end of the movie. And but he was an angel, and he was asking, uh, saying something about, "Do you forgive me now, God? Do you forgive me now?" You know, whatever the case is. But he was talking to God. This is a Dracula now, the first Dracula, the first vampire. So yeah,
That's
it's
interesting.
amazing how they tie that stuff in there.
The vampirism that constantly showing up, like this story constantly showing up in vampire movies. I wonder why believers haven't asked themselves why they keep making that connection.
Hmm. Well, I can see the connection. I mean, hell, blood is a thing in this Bible. If you really want to look at it.
Yeah, I'm saying I wonder why believers don't wonder it. Why does Jesus keep showing up in vampire shows? That's what I'm saying.
No, that's fiction. That's fiction. Ain't real. No,
I
that's
mean,
human.
they protest fictional movies that mock their Jesus.
Hmm.
They don't know the difference. Like they don't. I don't think they give a damn about the difference between fictional and real. Like I haven't seen them like protest or go crazy over a Dracula movie.
You know, I think that's a good. You, now that I brought up the cross and stuff, I think that's a good question to ask believers. What did Jesus actually say for his last words? Because his last words is dictated in this Bible. Is one, he says, "Father, why thou hast forsaken me," or something, and then one is, uh, what did he say? It is done. He says that in one scripture, and then it was another one. What did he say? It's three of them, and they're all in different chapters. Uh, I was, I think that's a good question. I'm gonna have to look that up, but there's three different things that Jesus said on the cross as his last words. One of them was, Father, why have thou forsaken me?" And then the other one is, "It is done." And then there's another one he said, damn, I can't call
It says that there are 7 last words of Jesus. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
it. That's
Truly I
it.
say to you, today you will be with me in paradise. Woman,
Hmm.
behold your son, behold your mother. My God, why have you forsaken me? I
Hmm.
thirst, it is finished, and Father, into your hands I commend my spirit. So there's 7 last words.
Hmm. That's confusing a little bit. A whole lot, actually. How could
I
they
don't
get his last words
I don't
confused?
think I don't know why they're saying 7. Most of these are in Luke. Luke has Luke has 3. They're counting. Hold on, let me put up Luke 23:34. Marjorie, I see you up there. Give me just 1 second, little bug. You're up here on purpose.
Yes, I am.
Thank you for heeding the call.
Anxiety.
You gonna be okay. We got you. All right, Luke 23, Luke 43, in Luke 23:34, Luke 23:43, and Luke 23:46. They're saying are all three different last words. What?
Yeah, I
Let's
told
see.
you.
2 others also who were criminals were led away to be put to death with him. When they came to the place that is called the skull, they crucified Jesus there with the criminals, one on his right and one on his left. Then Jesus said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they are doing. And they cast lots to divide his clothing. And the people stood watching, but the leader scoffed. He saved others and saved himself. They mocked him, if you are king. But why are they saying that this is last words? Because he doesn't die here.
I don't know.
And then the second one, Luke 23:43. He replied, Truly, I tell you, today you will be with me in paradise. He doesn't die here either. So that's not a last word.
Let me find that one.
And then Luke 23:46. Then Jesus, crying out loud with a loud voice, said, Father, into your hands I commit my spirit. Having said this, he breathed his last. So that would be, in Luke, his last words would be Luke 23:46. And then John 19:26 through 27, John 19:28, and John 19:30. Why are they doing this multiple shit? Let's see.
Okay, in John 19:30, that's the one I'm talking about, where he says he
Hold
bowed his head.
on. Let me do this in order right quick.
Okay, go ahead.
John 19:26. He says, when Jesus saw his mother and the disciple whom he loved standing beside her, he said to his mother, Woman, here is your son. He doesn't die there. Why are they saying that's his last words? 28. After this, when Jesus knew that all was now finished, he said, In order to fulfill the scripture, I am thirsty. After this, when Jesus knew that all was now finished, he said, In order to fulfill the scripture, I am thirsty. Okay, so this would be his last words here. I am thirsty. In John 19:28.
Mm-hmm.
And then they got John 19:30.
Yep, that's the one I'm talking about.
But he died already here in John 19:28. So how is he going to say anything else?
I don't know, but in 1930, he said something else. It is finished.
Wait, hold on. After this, when Jesus knew that all was now finished, I'm a jar full. So they put at a branch with the mouth when Jesus received the wine. Okay, no, yeah. No, John 19:28 wouldn't be his last words. It would be John 19:30.
Mm-hmm. Because it
Okay.
says he bowed his head and gave up his spirit.
And then
I got them in order.
Luke 46. And then Mark 27:46. I mean, Matthew 27:46 and Mark 15:34. And about 3 o'clock, Jesus cried, Eli, Eli, lema sabachthani. My God, my God. Okay, and then Mark 15:34.
Yeah, that's what I got. But Mark 15:34, 37, Luke 23:46, and Matthew 27:46 to 50, and John 19:30. All different accounts of his last words.
Eloi, Eloi, lima. That's interesting. Um, I think that's a theological, because one of them is has changed. In the John one, there was a reference next to it. Hold on, they had brackets around it.
Mhm.
Hold on. Which one had the brackets? Was it Luke that had the brackets? Hold on. Yeah, there's brackets around verse 34. So I'm gonna go to the oldest copy, Luke 23:34. I mean, hold on. Yeah, there's brackets around verse 34. Father, forgive them for they know not what they're doing. That was added. It wasn't there.
Mhm.
It was added in 325 to 360.
Around the what, Nicaea Council era?
Yep.
I'm not surprised. I put that in as a reference in there. And I didn't say that it happened there, but I said it's mighty funny that, it's around that time.
Yeah. That's interesting.
But yeah, I thought that would be a great, because to me, this is one of the biggest contradictions in the Bible is Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. All had something different to say about what Jesus said for his last words. And it just for Jesus to be such a amazing figure throughout history, according to believers, it seems like they would not confuse his last words on the cross. It just seems that way.
Well, you got to keep in mind it's written years later. So all the believers are going to say is this is oral tradition. And so,
Mhm.
like, hell, I can barely remember what people said to me yesterday.
Right.
Right. So, and it's not the people writing it that was there. I try not to, because like I try to focus on like concrete things because there is plausibility of oral era and oral uh tradition, right? Like they've been telling these stories over and over and over again for decades before anybody wrote them down. And so not people's not remembering the last words, it's not necessarily evidence that this didn't happen. Does that make sense? So I try not to argue that. There's
Right.
always plausibility
I
for
wouldn't say
error.
that it didn't happen. I would say that it did happen. But what I would say that me as a human being, if I loved someone so much and I was there for their last words or even got a hint of their last words, I would never forget that.
But what's being written is not being written by the people that Jesus loved, right? It's not being written by his disciples. It's not being written by his mother, right? It's
Right.
being written by aristocrats in right, in Greece, in Rome.
Mm-hmm.
People that didn't know Jesus, they didn't walk with Jesus. They're getting it from oral traditions decades later, right? So these are people who's heard the stories, but were not necessarily there. And so they're telling it like yeah, like a game of telephone. Like they're writing it as if it's present day, but it's from someone who has received this story from a probably at this point a 20th reference, right? It's been passed down from person to person. So the wording isn't gonna be like word for word. Like it would be like someone telling their friend what their daughter said before she died. And then the friend telling her mama what her friend told her. And then the mama tells the first lady at the church. And then the first lady at the church tells her husband. The pastor tells the deacon. The deacon tells his wife. His wife tells her daughter. Her daughter tells her friend at work. And then the words change. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I can see that as well. Like I said, the only thing that throws me off is that there it's I could see if it was similar. It's not even similar. It's not
Right.
even in the same ballpark,
Right. Because you're
of these
getting it
last words.
right. Because we think about first, Mark was written first, right? In
Mm,
70 AD. Then
mm,
you get Matthew a decade later, a decade and a
mm,
half later.
right.
Then you get Luke damn near 2 decades later, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then John is damn near 3 decades later.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they're not, they all have different agendas, right? They're being told the stories in different parts, different areas. Like the writer of Matthew is believed to have written from Turkey,
Mm-hmm.
not even in uh, Jerusalem, or, and he was in Turkey. They believe that he was a Greek aristocrat who lived in Turkey.
Right.
So these are different cultures, different traditions, and so I'm not saying it is definitely something to talk about, but it's not necessarily concrete evidence. Like you're just gonna get into a whole uh plausibility. It's not worth it to me to to harp on the fact that they don't all say the same thing, because there's too much plausibility there that doesn't necessarily work as a solid foundation for negating something being said or something happening.
All right. I can understand that. Well, I like I said, I put it in there, and but I did say Matthew and Mark. They were kind of on the same team because they kind of said that Jesus cried out loud. Both of them said that in Matthew and Mark. And Luke and John, kind of their story uh, kind of helps each other, I guess. Um, it it can almost be pretty much the same thing, but Matthew and Mark versus Luke and John are just totally in different playing fields. So that's kind of how I put that in there.
When you say different playing fields, what do you mean? Different playing fields from Luke and John?
Yeah, if Matthew and Mark, or just say Matthew and Mark is on one team, Luke and John is on another, versus what Jesus supposedly had said. Um, I think, let's see, Matthew, let me pull it up. Let's see, So Matthew, my God, why have you forsaken me? Then Jesus cried out again with a loud voice and yielded up his spirit. Mark said, my God, why have you forsaken me? Then Jesus uttered a loud cry and breathed his last breath. Luke turns around and says that he said, Father, unto your hands I commit my spirit. And then John turns around and says his last words, it is finished.
Yeah. I think okay, so Matthew, okay, so Mark's goal is to present Jesus as a failed apocalyptic prophet.
Mhm.
Matthew's goal is to present him as the Jewish Messiah that they've been waiting on. And uh, in a more faith, like to highlight the faith that in the Israelites being redeemed or restored, right? So Mark, the writer of Matthew, uses Mark, and also changes Mark to match whatever he's writing. So there's several places in Mark where the writer of Matthew edits Mark's document to match what he's writing. And then the writer of Luke is focused on the inclusion of Gentiles and changing the prophecies from a physical expectation to a spiritual expectation and universalization, right? So it's not just centered on the Israelites, it's more universal language now. And the kingdom is spiritual. The throne of the promised Messiah is spiritual. The criteria for the Messiah to where Israel and Judah is to be safe during the time this king sits on the throne, and Israel and Judah is safe and restored. That is even redefined to being a spiritual Israel, a spiritual Judah, with Luke as well, even in Acts. So when the Gentiles become involved in this, they have to redefine, right? So like that's what Luke's version of the story is focused on. So that's why you see the concept of spirit on the cross. And then you have John, he's focused on the doctrine that Jesus was there from the beginning.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I just thought that was interesting. That's the reason I put it in my book, because I just thought that was very interesting. You know, uh, just something to read or something to even think about. I'm sure going into a deeper version, going back all the way to the original writings, then you could see how it changed over the years. I say that all the time. You can watch it grow like a child. It just grows and changes and changes.
I would say for your book, I wouldn't just point out the fact that it's different, because somebody, especially a very skilled apologist, can eat that up. Like they will have that for lunch. That's what I'm saying. Like, don't just state that it's different and kind of like bank on that, because it's not rock solid. It's, you know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't want, when you publish a book, that an apologist like discredits it on the fact that because your goal of the book is to state like facts as to why this could not be true, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wouldn't just leave it at that, is what I'm saying, because there's too much plausibility in that area. And so I would tie it to like the evolution of these statements, and try to tie it to like the history of the this church being built, right? And uh the you can see the theological shifts in each of these four gospels, tie it to the culture, tie it to the time frame, what was going on in the world at that time. And if you can tie each statement to the theological shifts, and then explain why you are saying that this is important to look at, and why you think that this isn't necessarily what transpired. Does that make sense? I wouldn't just
Yeah,
state
yeah.
it. Yeah. Yeah.
I put. I think. Let me go to it. It starts off. It says these are often called a contradiction, but many readers understand them as different sayings spoken in sequence, with each gospel preserving part of a scene rather than giving I cannot say the word exhaustive transcript. And then it's a common harmonized order, and that's kind of how I started it.
Yeah, that's good. Like pointing out how they've apologized for it, or how they've attempted to reconcile it. And then
Hmm.
I would move towards to what your argument is for why that reconciliation doesn't make any sense. And then instead of just focusing on the fact that they're different, or saying like you should know what a person said if he's God, right? Like instead of focusing on that, I would tie it to the time period, the culture, right? The theological shifts in each one, what was happening with the growth of the church at that time, and then explain why each one is concrete to that. Does that make sense? Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I would
makes
do.
sense.
Because yeah, an apologist just is their goal is to just find plausibility. That's all they need is plausibility. And if you can get beyond that plausibility, then that's more concrete. But right now, just the game of telephone is like they got that.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, I say I'm not quite finished with that anyway, so I will go back and probably put some more dates in there and on each passage, Matthew, Mark, and try to see what I can find on the actual. Uh, uh, I don't like to say church, but I guess the actual where people stood on the belief system at that time. Because I mean, like I said, I've always said that all this stuff is written for the people of that time. So I think every scripture, every passage in the book was written that way to me.
Yeah, think
It was
about
for
the
the
sub
people of
only
that
that we
time.
did. Yeah, think about the sub only we did with First Kings and Chronicles, and how
Hmm.
the chronicler rewrote the story of David and Solomon, right? He
Hmm.
re-imaged the God because he needed to push a different doctrine. Other than the God being wrathful, the God is now forgiving, right? Even the story of Manasseh changed.
Right.
So the whatever was happening or whatever they were going through at that time or rebuilding at that time, the scriptures changed in order to push a different, get the people thinking differently about the God or the government or some law. So I would use that same framework that we used when we were researching Vanessa with this.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Like I
Uh,
say, I got a lot of work to do, a lot of changes I've made over the time. So I don't know. It's gonna take a little bit longer than I expected, but I'm gonna get it done.
yeah, and it's gonna be a fire ass book.
I'm trying. I want it to stay on people's. At least, if nothing else, they can. It'll be a good looking book they can keep on their shelf.
Marjorie, thank you so much for your patience with that. I
Yeah,
appreciate
no
you.
problem. I'm always fascinated by your discussions about the Bible. I never imagined that. I think I found you 2 years ago, and I've come up on your lives a couple times, and I was just like, I'm traumatized by this book. And when I deconstructed, when I was like, I'm in my late 40s now, but when I deconstructed, when I was like 19, I never really studied the book in depth. So I learned a lot about the stories through you guys, and I'm always like, that's in the Bible. It's just like, I had no idea. I learned through you guys that slavery was condoned in the Bible because for me, when I was a child, I just couldn't get past Adam and Eve, you know. So
I don't think we
that
all could
story
get
was,
past that.
yeah, that story was too fantastical. And I deconstructed a lot with my younger sister who helped me because she was always asking questions, always asking grown people, 12-year-olds. And she's like, why can't women be on the stage? Because like on the pulpit, women weren't allowed to be on the pulpit in the church I grew up in. And then I would like kick my sister under the table, like, you're not supposed to ask questions. You just
Shit.
just listen,
W little
and then I
sis.
exactly. But then I would benefit from because when they would respond, I remember somebody responded. It was like, "Let me show you in the Bible where it shows like women are like because they bleed, they're dirty, they can't be on the stage." And I was like, "What?" You know, it was like I was mad at her for asking, but then I was like their explanation made me so angry inside. I was like, "This is not true. This sounds like a man writing this stuff," you know. So, um, but
The fact that they're like, oh, women bleed as if they don't
mhm,
bleed. They fucking
exactly.
bleed too. Like y'all have nosebleeds. Like what? Like
Right.
if a pastor had a nosebleed, was he allowed to be on the stage?
Yes, he was, of course. Men were allowed to be on the stage, but women, the only place where we could be on the stage was in the choir, but they couldn't I mean now it's different now. So they allow I grew up Seventh-day Adventist. So they allow women pastors, but when I was growing up, and especially I grew up in a Haitian community, like women were not allowed to be on the stage at all. Like they couldn't lead a sermon, you know, and sometimes when a woman was on the stage, they would have her like on the lower stage. It's just like, it's ridiculous.
A lower stage. But
Yeah,
like
like the
we weren't
pre
allowed to be in the pulpit, right? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like, so they would put us on the altar, yeah,
yeah.
behind a podium, but we weren't allowed to be on the pulpit.
Right. So for you too, that was the case too?
Yeah, but they never said it was because
Wow.
we bleed. It was just because women weren't allowed to preach, is what we were
Mhm.
told. But not because of our periods.
Yeah.
That's a Old Testament. That's a Levitical law, and this is why I said like
Mhm.
I don't understand why they say Jesus died for our sins it and freed us from the burden of the law, and so we no longer are bound by that law, but they go back and they pick laws to bring forward from the very law they're claiming their Jesus died to free them from, so they can pick on marginalized groups. This is
Right.
so
Abs-
fucking misogynistic and superiorist. Like it's a bully.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's insane.
Yeah, they pick and choose, you know, this law here, but not this law here, you know. And
Like,
that was the thing that yeah, go ahead.
I just want to know, did they bring anything forward that has to deal with just men, cishet men? Like, did they bring any of the Mosaic law forward
Mhm.
that deals with just them? You know, or is every law that they've brought forward from it's so that they can pick on marginalized groups?
I just remember, yeah. I just remember like little things like they would start up a little bit of a trend, but then it would die out. Like men weren't supposed to cut their beard or something like that. And then like that, you know, that little so a trend will start, but it never lived long enough. Like the men never did any of those things. But the women, um we couldn't wear pants, you know. We were never allowed to wear pants even like
I
on
remember
the
that.
weekend. Yeah.
Said y'all could wear
No,
pants on the weekend?
not when we went to when we went to the church, we were not allowed to wear pants. Yeah.
Oh, well, but y'all were allowed to wear pants during the week?
Yeah, during the week we could, but there were some people that were super like in like super sex and I remember my dad put us was gonna he was just about to get into one of those, and he started to tell us that we were not allowed to wear pants at all, and we started following them. And one day my mom, who always had a mind of her own, we went to like an after church event and she busted out with her pants, and my dad just looked at her, and like that was the end. Like we continued wearing pants, but in our household it lasted like for a month or something like that where we weren't wearing pants.
Mom said, "Psh, I don't know what you talking about."
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, so what piqued my interest was your last topic, why are believers haunted and taunted by demons? And I have a little theory that's brewing in my mind. And I think that the reason why believers are haunted by demons or taunted by demons is because there needs to be a balance. Like if you have a world where magical things happen, if you live in a world like that, then demons are absolutely necessary. They balance it out. That they are it makes sense. Like I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say, but it's if
Like
you
you got
have
to have good. If you have good spirits, you got to have the bad ones.
you gotta have the bad ones. You have to. It balances out. And like in essence, if you're a believer in like the supernatural, then you have to believe on in the evil, the supernatural evil as well. It just because what would the supernatural, what would they be doing for you if not battling the evil demons, you know,
Yeah,
that
but I
are
wonder what are the demons bothering believers for? Like, aren't the demons supposed to be fucking with people who don't believe, like possessing them and causing them to do wild shit? Like,
no, the
why are they
demons
messing
are
with believers?
mm-mm. The demons are just for the people that believe in the anything that's in another realm. If you believe that there are things that don't exist, then everything is possible in that world. If
But
I'm
what's the
sorry,
motivation for the demon to mess with the believer? Though, like, what? Okay, what's the demon's motivation to mess with a believer?
I think that the demon is just whatever that's inside of that person that's like imbalanced, whether it be like any kind of chemical imbalance, but it manifests in if you believe in supernatural things, then your mind will allow that imbalance to go freely in that world. Whereas if you were not in a, if you didn't believe in a magical world, then you would say, "Hey, something's wrong when I go to sleep. Um, so my brain is playing brain tricks. Let me get help." And there's something chemically that's probably really happening to the person, whether it be fear, anxiety, lack of sleep, something truly medically happening, and it needs to be addressed medically. But when you believe in supernatural things, then when you have these beliefs, it's untethered, then they just go into the wild.
What do you think that like a believer just came in here and typed "shut the fuck up" for no reason? Like,
Oh
why is
gosh.
a demon in a believer telling us to shut the fuck up? Like, what do you think a believer thinks? Like, I know what we think because we use logic, right? But what do you think a believer think is happening, and
That
why?
person that has doesn't have, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Like, what do you think a believer thinks? Why a demon would be messing with them, though?
Um, a demon would be messing with them. I
Yeah,
get,
like like they have the sleep paralysis demons. Um, why? What is the motivation for a demon to mess with a believer? Because like a believer don't ever say that the demon tried to get them not to believe in God.
mhm.
The demon's just there to scare them. Like what is what why? What do you think a believer thinks the
I
demon
don't know.
is trying to do?
I guess I'm still trying to find a way to explain myself, and I don't have all the right words. Maybe I'll have it later on in the week, but I'm thinking that when a believer is saying like a demon is messing with me, it's actually anxiety,
No,
it's logic,
I know the
it's
real
yeah.
answer for it.
Mhm.
I know the logical answer.
Right.
I'm asking in the
Mhm.
mind of a believer, though, what do you think the believer is thinking? Because the believer isn't thinking, oh, this is anxiety, this is trauma,
Mhm.
right? What do you think a believer thinks why a demon would be messing with them?
Well, if God is messing with them, then a demon is just another name, another kind of God messing with them,
But for what
um
purpose? Like the God is trying to get them to get be to believe in him, be stronger in him. what would be the motivation for a demon? Because
To
the demon isn't coming to them telling them to worship Satan or coming to them and telling them to leave God. The demon's just coming and touching their sides or standing there to scare them. What's the what is the motivation for a demon to come to you in your sleep and just scare the shit out of you? I don't understand. What do they think the demon is hoping would happen? That they just gonna start worshiping Satan after that?
to make them unstable because
They
they're
are
holding
unstable
on.
because of their God, though. They're already like their God is already fucking them up with their spiritual warfare. So, like, I I don't see any motivation of a demon to fuck with a believer
Mm.
just to scare them. It doesn't make sense to me.
To make them think that they're unstable. And when you're unstable, then you hold on to something that represents stability. And that's it just makes the demon is there to make them hold on longer to God. It's just
But
another
that's
side of God.
helping God.
Yeah.
Ain't that
Yes,
helping
a demon is helping God. Yes, a
God?
demon is definitely helping God.
Oh my God. So Satan is helping God keep
Absolutely.
his soldiers. That is insane. That's insane, believers. Y'all hear that? Like, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
That's his one job.
Is to make the
Yeah.
believers stay with Jesus.
Mhm. You know, I'm Haitian American, so you know, I grew up in an Adventist household where voodoo was something that was like the Antichrist. It was the most evilest thing. We didn't even talk about the devil more than like voodoo. Like voodoo was the other side of evil from God, you know. So but then you start seeing when they talk about like the demons and the zombies and all those things, it's like they're so obsessed with talking about these things, and they have the same level of power that like the God has. And I really do believe that believing the demons and the spirit and the zombies and all those things, it just fortifies the strength in the God. It's like
Yeah.
they're a mini God. It's like a mini God. They're just as important in the hierarchy of belief.
Yeah, because they always say that scripture, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against the
Mhm.
rulers and principalities in high places in the cosmic world. And
Mm.
that means that they are fighting uh, spirits or demons or angels in very high places. And like your God is sending or allowing these demons in these high places with the same power that, or it seems like less power than their Holy Spirit has to make them feel like they're unstable in their minds so that they continue to hold on to Jesus. So Jesus is scaring the shit out of them with high level demons to keep them in the faith. That is fucking insane.
Yes, I believe in that 1000%.
That is in fucking insane. And then the fear. I think it speaks to the fear that keeps them in the belief system as well, right? Like their fear of hell, their fear of judgment, fear of losing things, fear of being struck down. And this is another form of fear that keeps them in the belief system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my sister, she's so smart mouth. Oh my gosh, one time she told one of our aunts, well, because we deconstructed, and she was like, and this aunt was so obsessed with us and saying like, like we're in voodoo and all this stuff just because we left Christianity, and like, what are you gonna do? Like, aren't you afraid of the zombies, all this stuff? My sister straight up told her, the devil is your is your God. She said, the devil is your God. He's just as powerful, you know. Like, yeah, the demons fortify the strength in the God. you would not be able to have a God if you didn't have demons taunting you for many.
I like your sister. She speaks truth
Yeah.
to power.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And then another thing, going back to the mental thing, involved that I was trying to touch upon, but I'm just like workshopping the idea in my head. But I just remember growing up, there was this gentleman, and this always happened. Like there was always somebody who was catching the Holy Ghost, or in church. And I remember there was this one guy that used to always catch the Holy Ghost. Every time when there was like a revival, or if there was like some extended service where people were singing and all this stuff, and he would catch the Holy Ghost, but it was pretty violent the way he would catch it, the Holy Ghost, and he would jump from, he was a small man too, jump from pew to pew, and I was in a big church, so he would like cover the pews, and he was hurting people. He was stepping on people on the pews.
What?
Yeah. He was just going off. I don't want to use the word crazy, but he was going crazy. Like, and then I remember because he would do this for years, but then at some point they would have like a circle, deacons and everybody like would create a circle so that he could do as much damage like he wanted to in that circle. But after a while I was like, is this the Holy Spirit? I don't ever want the Holy Spirit inside of me, please, because I was just like, I don't want that, because he was harming people. And then I remember when I was younger, I was like, this is looking more like a demon. I was just like, I didn't see, like, because he was physically hurting people sometimes, like they would have the medics come and patch people up. But they would just, and it got to a point where whenever we would have these revivals or whatever, like the deacons would put their gloves on, get ready, because they knew that he was gonna act up at some point, and then they would create this circle around him. And then that's how they handle it. My church wasn't a church where they would like cast demons out or anything like that, but they would just like, whoever was catching the Holy Spirit or the demons or whatever, they would just form a circle so that they weren't hurting everybody. And then it was the end. This is like the end. But I remember this one brother, I used to see him because he lived in my neighborhood. Like, so I would see him and he was always walking in a suit. He always wore a suit every day, and it's like a church suit, not like a work suit. It's a church. I don't know if you know the difference between a work suit and a church suit. The church suit always has like the Bible. You always have you were walking around with the Bible underneath your arm. So I used to always see him walking briskly around the neighborhood. And then one day, I was catching the train coming home from school, and I saw him in the train, the doors open. He came in and he was going crazy in the same way in the train, in the cart, the train cart I was in. He was jumping on the like the seats, and people were just watching. He had his Bible in his hand. He was like, and what he was saying was, Jesus is coming soon. That's what he always said. It's like, Jesus is coming soon. And then I was like, I looked at him, he looked at me, and I was like, he looked possessed. Like did he recognize me? I don't know. But then it just made me wonder, like, do the church people know that what happens to him happens outside of the church, and that this man was not okay and he probably needed some help?
The fact that they did not think that he needed help, they had to do a special thing for him whenever the Holy Spirit came, because like it sounds like they didn't have to do this for anybody else in the church.
They did, but he was the one that would cause the most destruction. So there was always a more, the men would come, not just the women, but the men will come around him. So that was a special thing for him. Other people would catch the Holy Spirit, but not cause destruction like the way he did.
Right. And so you would think that they would see that, something different is happening, and that they would, consider that this was a mental health thing, or this man is most likely in psychosis. I'm sure they've had
Mhm.
conversations with him. And when someone's in psychosis, like you can tell when they're in psychosis with their everyday conversation as well, because it doesn't stop at just, them getting the Holy Spirit. They typically believe that they have been chosen and they're here for a mission and they're getting messages directly from the spirit world. Um, and they're talking as if they, are in a different reality, if that makes sense. And so, like, I'm pretty sure they did see it, but they figured that either he really was tapped into God, or that God would heal him, because the church doesn't necessarily believe in psychosis or mental illness, because I think they need people to be, or allow themselves to be sick in their mind, so that they can have these supernatural, what they're calling supernatural experiences, I think. So they would rather that they stay that way. Um, but where is he at now? Like, if he's doing this outside of the church, is he okay? Like, is he still?
I'm removed from that whole church, so
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. That got out before they tried to excommunicate me.
They tried to excommunicate you?
No, I left. They were trying to get me to like register some things, but I just completely, when I moved to another state, I just stopped. They like, I would have deacons and pastors come to my door to try to get me to change like some registration. I don't know what it was, but like I think they were formally trying to probably excommunicate me, or I don't know. I don't know. Yeah.
What, you were asking questions? What were you doing to make them want to excommunicate you?
I stopped going to the church, and my family is very heavily involved in the church, and as a 18, 19-year-old, I just stopped going. So they were concerned about me, just because I wasn't attending anything. And it's a small community where I moved to. So they were always knocking on my door. And I was always upset because I'm like, I'm 19 years old. It's, like, why are grown men coming to my house knocking to speak to me, and I have parents? I always thought it was like very strange. They never sent women, they always sent men. Um and I don't know whether they're gonna try to force me to go back. I really don't know. Like, it was very strange. And the more they sent the men, the more I was like, hell no, I'm not ever going back.
Yeah, that is strange. They sound like that's what J-Dub would do. So SDA kind of sounds like J-Dub, but I heard SDA is a little bit worse than J-Dub. Like, yeah, that's weird.
They sound about equal to me, but SDAs have been jealous of the JWs because SDAs they always wanted to do the door to door, and they do that, but not as established as JWs. But they wanted to be the ones to be known for the door to door. So, but JW got dibs on that.
Not envious of door to door stalkers. That is insane.
Yeah.
Like, we want to be told to get the fuck off their lawn.
Right.
We want to dust our feet off.
hmm Yeah, my father told me, because he's very religious, and he would go to the general conferences and all that stuff. He was going to those conferences at the I don't know, like at the center of it all. But yeah. But yeah, so it just I think that the demons are counterparts of the God.
I agree. They were talking about spiritual warfare, and um, if I look at what they describe as spiritual warfare, it's the God in the Bible, because like Jacob wrestled with what would be a spirit, right? And he's wrestling with what they say is their God or an angel, and it permanently uh, cripples him. That came from their God. That didn't come from a devil.
Well,
Balaam, the donkey, like an angel beat the shit out of a fucking donkey. That came from their God, not the devil. Like, so their spiritual warfare that they think is the devil in this book is actually the God doing all of that.
Wow. That made me think about when you said that, like, when people rebuke you, I think that they literally rebuking someone is like somehow an action of God's power because there's a lot of emotion. When you're rebuking someone, you're like you need you need the bad thing to be in front of you to rebuke you to know that there is a good, that it actually is a, I don't know how, if I'm saying it properly, but it's like the counteraction is proof that the action, like you don't need, it's like the negative is I don't know if I'm trying.
It's their abracadabra. Like they believe that when they say rebuke, something is supposed to happen to the demon.
Right.
Yeah. I see it as their, you know how the magician goes, abracadabra. I think they do think them saying, I rebuke that or I rebuke you does something. I don't think they know what rebuke means.
Mm-hmm. I'm also trying to say, like, those are the tricks of the God, that you can rebuke somebody, you can feel some kind of a sense of resolve by rebuking someone, and look, that is the God's power. Like those are the tricks of the of the God. Like it gives you the make believe power of rebuking, giving you the. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. Like you're saying the God convinced them that that was his power.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But
But that is how the God shows his power,
well,
is with that. Yeah.
well, Jesus, when he says, I rebuke you, he then goes on and reprimand the demon. And then he says, come out. So the way
Mm-hmm.
Jesus used the rebuke is in the right way, right? He's like, don't tell nobody you know who I am. Right. He goes and Jesus rebuked the demon and told him not to speak, to shut his mouth, don't tell nobody who I am. And then he says, come out of him. That's the rebuke, right? But believers think just saying, I rebuke you is that like saying abracadabra. And I think it's the way the pastors teach it, because the pastors use the rebuke the way Jesus does. When the
Mm-hmm.
pastor is rebuking the members. That's why they so fucking scared to question their pastors, to question his authority. Because he'll rebuke them in front of the whole church. Right? He'll call them out, he'll call out what they did, he'll correct it, and he'll do it with authority, like a harsh, authoritative voice. Or even sometimes he'll do it with a soft and caring voice. But the intention is to invoke this shame and embarrassment in front of the whole congregation. And that shows that makes the person feel as if that this person has some authority, right? So then you're afraid to go up against that person again because he's already embarrassed you in front of everybody. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like that's what rebuke does. But the way they teach it, when they tell them to rebuke their demons, they teach them to just say, Satan, the Lord rebuke you in the name of Jesus, because the power is in the blood. Demons tremble at the name of Jesus. So they teach them to just say rebuke instead of teaching them how to actually rebuke a thing. And that, does that make sense? So it in the text, Jesus does rebuke the right way, how rebuke is supposed to be, what rebuke means. Not necessarily that it works, but rebuke means to sternly correct somebody. That's what rebuke means. And that's what Jesus does in the text. But the way preachers teach it is as if it's an abracadabra for the power of the Holy Spirit. So it if anything, it is a trick of the God, but man, the pastors came up with this trick. Does that make sense?
Of course, it
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense, and it's just further proof that, like, first of all, I don't know anything about that Bible, and I learned these, but it's like everything that I was taught, the little that I retained, it's probably wrong because it's extra biblical teachings. So yeah, I told him when I was talking about rebuke, I'm just thinking about how, like, everyday Christians use it. I didn't know that there was a true way that it was written in the Bible. But of course, everything there's like everything that's taught in the church is extra biblical. So, and they don't always go by exactly the word like in the Bible. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
What you explained.
We rebuke our kids. We rebuke every goddamn day. I be rebuking shit, and it's like rebuke is just a regular word, but
Hmm.
they've added this supernatural authority on it for this Holy Spirit, and it does absolutely nothing just by saying I rebuke you. Okay, motherfucker, what the fuck are you rebuking?
They don't even know when they're being rebuked. Hell, a teacher can
Right.
rebuke a student.
Exactly.
So I mean, shit.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna reclaim that word. I reclaimed blessed because now I learned. That's another thing I learned from you, that blessing doesn't is not. I always thought it was in real. Blessing came from a God, but then I remember one day you broke it down. Like it. Yeah. So I've reclaimed that word because I've always liked saying "Have a blessed day" to people. So I'll start reclaiming rebuke. I'll use it in my way. So.
And
Yeah,
then
it's
fuck
a
a,
biblical.
they're gonna fuck a Christian up. Wait, you an atheist? How the hell you rebuking something? Hold on, I gotta go to the
Yeah,
bathroom.
that's
I'll be
just a
right back.
biblical thing. Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
a biblical thing. The biblical this what correct sin or something, or to speak authority or something against
Mm-hmm.
evil or something. That's what the biblical sense of it is.
And you have to understand. I also grew up like Haitian, so probably I would say what was similar to the way I grew up is probably what I hear about like Pentecostal or Kojic, like very very strict, because in Haitians and in Haiti there's like they're 99% religious. It's like less than 1% is atheist, so it's even rarer. It's you know.
I heard you mention voodoo earlier in your
Mhm.
conversation,
Mhm.
and uh, another thing that I studied was voodoo. And did you know that West African voodoo is the only voodoo that is not influenced with Catholic traditions?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I know that
Haitian.
voodoo is very heavily influenced with Catholicism. Well, that's how they had to hide the West African beliefs. They had to hide a lot of those laws or those gods, as you would say it, in the saints and in Catholicism. So because yeah of the colonization.
Well, West African voodoo was centered around healing, protection, community, like honoring
What's that
ancestors.
echo?
I don't know. I heard it
Does it
too.
mean?
I don't
Probably.
know. Can you? Yeah, go. Okay, talk, Nelly.
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me? Is it still
Okay,
echoing?
no, it's gone.
So yeah, it was centered around healing, protection, community, honoring ancestors, and seeking guidance. I have this in my book, so that's why I sound like I'm reading a book, but it's in my book. But yeah, but like Haitian voodoo, it is it has a Catholic influence. Louisiana voodoo also has the Catholic influence as well. Um, and of course, they twisted it, you know, like misconceptions of to make it more like the movies, stuff like that, curses and zombies and dolls used for harm and all that stuff. That's just movie theatrics, really.
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting though. Like anytime we did believe that we were seeing demons, it was always what we saw in the movies. Angels,
Absolutely.
like when they describe angels, it's what they see in the movies. Like it's all Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but like if like Jesus came down, and a lot of people talk about this when they have like NEDs, like they saw a glowing figure coming down from the sky and glowing skin. Like that's scary. I would be scared.
Because they come
Well,
from this book from from Luke writing that Paul saw a blinding light. Royal wins Empire. Give me just a second. I only take one guest at a time. If you are in the guest request, please be patient. We'll get to you in just a second. I appreciate your patience.
but yeah, it's Hollywood. I mean, if you notice, you listen to especially believers and stuff, when you listen to them and they're talking about they seen a demon, you notice they see demons that were seen in movies, like their eyes were black and they're blacked out, and or they had wings, and or their eyes were bloodshot red, and I mean it's just it's crazy to me, when I listen to it, because I know that it came from something that they either heard, uh, uh, and they pictured it in their mind, or it's something that they saw in a movie and they kept it in the back of their mind, to use as a demon or this, that, and the third. If 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 movies didn't exist, let's just say movies didn't exist, and they never dictated how you say that word, dictated, I guess, um a demon to us, uh then how would we describe a demon then? But just like I said, you know earlier, long time ago, but I said that it's funny that when they dictated Jesus, they gave you a realistic character, a realistic human, of course, that looked like them. But then when they dictated Satan or the demon or the devil, they gave you an unrealistic character. So it's kind of weird.
Right,
But
that
the way the devil is portrayed is the characteristics belong to God and Jesus. The
Exactly.
pitchfork, the is Jesus' winnowing fork. Like Jesus is the one with the pitchfork. The darkness, that's Yahweh. The dark clouds, the
Mm.
fire, the throne around fire, that is Yahweh. The
Yeah.
Yahweh's angels are the fiery ones, the seraphim. Like it's literally angels that is fire,
Yeah.
coal around his throne. That is Yahweh, not the devil. The images of their God is what they use to create the image of their devil.
Yeah. Their God is the one who holds the trident, but yet it ended up in Satan's hands for some. It's crazy.
oh yeah, when you had up that the mock-up of what Jesus could have looked like. Oh, talk about that haunted me. That image haunted me for some time. Oh my gosh, just visualizing that face. It's just like that Jesus would never last. Bald-headed, small, meek man, you know, that would not that would we Jesus wouldn't be here for us today if if he really looked like that. Like they had to recreate his image. Yeah.
Listen to this, because you just made me think of. There's this video where this guy makes cartoons, and this one cartoon, he has the mama um, roasting this man that he brought in to her house, and the man is short, not attractive, big ears. Okay, think about the image that the early church fathers said Jesus looked like, and the one that the AI generated. Okay, I don't
Why
know
did
if
you
y'all
bring
seen
this
this.
low altitude emergency into my house? Look at him, standing there like gravity pressed compress and forgot to release. You didn't bring a person, you brought a pocket-sized situation.
That wig has been on your head so long it's applying for residency.
Look at your ears. You look like you can hear tomorrow before it happens. If someone whispers next week, you will respond today. You don't listen, you predict sound. At this point, you are not hearing conversations, you are intercepting the future. Look at your height. This is not short, this is incomplete. Like the builder stopped halfway and said, let's release it. You stand there like growth gave up early. And those ears, those are not ears, those are advanced warning systems. If a problem is coming, you already heard it apologize. If danger moves, you receive the update first. You don't need advice, you already overheard it. Look at your proportions. Your ears finished development. The rest of you is still negotiating. You didn't grow, you paused. You look like a full human, reduced to a preview version. This is not a guest, this is a signal receiver. You don't enter rooms, you get downloaded into them. Look at those ears. If I think loudly, you'll hear it. If silence moves, you'll report it. You don't look like a person, you look like a future alert with legs. Why did you bring
She said, think about the picture of Gollum Jesus. Think about that picture.
Oh my gosh, that is hilarious. I need that in my life. I need that.
She said, you don't walk into a room, you're downloaded in a room.
She said you look like a future alert.
Oh my
She said
goodness.
you so short you look like growth is still negotiating.
Yeah, I was just about to say that one. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
That's wonderful.
That's wild. That is wild.
And the early church father said that Jesus was short, ugly, and ignoble. And that pissed off a lot of men that they described him that way. But that shit is hilarious. And you're right. If he had stayed in that type of description, I don't think they would be so tied to him. They would probably, if he didn't look like Jared Jesus on all these pictures and stuff, they would have already given up. They wouldn't be trying to get to heaven, I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. He, from his description versus what we see as a description of him, they're so far off. It's ridiculous. I mean, he went from zombie looking to Baywatch character.
Right. Yeah. I was having a conversation. I went on Christian Lives many months ago, and because I was listening to them, and they were like, "Please, an atheist. We need another atheist come up." And I went up reluctantly, but they were talking about the Nephilims, and I'm fascinated by those because I did not stay in church long enough to really know about them. But you know what? I'll save that topic for another time when I'll come back when we go back to talking about like how women are portrayed in the Bible. I'll come back up because I definitely have some thoughts about that I want to share.
Okay. Are you sure you
Yeah.
don't want to?
Oh yeah, I can go into it now. It was just off topic.
Well,
but
you're a nerd, so you can go off topic.
Okay. So I was talking to these Christians. They had a panel of like four atheists, and one of the atheists drops, and it was like four Christians, and they just wanted to hear. We were talking about different topics and things like that. So I was listening to them, and they were talking about how dinosaurs weren't real at all. I was like fascinated. I was like, are there really people on this planet that don't believe dinosaurs are real? Like we have their bones and stuff. So then when they asked me to come up, because they were also talking about vividly about the Nephilims and the cherubims, right? And they were saying that the Nephilims are of the offspring of a woman and a cherubim. Is that correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. So then I was asking them how tall, because I remember you mentioning it once. I knew that the cherubims were super tall, and so I said I was asking them, okay, you guys don't believe in dinosaurs, but you believe in cherubims? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, all right. All right, so how tall were these cherubims? And one of them said 400 feet tall, and someone said 800 feet. And I was just like, okay, all right, let me get this straight. Okay, so these cherubims came and they mated with human women and and like a 800-foot, 400 feet tall being mating with a 5'4" human. And then they were like, yeah. And I was like, yeah.
What is in
I
there? What is...
recorded the conversation. I'll share it one day, maybe one day. But I was just like, what? And I was like, okay. How did this happen? And do you think the woman consent, the human women, the woman, did she consent? And they were like, why are you asking about consent?
Why are you asking about consent?
I said, how did it happen? How? And then one of them actually, and I don't know about the Bible, so I don't know what they were telling me it was true or not. And so one of them said, oh, the women were attracted to the cherubim. So of course the blame shifts towards the women.
How did they see them? They were 800 feet tall. Like, what the fuck?
I said,
what can you see 800 feet up in the air? Like, what?
They were dead serious. That's the thing. And that's what made me continue talking with them, because I was like, wowed. And then I said, but how did it happen? Did the woman give consent? Would she have consented to mating with an 800-foot being? And then one of them actually said, well, they would shrink down to size. I was like, that's how it happened.
They would
And I was like, shrink down to mate with the woman because she was attracted to the cherubim. And then that's how they would have the yeah. So I was like,
what
of
the
course.
fuck was she attracted to? A pinky toe? Because that's about all she could fucking see. Like, maybe she thought the pinky toe was a big dick. I don't know. So, like, that doesn't even make any fucking sense. That makes no sense.
And then when I asked the women on the panel, would you guys consent to this? And then they were like, next topic. Like, just like, yeah.
Oh, they didn't want to address that.
Yeah.
So was this men that were saying this stuff?
Yeah, the men were describing
pinky toe pipe, digital Carmen. Put your phone down. Put your phone down. Pinky toe pipe is insane.
That's crazy. But I was just like, wow. But then there's only so long that I can, stay in this realm. And then I was just like, I wanted to share with whatever little information I had. And then I was talking about, like, I don't remember what I was saying about the space or whatever. And then, first of all, they asked me, have I ever seen a dinosaur? I said, I will take you personally to a trip to a museum where we can see dinosaur bones. We can see dinosaurs. We can actually see actual dinosaurs. And they were like, I don't know. It's just like, I don't think it's real. Yeah, it's crazy.
They say, I've heard that story from people saying the dinosaurs really never existed. And the reason why I believe that they say that is because of the facts. The factual evidence shows that there were no humans in the dinosaur era. There just wasn't. And if let's just say it was, if it was humans in the dinosaur era, then they would have been destroyed along with the dinosaurs when that asteroid hit. So it just, I don't know, that story I hear from people saying dinosaurs didn't exist, yet we got the bones, we got skulls, we got fossilized stuff, we got all of these things. But then you can turn around and say Jesus and Moses and John, Luke, and all of these people existed, but yet we can't find no evidence of their existence for as being a human. We just can't. There's just no archaeological evidence. There's no bones. There's no nothing. Just a story.
if the dinosaurs were in the Bible, maybe they would believe it. Like, so.
I mean, it says that the serpent was a dragon. Like, what? Why don't they think that's a dinosaur? Like, it says the serpent had legs and walked. Like, why don't they think that's a dinosaur? I'm so confused. Like, why
Well,
don't they?
I don't know. That's curious because that serpent's been a lot of shit.
Yeah,
He was a
but
snake.
except a dinosaur.
He was a dragon, but not a dinosaur. Wow.
Right. And they also didn't believe that people landed on the moon, and they were like, "Can you actually really see the planets?" And I was like, "Oh my gosh!" I begged them. I said, I didn't want to insult them to ask them if they ever went to university or anything like that, but I told them that the astronomy department of almost every university, you don't have to be enrolled as a student. You can just go and speak to someone in the astronomy department and ask them questions. They will gladly answer questions. They'll help you with materials. You'll be able to audit classes for free. Like please, you can get a telescope. They'll help you with all of those things so you can see the stars, the moons, the planets, and all those things. It was just amazing. And all the while they were they would rather believe in mystical beings. Like, those mystical beings have to exist in order for the God to exist. That's really, the demons have to be real. These other impossible things have to exist in this world, because when you have a mind that when you have an environment where the impossible things exist, then anything can grow. And it's fertile for the wildest thing, the wildest belief.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, um, as we progress and discover new things that we didn't know before, then like I said, it's always the how can I say, the unknown, is what they like to uh, uh, attribute to a god. It's the unknown, and that's all it is, but then when the unknown becomes known, that's when it gets funny.
Right.
Well, because it can't operate at all in the,
Right.
yeah.
Well, thank you so much for letting me up. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank
You did
you.
so well. Hopefully, this won't be
Yeah.
the last time. It's a great
Oh, sounds like
conversation.
anxiety and Dolce songs in
Yeah,
my brain.
you did
Anxiety.
so
But
good.
it was actually really helpful that you didn't have me speak right away, because I was able to breathe. I was like, "Margie, breathe, breathe."
You did really
So
good. Yeah.
thank you so much.
Y-
Alrighty.
All right. Have a good
Um
one.
I'm listening.
All right.
Yay.
Drop me down.
I got you.
I love conversations like that.
Yeah. Royale.
Oh,
Hello, goddess.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can you do me a favor and not refer to me as goddess? I
I
actually
sure can.
don't like that.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Um, I wouldn't say either. I don't know if that makes sense, but
Okay. So I have you been here before? I saw your comment saying that it's been a while since you've been here. Am I?
yeah. It has been a while.
Did you used to come up a lot? I'm trying to
No,
place you.
no, no.
Oh,
I've
okay.
never actually been on your on the panel, but I've been in your lives before.
Oh, okay. So I actually only allow people who are either believers in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing their belief in that God, or atheists on stage to discuss the topics.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't fall
Well,
into those, I would have to drop you back down to the chat.
yeah, I was gonna say if I had to classify, it would probably be deconstructing.
Okay. Are you deconstructing from the God of the Bible, the Christian God?
Yes.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 36.
Okay. And which of these topics did you want to discuss?
Um, would you would I'll go with the first one. Would you have made a different decision than Adam and Eve in the garden? Um, I don't think I would have, honestly. And the reason I don't think I would have is because the person that I am and the spirit that I have, I'm always seeking knowledge. I'm always seeking more. I'm always trying to learn more. I'm sorry. I've been up all day, guys. My apologies. Uh but no, I said I would go with the first one, and I think that if I was in the garden, with the person that I am and the spirit that I have, I probably would have eaten from the tree as well. But that's because the person that I am is constantly seeking knowledge and wanting to know more and wanting to dig deeper. So, no, I
So
don't think I
are
would have made
you
it
under
different.
the impression that the knowledge on the Adam and Eve didn't have any knowledge, or this is specifically the knowledge of good and evil?
Um, as I don't, I don't think Eve, and this is just where I'm starting to believe different, because I know that in the Bible it says that well, and I've read like the book of Enoch a little bit and stuff too. Um and a couple other texts, but I know that it said that it was Adam and Lilith first, and that they were made from the same clay. Lilith left.
Yeah, but I
Um,
don't want to get into the Lilith.
yeah, and
Like on
then Eve was
specific.
made from Adam's
I'm
rib.
sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I sure can.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't want to get into like that. What I'm asking is, are you under the impression that the knowledge that was on the tree of the knowledge of good and evil is symbolic for in that story? Is it a very specific type of knowledge, or is it all knowledge to you? Like any knowledge?
I believe that they had some knowledge. I just believe that it was limited so that they could continue to be controlled.
Limited to what though? Like, what specific type of knowledge were they not allowed to have that they gained from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil?
Um, what knowledge? I don't know. If I'm being honest, I don't know. But I don't know. I just feel like now, and again, I am deconstructing from Christianity, and I know a lot of it I feel was to keep us um, under wraps and keep us controlled and keep us of one mind. But and because of that, I feel like their knowledge would have been limited. Um, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly what
Well, the,
knowledge.
the tree is the knowledge of good and evil, right? So not the tree of the knowledge of biology, the tree of the knowledge of God, or the tree of the knowledge of history,
Mm,
science, right? It's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And so good and evil pertains to morality, or
hmm
right, like the being able to decide what is moral or immoral for yourself, like critically thinking,
hmm
um, having the
And
wisdom to experience.
so in some ways, the knowledge of choice.
No, no. Because they could make choices, right? Like
Yeah.
it's not the ability to do a thing, right?
Mm-hmm,
It's the ability to critically think about or assess or
mm-hmm,
do to be aware, right? Aware of self, aware of your actions, and to decide and reason, right? Use logic regarding your actions, your thoughts, things that
Mhm.
commands that you are receiving, whether those
Mhm.
things are morally good or
Or bad for
morally
you.
evil to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Why,
Mm.
why do you think a God would command his creation not to gain the ability to decide or uh, critically think about morality?
I mean, if they don't have the ability to think critically, they they only know. I mean, they really don't know anything other than what they're told. Um, yeah, I feel like it's mostly about control.
Right. But why would he not want the humans that he wants to control to know, to decide whether their moral, right, their actions or behaviors or his commands are morally good or morally bad to do, to follow? Even their
Mm.
own behaviors. Like, why would he not want them to be able to assess their own behaviors as if and decide whether the their own behaviors or the free will that believers believe that he gave humans, why would he
Mm.
not want them to know or decide whether their own actions from their own free will is morally good or morally evil?
Mm. Uh, mm. I mean, I guess if you don't have a a a a a, a, a compass as to what's good or what's bad, you can't necessarily feel bad about anything that you're doing
Right.
or anything that's being done to you per se.
Right, because it says they lacked shame, right? So they didn't
Hmm.
have this knowledge, they lacked shame, they had free will according to believers, right? So the book doesn't say they had free will, but I'm adding that because believers say that their
Right,
God gave them free will.
for
So
sure.
Adam has free will. If he slaps the shit out of Eve in the garden, he lacks shame for what he just
Hmm.
done. Why would the God not want his humans to know that if they hit and caused harm to another human, that is whether that is morally good or morally evil to do? Why would he command them not to gain that type of knowledge?
I have no, now that I'm thinking about it from this particular perspective, I don't know.
Yeah, like if we think about
I mean, I guess I could
I'm
kind of
sorry,
see
hello,
it. I'm
hello.
sorry. My apologies.
No.
Go ahead.
If we think about okay, so he built his chosen people, right,
Hmm.
and turned them into a, military, a militia.
That's what I was thinking.
Mhm. And he commands them to do his will, which is to build his kingdom on earth and go
Hmm.
throughout the nations, right? And become a light unto the nations
For
so
sure.
that the nations are bowing down to him under the authority of his chosen people.
Hmm.
And so if he says, go and annihilate, take over this land, if you are someone that critically thinks and goes, wait, there are babies inside of there. Why am I killing babies?
Hmm.
How do you know they're gonna be evil when they grow up? Like that what about repentance? Like that wait, they can't change? Wait, is their blood seared? Like you're asking all kind of questions before you go and do this command. And think about like when they first went in there to spy, they come back and they're asking all of these questions. They're like, them motherfuckers is huge. Like we're like
Hmm.
grasshoppers to them. And he gets mad, right? And he curses them to the wilderness for 40 years just for like even noticing that and being afraid. And so for without the ability to critically think, without the ability uh to say that's immoral to me, right? Or I'm scared, I have fear, or I'm ashamed, then you just obey, right? You just
Right.
do. And he doesn't have to wrestle with you.
Yeah, and that was something that I was thinking earlier when I was kind of like struggling trying to figure out exactly what to say. I was thinking because I know now I myself I was trying to enlist for a while when I was younger. And I went through, JROTC and all that stuff. And that was kind of what I was thinking when were asking the question, why else outside of control? That was kind of what I was thinking. It's like, okay, well, it's given military. Um, and even within, the military, you can stand up to your superiors, but there's severe consequences that come with it. Um, so that was kind of my thinking. I just don't feel like I had the words to put it together the way that you did, but that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Um, well, I don't have any other questions. Nelly, do you have anything?
No, I'm good.
Well, I definitely thank you for coming up, Royal.
No problem. Thank you so much.
All right, have a good one. Not that Bible Jason with the $5 super chat says Old Testament demons controlled by Yahweh, and Satan on his council. New Testament demons are all scared of Jesus, Yeshua. Now Christian demons are gays and women that read goofballs. I fucking love that super chat because it's the damn it truth. It is the truth. They started out on his team and now they run from him. Millie, are you in the guest box on purpose or on accident? And now they are the LGBTQIA community and women and sometimes children. Manisha, are you in the guest box on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, Kenny, but accident on purpose. HSA. He is asleep. I think a lot of people are asleep. I didn't see enough people laughing at that video. Because that shit was funny. There's no fucking way they sat here and listened to that and did not laugh. Like, it's difficult. Yeah, like it's very difficult doing the overnight. When we were smaller, we had more interaction. I'm not liking that people come in here and park and sleep. I'm gonna have to change it, unfortunately. Hey Kenny,
Good morning, Thinker. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I came up today to talk about number one, and I wanted to ask you how you felt about something I was thinking about this topic.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so and on that topic with Adam and Eve, right? Eve ate the apple, whatever, whatever, right? But I'm on the understanding that God gives directions, right? And that's it. It's final. So it seems like everybody goes past Genesis 1, where he told them to eat everything, eat of everything. There was no restrictions on anything in Genesis 1. The restrictions came in Genesis 2. So what order do you follow? The orders from Genesis 1 where you can eat from everything and whatever, or Genesis 2 where you have restrictions?
Right. So we know that these stories were not written in chronological order, right? Genesis 2 was
Oh,
written first.
oh, I
Genesis
didn't know
1,
that.
yeah, Genesis 2 was written first by the monotheistic Judites in the South. And then Genesis
Okay.
1 was written centuries later by the Eloistic Israelites in the North. And so,
Oh, that
yeah,
makes sense now. Yeah.
yeah. But,
So the original order was not to eat from the tree.
well,
And the second order,
the people that wrote Genesis 1 had never even heard of Adam and Eve. Like, if
mm,
you notice, the northern kingdom doesn't really talk about the Davidic kingdom. They don't mention David and like the northern kings, they don't mention David. Elijah does not mention the Davidic kingdom at all, or any allegiance to this kingdom in the south, this Solomonic kingdom in the south. So the even the idea that they were a united kingdom under David is challenged because there's no record, right? Um, Nothing in history that actually stands up to the claim that they were once this united kingdom, united under David and Solomon, because the North was a prominent kingdom even before the Davidic kingdom. The northern Israelites were more successful. They were larger. They were more educated. And right before Cyrus came in and conquered them, they were about to reach full statehood. At that time, the kingdom in the north was an unheard of small kingdom. The population was probably about 2,000. The majority of the people were illiterate at that time. They were still, sheep herders living far apart from each other, and they had no influence. Like they were not really heard of. So like the fact that the Davidic kingdom would be bowing down, I mean the northern kingdom, who was large and had urban centers, agriculture, uh um architecture, like they were a prominent kingdom, and they would be bowing down to this little unheard of kingdom in the south makes no sense. But the the writers of the north had not even read or heard of this Adam and Eve story at the time that that was written.
So that makes a little bit more sense than. But like if like a lot of Christians don't have 1/10 of the knowledge that you have right there, right? So having the knowledge that you have, it makes sense. But just on a basic level, it seemed like to me, it would seem like to me that was two different instructions, or two,
Yeah,
if you
but
reading it the way front to back, right?
yeah, but the way believers are taught it is that Genesis 1 is the God speaking everything into existence, and Genesis 2 is him actually doing it. Right? So he's speaking his plan in Genesis
Hmm.
1, and Genesis 2 is him actually building it and carrying it out. And then the story goes on from there.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That mean none of it makes sense, but I guess that would make more sense, because I was just wondering why everybody was skipping over Genesis 1. It seems like everybody was skipping over Genesis 1, but I had no idea Genesis 2 was written first. So
Yeah.
now that would make sense. It would be like Genesis 2 is really Genesis 1.
Right. So like
And
we'll bring up the fact that in Genesis 1, the male and female were created at the same time on the same
at the same
day.
time.
But in
Yep.
Genesis 2, they're created on different days, and then man is created first. And they'll always say Genesis 1 is where he speaks it into existence. This is all spiritual. And Genesis 2 is the actual breakdown of how he did everything. Like that's what they they say. And then we get
Yeah.
into how that's not even uh
The, the book
possible.
God just ain't good with communications. Like his communication skills is in the basement.
Hmm.
I don't think he really gets his whatever the point he's trying to get across. He goes the roundabout way to do it. So I don't understand how anybody can follow his directions because he'll change them on you. So that's it. I've been thinking about that question for a minute, and ever since I've always been a doubter, right? I don't know if that's a category that you respect or whatever or acknowledge, but I was always a doubter from a kid, and it seemed like the more I read the Bible, the more doubts I had. Like I became a bigger atheist by learning the Bible more, and I don't know if that's weird or if that's a normal pattern with people, but
Yeah,
I
it's
can't
just
understand how.
it's just you being a skeptic. That's what that means. That you were always skeptical of what you were being taught.
right? But then you read it and then you see, okay, this is why I was skeptical,
Mm-hmm.
and then coming to places like this and you like finding you guys was like a big, I don't know if you want to call it a weight off of my shoulder, because I really thought that I was strange, you know what I mean? Because everybody seemed like believes in this stuff and I didn't, and I thought that I was out, a one out of a million, you know. And finding you guys was like a big weight off of my shoulder. Like, okay, I'm not that strange, it's other people that think like me, or other people that actually think, because these folks clearly don't think, and I don't want to be in that category with them.
Yeah, they're
So
actually encouraged to not think. Yeah.
absolutely, it seems like their God is mad at them if they think, like the free will thing, right? How is it free will if you get punished at the end of it? Like if I do something outside of God's will, I'm going to get punished. So free will is AKA God's will, because anything else is unacceptable. So it's not really free will.
Well, they see the punishment as a consequence because they don't necessarily know the difference or understand the difference between consequences and punishment. So we spend a lot of our time defining words for them because they're taught on a very surface level, and we saw that today in Mama Bash's live. The way when the pastor came up and he mistakenly thought that he was talking to people who were unlearned in the book, and he just gave his spiel, and it was so surface level, right? And so it was filled with feel good words, instead of actual uh, depth. And so when we started poking at what he was saying, he couldn't contend any further, and he ended up running from the stage. And so the way they're, yeah, it's very shallow. The way that they are fed this is from a very shallow place. So they don't necessarily think that a punishment is against free will because they see it as consequences. They're like, free will doesn't mean there's no consequences. If you bring up the fact that if you don't choose this God, there's punishment of hell.
And by you saying all of that, it still sounds like it's not free. Like no matter how you slice it, it's not free. It's
No,
his.
no, you're right. What I'm saying is
Yeah.
they don't see that because
Right.
they
No, I
don't know
know.
the
I know.
difference between consequence and punishment.
Right. Right. And sometimes I wonder, like, what are you guys listening to? What are you reading? Because I read something and I see it and I have an understanding. I'm thinking I have an understanding of it. I read English. So if it says something in English, I should have a good understanding of it. It's just like my understanding of the words is different, and thousands of other Christians' understanding of the word is different. It's like it seems like this book makes people forget what words are. Like they lose. Oh, well, what does that mean? What does death mean? What does this mean? And it's like, okay, this word meant the same thing all your life, but in this conversation, you've forgotten what the word means. And it seems like they do that a lot. They forget what they actually, well, what does that really mean? What does this word really mean? And it's like, it's the same word that is meant all your life.
Well, I
Why is
think
it
it's
different now? Because we're having a conversation.
because, like, I don't know if you've ever heard me read the apocryphal uh, text of John the Baptizer, and in that um, text, it's apocryphal. It's not canonical. Before any believers start losing their shit in the chat, but
Mm.
in that version of John the Baptist baptizing Jesus, he gives Jesus a test. And he proposes three questions to Jesus, and he says, if you can answer these questions, then I will baptize you. Because Jesus is asking him to baptize him uh, by the name that he invokes, like the unspeakable name that he invokes. And John is like, no, I'm not baptizing you because you are a deceiver. You are leading the Israelites away. And he says, if I give you this test and you answer the answers correctly, he says, I'll baptize you. And when Jesus answers John the Baptist by redefining words, right?
Mm.
Yeah. So he kind of like in one, he's like, what is a virgin? How can a virgin get their virginity back or something like that? And he says, Jesus says, he redefines what a virgin is, bringing in like life after death and or whatever. Like he plays around with each word in order to arrive at a successful answer. That's what believers do. I saw a believer on Bars Live. Lords was talking to this believer, and Lords was asking her questions, and she kept um, deflecting by redefining the thing. Right? Like what is she answered with plausibility instead of definition, right? And that's the same thing Jesus did in John the Baptizer. And that tells me that whoever wrote John the Baptizer in antiquity recognized how early followers of Jesus played around with definitions and redefined words or deflected whenever logic was presented to them about whatever claims they were proposing even at that time for them to put that into that story.
Thinker, you are awesome. I'm glad you bring me up on this stage. I listen to you every day. I'm not going to take up no more of your time because you got business to take care of, very important business out here in these streets. So I just want to say thank you again for being you, and thank you for this platform. And I'm gonna jump off now, and thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you for coming up, Kenny. I hope you have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
Hmm. Kalechi, I see you, K9.
Join.
Kalechi,
I'm just listening. Yeah,
hi, how are
sorry
you?
about that. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm currently at work, but I usually listen to your live, so I kind of minimized the app, so I don't know how I joined you guys.
Okay. Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist? And what is your age?
Oh, no, no, no. I'm an atheist, but I'm saying
Oh, you
I'm
came up
just
on
listening.
accident?
Yeah, it's an accident.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, no worries. Have a good day,
Thank you.
okay?
You too.
All
Bye.
right, bye. Hey, K9Q, how are you?
Hey, what's up, Banker?
Not
Um,
much.
yeah, I ain't talked to you in a minute, but I just real excuse me, real quick on on the picture I sent it, and I kinda I I was going to I didn't put my real address on it, and I got your message, but I kind of felt like I was gonna be kind of lame if I put my real address because you could pull up on me. I would love if you just pulled up at my house. So it ain't that I didn't want you to know my address, but I felt like that wasn't the right way to do it. So I put a different address on it, and then I got your message about how the box changed and everything. So I have no idea what the picture is now. I really want you to have it, but that's just on that. But
So maybe check the post office that you
uh,
you sent it through. I don't check people's addresses. I wouldn't pull up
uh,
on anybody. But
uh,
the PO box that you sent it to my PO box did change, and so
uh-huh,
they're not going to. It's the same address but a different PO box, and so
uh-huh,
they won't accept it if the PO box is wrong, and they'll just
uh-huh.
send it back through the post office. And so maybe check the post office that you sent it from to
Okay,
see if they have it.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. That's the start. That's the start. And the other question kind of is, you know how much I admire, how much I value your opinion, and it's just like with the knowledge that you have and everything. Are you more like the humanist part? Are you doing what you do more for humanity, or for yourself? Because like I talked to you about the the nihilist kind of thought, and you're so right about everything you say that it's kind of hard to find value in all this fakeness that's in this world. So it's like now I find myself just trying to make my own self happy and saying content within my own mind, because I feel like the world is going to be what the world is going to be, and that I don't believe in no God controlling it, I'm an atheist, so I don't believe in all that. But for the drive that you're a soldier, what drives you to do what you do when it just seems so, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, what's the use when I feel like it's the world? I'm not fearful of what's going to happen to me when I pass or whatever, this and that. So I'm happy with my life. And I feel like that's the only thing I can kind of do is just try to be content and happy within my life. And that's it. But you help so many people. What's the difference?
So I can't find I can't define life for another person or purpose of life for another person. And what drives me and my motivation, like that's for me, right? I will say that everything that I do is usually, you know, I try to focus on what impact am I going to make on the people that what I decide to do is going to impact, right? So it's always, for me, it's always bigger than myself, but I can't define that for you. Like you have to, you know, figure that out for yourself. If your life is worth living it for humanity, or if your life is only worth living it for yourself. Like that's something you have to figure out for you. And then I think that people try to fake that a lot, and they end up either failing at that or finding it to be a burden because it's not really who they are. But honestly, I'm just being me. And being me has always been about uh, about other people as well. So like I don't know. I guess I'm not sure how to answer that for you because I don't expect anybody to do something just because I do it. I'm doing what I want to do, and uh, I'm how I feel that I can enact change in the world that I live in, the change that I would love to see, right? And so, I mean, that's all that. I guess that's the best way that I can answer that, but I can't define that for another human.
Totally understandable. And I wasn't trying to get you to, I just wanted, I'm a real short, I'm in and out. I just kind of wonder, you such an inspiration that I just was trying to figure that out. That's how, what I'm
Yeah,
saying
let me
that,
say,
and I
like
know you so
yesterday,
empathetic. Go ahead.
yesterday I had my meeting with my CTO, right? Mind you, I have never like had a personal motivational conversation with my CTO, but he said yesterday, he said, like I was telling him about something that my daughter was going through, and he said, why don't you let her see the side of you that I see? He said, the side of you that motivates me every day. He said, you've motivated me to come out of some of the toughest times of my life. And I said, what? Because I ain't never talked to my CTO about personal things in his life. I didn't know he was going through anything. When we meet about the company, the product, the goals. Like we do not talk about personal stuff. And guess it was the first time. And that's because I had to miss the last meeting. I had to reschedule the last meeting. And I was just explaining to him why I had to reschedule the last meeting. And when he said that, Like it literally shocked me because whenever I show up, I'm just showing up as myself and just being me. And I think people watch you and they take from how you live what they feel is valuable, right? And so like it's not that I'm setting out like, oh, let me, and I'm not a spiritual guru, Leviticus tech degree, but it's not that I'm setting out to be like this, you know, motivational or spiritual guru. I don't even like motivational speeches. I like whenever I do give keynotes, I say transformational speaker because my goal, if I'm invited to speak somewhere, I'm going to my keynote is going to have actionable steps. And when I'm done, the person is going to, be able to identify the problem and they're going to have actionable steps for how to uh, either fix that problem or execute on something. I'm not there to make people feel good. And then, they just feel like rah, rah, sis, kumbah. And then when they leave, they don't know how to fucking fix shit. And so that's why I'm a very focused person because the, the goal is to identify, right? And create a plan and then give strategies on how to execute, right? And that's just how I've always been and who I am. And it doesn't mean that you will not fail because I have failed a fucking lot. But I've always been the type to get up and learn from my failures, regroup, and continue to build and pivot, as much as I need to. But I think that people will watch. Like I don't think there's anything wrong with living life, for yourself. People will watch and people will pick from or learn from you what they see valuable. And if you're feeling like you have this nihilistic approach to life, I think asking yourself whether life for you is just about you or is it about the world that you live in. And then if there is anything, if there's parts of you that you would like to leave behind in the world that you're in, even if it's in just your immediate circle, does that make sense? And begin working on creating that legacy for yourself to change the world in that way. Does that make sense?
It totally makes sense. And that's right. I wasn't really seeking an answer for my own personal gain. I was more interested, in your thought process because I just value your thought process. So I am totally content in my feelings and my beliefs and it's like I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going through nothing. I am totally, but it's just like, am I supposed to be just content with myself or am I supposed to be trying to change the world type thing? And like you said, you just do what naturally comes and that makes sense. I don't have to try to do either. I would just kind of, I just value your opinion. And that's why, like I say, I don't need to be up long. It's just sometimes, and then just to kill the time and kind of, but it's certain things that I think when I'm listening to you that it just makes me ask certain questions. I'm totally peaceful. You've done so much for me and so many other people, and I could go on and on about that. But I just was wondering, like, after you, like I said, after you get so content in your life, the only thing you can kind of do is try to help somebody else. What I'm saying, type thing. Because I'm not worried about. I'm not saying nihilistic in a negative way. I'm nihilistic in like I don't worry about nothing. I don't care. When I die, I die. This and that. I care about the people I care about. I love. I want to be good to people and this and that. But I'm saying, am I supposed to be trying to change the? Should I be trying to? and I was just wondering, was you like you said, and you answered it? No, you just being you. You're not trying to change nothing in the world. You just being you. So you totally answered my question. I just wanted to hear it from your opinion on it.
Well, I didn't say that I'm not trying to change anything in the world. Like, I want to be the change, right, that I want to see in the world,
Okay, I'm
right?
sorry. I hate to put words in your mouth. Sorry.
Like, what you see is who I am. They're like, and I say this a lot, like, I am what I am. When I cuss a motherfucker out, that's who the fuck I am, right? Like, when I'm being empathetic, that's just who I am. I am what I need to be at any given moment in time. At any given, if I need to be fucking loud and wretched, that's what the fuck I am at that moment, at that moment in time. That doesn't mean that I don't practice self-control. I don't do risk assessments in my mind and to keep myself from uh doing harmful shit. I do. Because my goal is to not cause harm um to myself or to anyone else in the world. Because I genuinely want to leave the world as much as I can, as much as of an impact that I can make, leave the world in a better place than when I arrived, right? It doesn't mean that I'm going to fix big ass systems. Like it doesn't mean that um, there won't be issues when I die. It means for me that the way that I use my life and my time is to be as impactful as I can in the areas where I'm allowed to be. Right. If I go into a room, into a house, a dirty house, and I'm only in that room, then my ass is gonna clean that room up. Right. With whatever cleaning materials I have at my disposal, I'm gonna use and I'm gonna clean the room up as much as I can. Because that's where I am and that's where I'm impactful. But the rest of the house might be dirty because I don't have access to the rest of the house. I may not have the tools, right, to clean the rest of the house, and it may be somebody else may be more equipped to clean the other rooms in the house. And if I am allowed to, if I can lend a hand to the other person that is more qualified than me to clean this house, then that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to find myself doing if I'm put in that position. But that's me. I'm not saying other people have to be that. That's just who I am and how I am. Does that make sense?
You know, always make sense. You always make sense, and your ability to read every that was all about. Your ability to read every situation is commendable. I ain't gonna put you on the pedestal like this now, but you know how I feel about you. You got your mind is amazing. So that's all I got to say about it. I just wanted to come up and just kind of touch base with you for a little bit because I hadn't talked to you in a while. But you heard me thinking. So have a good one.
Well, I appreciate that. Don't keep me on that pedestal too long. I appreciate you.
Holla.
All right, have a good one.
Hi,
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. What about yourself?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please, for TikTok purposes?
I am 24.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Um, that's a hard one. I feel like I'm in the middle of believer in deconstructing. But what exactly do you mean by deconstructing?
Deconstructing means that you could still be a believer in a specific belief system, but you're tearing it down to analyze it. You're conducting research. You're thinking critically about what it is that you believe about yourself, about the world, about the God that you believe in. You're asking whether it's logical, whether it's true, whether it's right, whether it's harmful or helpful, and then you're doing away with the things that do not align with who you want to be, right, as a person. And then you either some people, when they're deconstructing, they arrive at a lack of belief in the God, like they do away with the belief system, or
Mhm.
they reconstruct it in a more healthier way.
Okay, yeah, I would say I'm like in the middle of deconstructing and believer then.
Okay,
Like
there are 4
half and half.
topics on the board. Which one did you want to discuss?
I actually wanted to discuss the last topic. I was actually speaking about this with my mother a few days ago, because I actually have, whether people believe in it or not, I actually have the spiritual gift that I've had since I was a little kid to like speak to spirits and things like that, whether it be angelic, deceased people, whatever the case may be. And I was expressing to my mom that in the middle of like the midst of me having that gift, um, I've personally, in my opinion, I wouldn't say like not in my opinion, but I've only really had like 2 demonic encounters, and it really had nothing to do with me. And basically what I found out is with a lot of people, the reason why believers I would say are hunted or taunted by demons is because of like them speaking to people about things that they have going on, in a sense. Like, have you ever heard that saying that things typically go right until you tell somebody what you have going on?
No.
Oh, well, I mean, for some people, in some people's personal lives, a lot of the times when they tell people things that they have going on, they feel as though because they told somebody, they kind of like got messed up, in a sense.
But what do demons have to do with that?
So that's what I was gonna get into. So basically, a lot of the times, the reason why believers feel like they're being taunted by demons is because they're like telling people what they have going on in their lives. When you look at the Bible,
Are you
a
there?
demon is
Can
still a fallen
you
angel.
cut out on me? Can you I heard when people are haunted and taunted by demons, and then you cut out.
Can you hear me now?
Hmm.
So typically, like, a demon is still a fallen angel regardless of them being labeled as demons. In the Bible, a demon cannot do things without being commanded to do it. When you look at God and the people in the Bible, demons were not allowed to do things without you telling them what to do. So when you tell individuals what you have going on, when you're really supposed to be silent about it and keep it within your mind and not tell people, a lot of the times people end up having these quote unquote demon encounters because they're telling their lively goals and things to people, to individuals that are speaking ill will on them, and then that gives demons free range to do things in their personal lives.
But I guess I'm a little bit confused because one, the fallen angels in your Bible are chained up. So that would mean that angels are still falling in heaven, and I would need to know how the hell that's happening. Two, your Bible says to write a plan, make it plain, hang it on the wall so that everybody can see. And so that goes against what your God says to do, to keep it to yourself. And I don't know how a person can, you know, if they are, starting a business or whatever, how they can keep the business plan to themselves. Um, Marketing is uh, a part of that plan. So you have to market yourself as the owner around different entrepreneurial um, uh, networks, so that you can network.
But what
And
do you mean?
I'm
What do
sorry,
you mean by chained? I never.
plans,
Oh, I'm sorry.
making plans, right? If you said that if you have plans, you're supposed to keep it to yourself, and when you tell people, demons, I guess, can hear it or whatever. Um, when you have plans, you have to one, you have to it's good to write the plan down, but also you have to communicate that plan to the people who are going to be a part of helping that plan come to fruition. Even if it's building a house, right? You communicate that plan to your builders, you're communicating that plan to your loan officers, you're communicating that plan to your family. So you're speaking these plans. You're not keeping them inside of you. My last question was going to be like, are you saying that because you speak the words out loud, demons can hear? And then it's the demons that are making things go bad, or the people who are hating on you go and do something
So when
like you're telling it
individuals
to
are telling their
hold on
right, and
hold on okay
no, I mean,
hold on
I'm sorry.
the way this works, right? Like you and I can't talk at the same time. I'm neurodivergent. I really do not like when people interrupt me. I'm almost done because I was getting ready to ask you a question. Okay. um what I was getting ready to ask is, are you saying that speaking the plan out loud allows the demons to hear your plans and therefore they're messing it up in the spiritual world? Or are you saying that people are telling their plans to the wrong people and those people are doing things to mess up your plans? Like, what do you mean when you say that you should keep
Yeah,
it within
the
yourself?
second part. The second part. People telling their plans to the wrong people, and then those individuals speaking ill will on them, and then that's giving, I guess, per se, the quote unquote demons a way to ruin their plans.
Okay, I'm still confused because like if you tell your plans to a hater and then that hater goes and starts gossiping and telling people not to do business with you. Let's say you tell them, "Hey, I'm gonna start a business, blah blah blah." Then that hater goes and starts telling people that they shouldn't do business with you. Your products aren't good. I knew this person ever since she was a child, blah blah blah. Right? Then that would be that human doing something, not a demon. And I'm still, because it sounds like you combined both by saying that the demon is doing something in the spiritual realm and the human is doing something on earth. So what is it that a demon can do?
I mean, well, I mean, are we like speaking? Because I'm kind of like more so speaking solely on the Bible. Like, if we were to take the Bible out of it, then you would be correct in that stance. But I'm more so speaking on like the logic from the Bible.
Right. In the Bible, the God would send a demon or an evil spirit to make somebody lie. Right? That's the 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 God directing demons to do things. What I'm asking you is like you say that you've encountered two demons.
Yeah, or humans. I mean, if you tell a demon to go do something, then they would have to listen because that's what their creation is made based off of. They could only
But
do things if you tell them to do things or it's stated out loud
but
to the wrong people, at least.
but who is instructing the demon?
Either a person or God.
Okay. And so I've never seen a demon. I've never seen a demon. Every time someone says, "Oh, that's a demon," they're always talking about a human being and are claiming that the
I
demon
agree.
I'm sorry. Please do not cut me off, okay? Thank you. They're always talking about a human and they're claiming that the actions of the human being is caused by a demon. So I've never seen a demon. I don't know anybody who's actually seen a demon except you're telling me that you have. And so I'm asking what exactly uh, is the demon doing to mess up people's plans?
Um, I mean, I don't,
Maybe let me ask this way.
like
How
I
did you
said,
encounter the demons? Was it inside of humans or did you encounter the demon itself?
no, I've never, it would, no, I don't believe, like me personally, I don't believe in that whole humans can be possessed by demons nonsense. If anything, like they could be influenced, but I've personally never met somebody that had like a demon inside of them. I don't even like use that as an excuse with people, because people can make their own decisions, and although I agree that those decisions could be influenced by the spiritual realm in people, I don't believe that people can have demon possessed or have demons inside of them.
So you disagree with the Bible there then?
Not necessarily, no.
Well, in the Old Testament, when your God removes his spirit from Saul and replaces it with an evil spirit that causes Saul to go mad, right? Causes him to have these headaches. What is it that you think your God did there?
I'm sorry, repeat what you said.
When your God removes his spirit from Saul and replaces it with an evil spirit that causes Saul to go mad and have headaches and tries to kill David. What is it that you think your God did there by removing his spirit and replacing it with an evil spirit?
I guess changing the influence.
When it says God took his spirit from Saul and replaced it with an evil spirit, you think that's just influence?
I mean, I don't really want to speak on that story because I haven't read it in full context. So I don't want to like be ignorant and give like my opinion on that, and I haven't read the full story yet.
I agree. I think that's a very smart thing to do. But you're making a blanket statement about demons, and then you originally said that you're basing your conversation on the Bible. And so if you haven't really read or studied how demons or evil spirits are used in the Bible, then how can you say that you don't believe demons possess when this Bible says they do?
I mean, you're not wrong, but I more so spoke on my personal experience and how I felt about it personally based on my experiences.
Yeah, but do you remember just now you said if we take the Bible out of it, you said you're speaking about, you know, this as it pertains to the Bible. And then you said if we take the Bible out of it, then I could see what you're saying, but I'm basing this on the Bible. But now it sounds like you're saying you're basing it on your personal experience and not the Bible.
I'm sorry.
Which one? It's okay. Which one do you want to have the conversation on, the Bible or your personal experience with communicating with demons?
I don't know, because I need to backtrack for a second, because the reason why I said that, it was one particular statement that you had stated that I would personally agree with you, but that's why I said, like, if we're just going to go solely based off the Bible, then I would agree with that. But if I was going to take your stance on things, then I would agree with you. But because I felt like we were having a biblical conversation, then that's why my answer was that answer.
No, I didn't give you a biblical conversation. I didn't. I said if you tell your plan to a hater, and that hater goes and starts gossiping about you and saying, don't buy products from her, their products are bad, I've known her since she was a kid, then that would be telling your plans to the wrong person. And that would be why your plans got messed up. And then I asked, what does a demon do? And you said, well, if we're basing it, if we take the Bible out of it, then I can agree with you on that. But you said, I'm basing mine on the Bible. That was the example that I gave you. So, how is my example a biblical example?
No, I said that it basically wasn't a biblical example. That's
Right.
what I was saying. What I was more so what so the reason why I said that, right? Because from a biblical standpoint, right, you would tell people your wrong plans, and then whether they went around saying something or not, they could think negatively about it or speak negatively about it, not necessarily like spread rumors to sabotage your business. But in the Bible, it says that life and death lies in the power of the tongue, right? So even if an individual is not going around and they're spreading rumors about it, but they sit there with a friend or a parent, or they think ill will or speak ill will about that, and it's not necessarily sabotaging the business because they're speaking about it personally through a peer, then that would be biblical. But I feel like what you said was more so like a human just being a terrible person and purposely going out of their way to sabotage someone's business and like send negative reviews and things like that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. But you said if we take the Bible out of it, then I can agree with you. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the Bible. So if you want to remove the Bible now, I'm going to ask my question again. Because remember, the whole reason we're here is that you claim that demons can mess up plans because you spoke them out loud. And you're supposed to keep the plans to yourself. And I'm asking, what can a demon do to your plans? Because if you are telling your plans to the wrong person and that person goes and sabotages your plans, you would either have to be saying that that person is possessed by a demon, which you don't believe, or influenced by a demon to do that, right? Uh, Um, and then I would have to ask, like, how do you know that this person was influenced by a demon and that this person just wasn't a horrible person, or this person just really don't like you, and you just told your business to the wrong person? Like, I don't see a demon in that.
Yeah, I don't fully disagree with that point, no.
So how do demons mess up plans then? Because that was your original statement.
Um, I think it just depends. Like I said, I think that there's a difference between somebody like gossiping and speaking ill will on your business and compare like actually going out of their way to like sabotage your business and like send bad reviews and things like that.
But where is the demon? How do demons mess up your plans is what I'm asking.
I think it more so goes with you saying something out loud, saying something negative out loud, and then it following through.
How is that a demon? How is that a demon? But someone saying something negative, why is that a demon? Why isn't it just that that person said something negative?
So like if I am going around, if I'm saying something because like based on the Bible, again, like life and death lies in the power of the tongue, right? So you if there's an individual that is speaking ill will on you or speaking negative or having negative thoughts about you, and those negative thoughts follow through, or what they're saying negatively about you follow through, I'm saying that that could somewhat be a demon doing that.
You're saying somewhat. What is your evidence that a demon is involved in that just because someone speaks negatively? Like if someone speaks positively about you, then that's an angel or you're a god?
I mean, based on like biblical context, yeah, I would say so.
I think this is you're making the claim, right, that you've engaged with demons. I've asked several times, what do demons do in the spiritual realm? And like you're just talking about human beings saying things, and you're saying that could be a demon, that could be God, but you don't have any definitive evidence for either. And like what I see a lot of believers do, if if they pray for something and that thing happens, they say God did it. If it doesn't happen, they say they either didn't have enough faith, the devil is attacking them, or it wasn't your God's will, right? And so it's typically like these post hoc rationalizations, retroactively attributing the human's actions or experiences to either a god or a demon.
Yeah, I don't so let me say this about myself, right? Because like I said, I am speaking from a biblical standpoint, and I'm not necessarily speaking from my standpoint. I don't disagree with you, and the reason why I don't disagree with that fact, like I said, because I do have that spiritual gift. That spiritual gift, a lot of the times, it's not demons, it's people. And that was one of the things that I told my mom before. A lot of the times, it's people that is doing things to people, and people are wishing ill will upon people. A lot of the times, it is people. I don't disagree with that point. But when I have conversations like this and I'm speaking about the Bible, I like to just keep it on the Bible and keep my personal opinions out of it. But if I'm putting my personal opinions on it and my personal experiences, no, I don't disagree with you at all.
So if I were to say that your confusion is a demon causing you to contradict yourself, because just a minute ago, you don't know how demons are portrayed in the Bible because you haven't studied that. And you said that you didn't want to base it on the Bible, you wanted to base it on your personal experiences. Now you're saying you want to base it on the Bible and not your personal experiences. And to me, that is confusing. And if I was to say that a demon is causing you to contradict yourself, does that make it true?
I mean, not sure. I mean, if that's what your personal opinion of me is, I can't like really argue that. But what I'm
No, I
saying
asked, does it make
personally
it
is
true?
like,
I didn't ask if, I asked, does it make it true? If I say a demon is causing you to contradict yourself right now, does that make it true? Because those words came out of your mouth
uh,
and they contradict.
no.
Right. And you keep alluding to the power of life and death is in the tongue. You're using your tongue right now to contradict yourself, but yet it doesn't mean that a demon is causing you to do that. And a lot of times when I'm talking to believers, the demon, like there's no way a demon is making them do something bad or negative, right? Or confusing. But they can definitely see the demon in other people when other people are just saying words too.
But I could have swore like earlier I said that like in my personal opinion, a lot of the times it's people doing stuff to people though. And then I said based on the Bible, in a biblical standpoint, it's demons that are doing it, right?
No, you didn't.
And
And
then
this
I
is,
also,
you didn't.
but
And this is recorded on YouTube. I highly suggest that you go and listen to our conversation and write down the number of times that you've changed your stance on that.
okay.
And I'm not trying to um make you look bad or anything like that. It's just when people claim that demons are making other human beings do something, it it eliminates the opportunity to really get to the root of the problem of whatever is going on with that specific human. Like I said, I've never seen a demon. Human beings do things based for different reasons. There are some people make decisions out of emotions. They make decisions out of necessity. They make decisions out of culture, right? Upbringing, um, out of hatred, out of love, right? So there's different reasons why a human may have done something, whether that thing is good or whether that thing is bad. But attributing it to a demon it can be offensive and it can be dangerous because it can cause you to not see when a person really needs help.
But I could have swore that I also said that I don't believe that people can be possessed by demons, though.
Yeah, but I also swore that you said that they are influenced by them.
Yes, but are people not also influenced by God and positive spirits as well? Are
No, I
people
do
in
not
general?
believe in a God.
Okay,
People,
so
that's what
even
I
if
just
we,
said. People
even if
may
we,
like, are you influenced right now by a God or a demon to keep interrupting me?
I wasn't like done saying, but okay.
You asked me a question. I was answering the question and you were talking. You started talking while I was still answering your question. And a lack of self-control or impulse is not necessarily uh, being influenced by some demon or God. Human beings do things for different reasons. And it's no different than someone claiming that a God is speaking to them and they say, God said. No one can verify whether a God said anything to any human being because the only person present for that conversation with that human and that God is that human. What's up, Oso?
Good morning.
Goodness gracious. He also does have demons. Also has about different legions of demons.
We are many.
Hmm. But we love him. We love his demons. Are you there, Yada? Is it your
Yeah.
daddy? Yada. What is it?
It's a California saying, y'all that I mean from the Bay Area.
Oh, Yada I mean?
Yeah,
Oh,
from the Bay
is that
Area.
like saying you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just like shorter.
Okay. Did you have any a response to that or like I
No,
would
I
like
was
to
just,
hear your encounter with the demons. You said you encountered two. Like I would like to hear about that encounter.
um, I was just gonna say, in a general sense, like even if we took God and demons out of it and we just use like, um, psychology and things like that, are people in general not influenced by good and bad things in their environment?
Yeah, that's what I said right there. Influenced by their upbringing, their knowledge, their love or hate for something or someone. They are influenced by these physical things, right? Their experiences, but attributing that to uh, a entity, some spiritual entity that you cannot see. I don't see there's no evidence of that.
Mm, okay. Um, so, oh, so you wanted me to speak about one of my encounters, or
I mean, if you want to, like the
okay.
question that you picked was why are believers haunted and taunted by demons? What I'm asking is like, as an atheist, like when I was a believer, I had these spiritual paralysis dreams all the time. As a believer, I'm talking about all the damn time. And we were taught the demons tremble at the name of Jesus. So every time I would have this sleep paralysis dream, I would be saying Jesus because you can barely
Mhm.
move your mouth when you're like paralyzed and this demon is like you know sticking his hand in your side or laying on top of you and smothering you and shit. But when I deconstructed and when I had the sleep paralysis dream, as I'm deconstructing and, tearing my belief system apart, uh, I had a sleep paralysis dream and the demon in the dream was holding my arms behind my back. Mind you, my mind ain't even thinking that my body is laying down sleep. I don't know how the fuck I was sitting up. I believed that I was sitting up with my arms behind my back, captured by a demon, but my mind did. And the dream the demon has is my hands behind my back, and I'm saying Jesus, rocking back and forth, Jesus, trying to get the demon gone. And the demon starts singing Jesus with me. And I remember looking out the corner of my eye like, wait, this motherfucker ain't supposed to be able to say Jesus. And I was so shocked that the demon started singing Jesus with me. And so the next day I was sitting on my bed just thinking about that dream and about the fact that the demon started singing Jesus with me. And I said, well, the next time it happens, I'm going to tell it, I'm going to use my own authority, is what I said. Because I'm like, evidently, they ain't scared of that name. And so the next time the sleep paralysis happened, I looked at the demon and I said, don't bring your motherfucking ass back. And that was the last time that I've had a sleep paralysis demon dream. I had a sleep paralysis dream probably about a year ago with Donald Trump's ass. And me, with me knowing that like sleep paralysis is, me caught between REM sleep, but I've not had the demon dreams in almost 7 years. And I've deconstructed, right? Like I've deconstructed from Christianity, from Jesus, from God, from demons, from the devil, from heaven, from hell, from all of that. And I dealt with the trauma that I was carrying in my mind and in different places in my body, and I confronted all of that. But I hear a lot of believers who have these sleep paralysis dreams, and my question is like, why are demons bothering believers in their sleep? Because it's not like the demons ever say leave Jesus or else, or coming and saying follow Satan. Like it's not like that's happening. Like the whole purpose of these demons showing up is to scare the shit out of you, because that's all it does. And anytime I've heard any person talk about these dreams, all is come is it just scares the shit out of them, and they have to call on Jesus, and it reinforces you know the demon fleeing in the name of Jesus. um so what's the motivation of a demon to taunt a believer in their sleep and not taunt an atheist, like not influence atheists to do bad shit? Because in the prisons, the majority of people in prison believe in God. Less than 1% of atheists are in prison. So the demons aren't fucking with atheists and influencing atheists to do shit that causes them to go to prison. Why are they influencing and visiting believers in their sleep if they have Jesus?
I don't know why they're visiting people in their sleep. That's personally never happened to me. I would probably just assume that they just like scared or something, and then I don't know. Like in my personal opinion, I would just say some of it is kind of like in their head a little bit. I don't
You cut out again.
prayed up and all that other stuff. I don't understand.
You cut out again after you said in their head a little bit.
Yeah, like the comment said, I would assume a lot of them are going through like religious psychosis.
Why don't you think you're in religious psychosis? You said you encountered two demons. Hey, Mama Africa.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Did you hear my question?
Hello?
Mm-hmm. I can hear you.
Could you repeat it again? You kind of went out a little bit.
Yeah. Why don't you think you would be in religious
You said
psychosis?
I mean, I'm not getting like in a general sense, I don't like blame demons on how like my life is going. I'm not saying like they're getting like taunting me in my sleep and they're following me and they're in the car with me, and I I don't really experience those things.
But you talk to spirits, you talk to demons. That is a form of religious psychosis. Demons don't have to be taunting you for you to be in religious psychosis. You don't have to be blaming them for what goes wrong in your life. You are
I
claiming
mean, I don't
to.
necessarily.
I'm sorry. Can you not interrupt me, please?
Oh
Um,
no, the live
um,
keeps on like cutting in and out, so like you can't. So like when you're talking, it sounds like you're stopping, and then it's like glitching. I'm sorry, I'm not doing it on purpose.
mhm. um, the fact that you talk to demons or claim to talk to demons and talk to spirits is a form of religious psychosis. So why don't you think that you would be in religious psychosis?
I mean, if that's like what it's called, then I mean, a lot of people that are like seeing the same things as me would be considered to be in religious psychosis, I guess. But I mean, that would go into some things being unexplained then, because how would you necessarily explain?
Necessarily explain what though? I don't know your experience with the demons because you haven't shared that yet.
So okay, so one of them, right? I have an auntie. Her husband passed away. Everybody on this side of my family, they all have the gift as well. So when her husband passed away, I believe like a year later from that, she ended up dating this guy, and he apparently wasn't a good individual. Her dad that had passed away, that was a bishop who she had spoke to, said that this individual was an imp. So I guess something had happened when they went to the movies or something, and he told her to I guess leave the movie theater and run or something like that. I don't know. But at the end of it all, my mom had went to my relative's house to pray for that individual, and while we were trying to, demon didn't want us to make it to my auntie's house to pray over her. And that night when we had went home, I guess it had followed me and my mom home with us. And when I was like getting out of the shower, I saw it like run to my mom to like hit on my mom. And then after it ran to like hit on my mom when she was like sleeping, it like ran
Hold
into the
on.
room
Oh,
with
so
me
you
and like
just got
stood in the room with
violated.
me.
Hold on, Yadami. Also,
Something about glitching services.
yeah, it violated another guest earlier today. Drop down and come back up. I don't know what's going. I don't know. It says something about services. I have no idea. But it violated another guest today for no reason. The AI moderation is losing its fucking mind. Sorry about that. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
So like I said, I was in the shower, and when I got out the shower, I basically saw the spirit like run into my mom's room and like hit on her. And when I was turning around to walk into my room, I saw it follow after me, and it like stood in my room the whole night, and I didn't really let it bother me. I just went to sleep. So the next day, when we went into the grocery store, my mom basically said that she saw the same thing too, and it was like telling her stuff in her sleep or whatever. But that was like the only time I kind of encountered something like that.
Well, I thought you said you encountered two demons. So it's only been
Yeah,
one time.
the first time, it was when I was a little bitty girl. My mom said something about it. I don't remember it, but my mom said that it happened, but I don't remember it fully.
So this immaterial demons are spirits, right? Or are they physical?
Hear you?
Huh?
You cut out. I couldn't hear you.
Demons are uh spirit, right? Like they're immaterial, or are they material, like physical?
Uh, not. I would say spiritual, not like physical. Like I can't see it like with my two, like see it like regularly with my eyes open. Kind of, if that makes sense.
But you saw this demon with your eyes open because you were in the shower, right? Please do not use caps in my comments. I do not need you to yell spiritual at me. I can read your comments in lowercase. using caps will get you muted. Let this sink in. Calling me a bitch will not get you muted. Writing in all caps will get you muted. How did you see the demon then if you were in the shower? You said you can't see it with your eyes open. But
So I came out of the shower and I saw it. Usually I wouldn't say I imagine it, but like I could like see kind of like with my eyes closed, if that makes sense. Kind of like how you said when you were dreaming and you were like in between rooms, if that makes sense.
So you were half asleep?
No, what I'm saying is I could see it like with my eyes closed is what I'm saying. Like, and not necessarily like imagining it, but like when I close my eyes, I could kind of like see it, if that makes sense.
But that is imagination, right? You're seeing it in your mind. If your eyes are closed, you aren't seeing the physical world. You've closed your eyes to the physical world. You're now in your mind.
Okay, well, I guess if that's what you want to call it.
W- Well, what else would it be if your eyes are closed? You're not if your eyes are closed, you're not looking at the physical world. You've closed yourself to the physical world if you close your eyes.
Okay.
You do know how your eyes work, right?
Yeah.
So then you couldn't be able to see if your eyes are closed, right? Because there can't be any light getting into your eyes.
Right. That's why I just said okay.
No, you
Is that
said
like a
if
dog
that's what you want
snoring
to
or
call
something?
it. Nah,
Yeah, and after
according
she
to
explained it
reality.
more, oh, and when she explained it more, I just said okay.
Do you know that your okay is condescending?
How is it condescending?
Do you know what condescending is?
Isn't it like to like be kind of boastful a little bit?
No, it is to be like a smart aleck response. Um, kind of like yeah, very dismissive. Like you have superior knowledge and I just don't know what I'm talking about. Like it sounds
No,
very
I mean,
disrespectful.
no, I'm saying okay because like I don't have nothing to respond to. That's why I'm just saying okay. I'm not saying it to like have sorry, I can't say that word. To have like some kind of thing over you. Like if I don't have anything to say, like I'm not gonna like make up something. That's why I just said okay.
Well, you came up here to say that you have this gift, right? And you're explaining the
Mhm.
gift to us, and you originally said that you don't see demons in your sleep, right? Um, but you see them with your eyes closed, which would be the same
Yeah.
place that people who are asleep are seeing them. You're not engaging with demons in your physical world with your eyes open in your daily life. And so but you're claiming that this demon, you saw the demon run into your mother's room to hit her. And all of this was seen with your eyes closed.
Right.
And if your eyes were closed, that means you didn't see that happening. So then what did you do?
Like it
What do you mean?
like it just sounds like something you imagined because again, you didn't see the physical world. Like this you didn't see this happen in your physical world. You saw this happening in your mind. That's what I'm that's what I'm saying. And you're calling this a gift. Like anybody could close their eyes and
So
imagine a demon doing something, especially if they believe demons are real.
So, like, my question is, if two or more people are experiencing something like that and they are not communicating with each other that they're experiencing that, then how do you explain that?
But y'all did communicate about this demon. You told
Right,
us
but
that.
how it, like, the story, how it went about, like what we envisioned, that's not, no.
No, you said your mom
Like
said
how
the
it,
demon was telling her stuff in her sleep. That's what you said.
right,
Right, that but your mom
right.
didn't see what you saw. Y'all just saw a demon. But y'all were already talking about this demon. Y'all believe that this demon tried to stop y'all from getting to the destination that y'all were trying to get to. So y'all already had talked about this demon openly with each other. Like there was a conversation about your grandfather telling your auntie that the guy that she was dating was an imp. So y'all already had that in both of your minds.
Well, I did not necessarily know until after the fact, until we got home. While we were driving there, no, I did not know that.
You didn't know that the demon was trying to stop y'all from getting to where you were going?
I found out about that after the fact when my mom expressed that. Yeah.
So why didn't you say that first?
I didn't think that it was like the most important thing to the story.
It is if you're claiming that you experienced this, right? Like this is your encounter with the demon. That's what you were telling us. But now it's your mom's encounter with it, and your mom is telling you this is what happened.
No, that's not what I said.
You did say that you and your mom were
I
on your
said that,
way. I'm sorry.
right,
Yeah,
but
you're interrupting me again. You did say that you and your mom were on your way to, I think it's your auntie's house, right? And the demon tried to stop y'all from getting there on the way there. And this is what you said in response to me asking you what was your encounter with the demon. So you did not encounter a demon trying to stop y'all from getting to your aunt's house. Your mom did, and then your mom told you that a demon tried to stop y'all from getting there.
yes, after the next day after we encountered what we encountered in the house, she told me that on our way there it was trying to stop us.
Right, so that's
Because
not your
even when I was in
experience.
the car, but I was in the car with her though.
But you didn't experience it because you didn't know that the demon was trying to stop y'all. You didn't experience that demon.
But when we were in the car, but when we were in the car with each other and we were noticing everything kept going wrong on our way there, then if she clarifies why, then why would I reject that information?
No, I'm not saying reject it. It's still, you did not encounter that demon. Your mother told you that you encountered a demon. You didn't encounter a demon. That's post hoc rationalization.
But if I encountered it while we were on our way home and we got home, then that's me encountering it, correct?
No, because you had no idea that a demon was even with you on the way home until your mother told you it was.
That is not true. Okay, now now you're trying to get me to change my story because I said that when I got out of the shower, I saw it.
Did you know that a demon was with you all trying to stop you from getting to your aunt's house?
I'm talking about when we got
I'm
home.
talking about, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the demon that was trying to stop you from getting to your destination. You did not encounter that. Your mother did. And your mother told you that a demon was trying to stop you.
Yes, the next day. But what I'm speaking about is what I encountered when I got into the home that led up to that, is what I'm saying.
You all were already talking about the imp or the demon that your grandfather told your auntie her boyfriend was. Y'all already were
What
talking
I'm
about, I'm sorry, let me
trying,
finish. Let
what,
me finish. y'all were already talking about demons, is what I'm saying. So for you to close your eyes and see a demon run into your mother's room, that idea was already put in your head by your mom and your auntie talking about the man being an imp. You didn't encounter this demon on the way home that was trying to stop y'all from getting to this destination. And then whatever your mother told you that she saw, I mean, that she experienced was the demon telling herself while she sleep. It's not the same thing you experienced. That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is that I did not know this information until the next day when I brought it up to my mom. This was not information, this was information that was being spoke about between my mom and two aunties. It was not information that they were just going around spreading to everybody in the family. I did not know anything about that until the next day when we were in the grocery store with my mom and I told her what I had saw. That
That's
is what I'm saying.
that's not how you started this story. And a lot, this is what I'm saying. There's no reason for me to believe that you encountered a demon. Again, your
Okay.
encounter was in your mind. You did not encounter a demon in your physical world with your eyes opened. Your eyes had to be closed, which means that it was in your mind. There's no reason for me to believe anything other than that. And now, like, from because we're asking you questions, the story is like, I guess more information is being shared now. It's like a post hoc rationalization. And the only thing I hear you calling a gift is your imagination, like your whatever you are able to imagine in your mind, because none of this happened in the physical world. And you're saying that on the way home, the demon tried to stop y'all from getting to the destination, but you didn't even know a demon was doing that on the way home. Your mother did, and your mother told you later. So you didn't even encounter that demon in the physical world.
Well, I mean, the spiritual and the physical are two different things.
Well, I don't know what you're calling a spiritual world, but all I know is that what you saw was in your mind because your eyes were not open. Somebody asked me today, why is it that believers can only see demons with their eyes closed or when they're asleep? And like when you close your eyes, you go into your mind. Like you close off from the physical world. You cannot see anything with your eyes closed. And I think like what I don't know what you it's different from believer to believer what is spiritual and what the spiritual world is. It's never the same. And so if there really is this spiritual world that believers keep going in and out of, why is it never the same?
I don't know. I mean, I guess it changes based on what you believe in.
That if it changes based on what you believe in, then that means that it's a mental thing and not an actual place. It's a mental thing because your beliefs are informed by the information that is fed to your brain.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. That's the whole point of spirituality and like all religions, all spiritual practices.
But you're calling
It only exists.
spirituality how your brain works. Like that's your brain working. That's not your brain is a physical thing. It's not a spiritual thing. It's physical. It will rot in the ground with the rest of your body the day you die. It's physical. It has a weight. Are you there?
Yeah, I just didn't want to talk over you or anything.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with the fact that religion and spiritual practices solely are based on what you believe in.
I wasn't. That wasn't my point. We're talking about this concept of spirituality, and your brain being informed by that information, and that's what you're calling spiritual. The outputs of the information in your brain, the outputs of your neurons, right? Like the what like the your thoughts, your uh dreams, your imaginations, you're calling that the spiritual world. Because that, if not, correct me, because that's all I hear. If your beliefs inform that, and that's what makes it different from believer to believer, then the spiritual world is created by the believer in their brain, in their mind.
Yeah, isn't that like basically what the Bible says?
I don't think so. I've never read that. Can you tell me where that is?
I mean, like, isn't the context of in the Bible is that God basically only exists if you believe in God. So if you don't believe in God, then God does not exist to you.
It never says that your God does not exist. It says that in order to be saved, you must believe that He is. But that is true. The God does not exist if you are not a believer. The God has no power if you are not a believer. Neither does magic. Magic is an illusion, and it only works on the person that does not know how the trick is done. If you learn the magic trick, then it's no longer magical. And so if you no longer believe in Jesus and you're not forcing yourself to believe that when you get up and go to work every day, you cash your paycheck, you go to the grocery store, you cook the meal. If you're not forcing yourself to believe that a God did all those things and instead of you, then the God doesn't, the God no longer does those things. My lack of belief stops your God's power. He can't do because I don't believe he can. That's not all powerful. And same for your devil. A lot of believers don't think that the devil belongs to them or the demons belong to them. The the demons and the devil are a part of your belief system. That's why you see them and we do not. Your demons can't do anything to us um, because we do not believe in them, just like your devil cannot. Y'all, my daughter is practicing. She has a show coming up, so if y'all hear her, that is her practicing. The mic picks up everything.
Singing for me.
She like
Look.
piano or
No, she's a singer. She has
oh, I
she
thought I
has some
heard like a
songs
piano.
on Spotify. Y'all should check her out. Her Spotify is Bria Tion. It's like Bria Tion. She's pretty good.
Good morning, everybody.
I'm sorry, Selena. I did not say good morning. Good morning.
Oh, you're fine. You were in the middle of a conversation, so I was like, let me get in where I fit in. Good afternoon. Yes.
Does that make sense? Like, do you know in the Bible where it says that Jesus did not do miracles or could not do miracles in his hometown because of the unbelief?
Yeah, I've read that one before.
Yeah. If my lack of belief stops his power, then I'm the one with power, not him. Same for the devil. The devil belongs to believers. If my lack of belief in your devil stops his power, then I'm the one with power, not the devil. Now, there are humans that can do good. There are humans that can do bad, right? No matter how many times I say, don't send me this, and if a human sends it, that's that human doing a thing, right? But these so-called demons messing with me or your God doing anything to me, I have to believe that, and I don't.
So do you feel that way about like our religion or just like Christianity?
Yeah, I don't believe in any God. Like Zeus has never showed up at my door. Zeus, Allah, Vishnu has never shown up in my dreams because I was not taught about them. It is not information that is in my head. So they're not going to show up. I wasn't indoctrinated into those belief systems. Think about this. A person who is indoctrinated into Christianity, if they have a near-death experience, they see the Christian God. A person who is indoctrinated into Allah, into Islam, they see Allah or whatever, Muhammad or whatever they believe to happen. Same thing with Buddha, Vishnu. That's not what's in my head, so my brain is not going to create that image or that experience for me. When a lot of times when we're talking to believers and they claim the Holy Spirit is speaking through them, and I'll ask, well, does your Holy Spirit know what you don't know? And they'll say yes. And then so I'll ask them a question that is in their Bible and they don't know the answer. And I'll ask, well, why doesn't the Holy Spirit know what he communicated to the writers? How come he can't remember what he said to the writers of the book that he orated? I had one guy say that the Holy Spirit doesn't speak Hebrew. The Holy Spirit can speak Hebrew, but it can only speak English to him because he only speaks English. That makes no sense. If you are
And
communicating,
only
huh?
it can only speak to me in English because that's the only one I know.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said that's how it works. And I'm like, that makes no sense. Like if you are connected to the spirit of, the one and only true God who has all intelligence, and you're claiming that this God knows what you don't know and can tell you what you don't know because he speaks through you, why the hell can it not tell you? Like I read something in Hebrew to him and I said, just ask the Holy Spirit, what did I say? Why can't the God that, narrated this, orated this story in Hebrew to the writers of the Hebrew scriptures, why don't he know what I'm saying when I speak Hebrew? It's because the mind of the person that this Holy Spirit is in doesn't know Hebrew. That brain has not been filled with the Hebrew language. So that Holy Spirit cannot speak Hebrew. No more than I could speak Chinese. I don't know Chinese. Or or I know some Spanish.
Ni hao, Kailan.
Kamsamida.
That's Korean.
I know. That's why I said it. You just spoke Chinese. I said I spoke Korean.
Well, I spoke Mandarin, but
But
whatever.
Mandarin, Chinese people speak Mandarin, do they not?
I'm pretty sure it's just like a type of Chinese, actually. So,
What other Mandarin and what else?
Szechuan.
Shut up, Poso. Cantonese, they speak Cantonese. Chinese people speak Cantonese. Are you there?
Hmm.
Well, I didn't know. Now I know because growing up, that's how we were told is that they speak Chinese. I didn't know that. I thought Mandarin. I just learned that Mandarin was the language when we went to the Red app.
I mean, English people speak English. I'm okay with saying we speak American.
No, English people, England or English is they are called Englishmen and they speak English. But growing up, all we were told is that they speak Chinese. I just learned that the name of their language was Mandarin when we went to the Red app. Like
Really?
if you like the fact that you like if you're bothered by my level of knowledge or intellect, that's a you problem, motherfucker. That's a you problem. You need to ask the Holy Spirit why He has not motivated you to learn the fucking language He speaks. Why are you speaking in tongues? That's a you problem. Doesn't your book tell you that being jealous is not a fruit of the Spirit? I'm not religious, motherfucker. I'm an atheist. I'm not religious. And the crazy thing about it is like you're sitting there in all of your insecurity and like I fucking like can almost guess what gender you are or what sex you are sitting there and all of your arrogance. She hasn't even said anything.
Hmm?
They said they're not talking to me, they're talking to you, but you haven't said anything. You said that after we were talking
I've
about the
been
language. That's what I'm
quiet.
saying. Like I don't know. I don't know. You've been sitting here quiet. There's no reason for them to be saying that they're talking about you.
They coming at me for it.
I don't know. You are sitting there quiet. Like there is no reason for them to be coming at you. Did you have anything else? God, I mean,
No, that was it. I would just like to thank you for letting me come up here.
you're welcome. Have a good rest of the day, okay?
You too.
All right.
Have a good day. Thinker, did you have a restart?
Why?
Okay. It's just the
No,
likes or
but
whatever.
the likes have been low. The feeding the beast have been low, but I think everybody was asleep because I showed a video. Not showed. I played a video that was fucking hilarious, and only a couple of people laughed. And so I'm thinking the majority of the people are asleep because there's
Yeah, I
no
took.
way they did not laugh at that fucking video,
Dang it!
huh?
I had to take a muscle relaxer.
Oh, you were knocked the fuck out.
Yes.
I hate
Yeah,
taking muscle relaxers, boy. I
me
swear.
too.
But sometimes I have to break down and take them bitches because I be in some
Yeah.
pain. But I hate them shits.
Yeah, I was done. I said, "Oh my gosh, I'm gonna sleep through this whole night."
I have to bite them in half. I can't take a whole muscle relaxer.
Oh no, I didn't even take a whole one,
Man,
and
yeah,
that's what made it
that's
so bad.
crazy. Mm-mm. I'd be like, fuck
It's
that
funny
shit.
because my lady said my muscles relax her.
Who that?
Oh my god.
Hmm.
What's your point in saying she has pain? What's your point in saying that? Like, can you help me understand that? What is your point? Like, I
Oh,
literally just said she took a muscle relaxer for pain. Like, what is your point in saying that? She has pain.
the heck? That is what?
I'm trying to like
Oh my God.
before I say some question because I don't want to go off on the wrong person. Uh, Old Money said that he wasn't talking to me. I still don't think that there was a reason to go off on the young girls because she was sitting there quiet. But like, what is your reason for saying she has pain?
Mhm. It's about controlling the mind. What the heck?
Did that come from the same person that says she has pain?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wait, are you saying that you can control your pain with your mind? Are you claiming that your God gets rid of your body pain? Like y'all just say the dumbest shit.
God.
That you are lying. You are sitting there lying.
Mm. Wow.
Like your God can't even upgrade his fucking product. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about why your God is still sending people here with fucking scoliosis, with crooked spines. Whatever motherfucking deity you believe created your ass. Whatever motherfucking deity you believe is giving Sophia's ass then. Why hasn't Sophia upgraded the fucking product?
Who that? You couldn't have coughed on mute?
Why you gotta use your mind to get rid of pain when all she gotta do is change her supplier? She can change her supplier for knee bones, hip bones, back bones. Like, tell her to change her supplier. God said, let Heffy have 5 bulging disc and degenerative disc disease. Thanks, God. See? Naomi?
Won't he do it?
Naomi? Oh, shit. Sorry, AI. I didn't know I was on camera. That was an accident. God damn it. This is why I don't get on camera, y'all. Shit. And I so want to be on the devil's body. But did it look cool with the smoke coming out of my mouth with me on the devil head?
Yeah. Yup. Yup. Couldn't have looked better if you planed it.
Damn. Naomi, are you there? Okay, go to sleep. She said. Old money.
What's
Old
going on,
money.
people? Them
Hi, how old are you?
late 20s.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer in the creator of the heavens and earth.
Is that the God of the Bible?
No.
Okay. Then I only want to talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible, okay? All right.
My bad. I
All
thought
right.
you was trying to deconstruct me. You get me?
I don't want to deconstruct you.
Who tries to?
Have a
Y'all are
good one,
so
okay?
not bright. God. Why do they think people are trying to deconstruct them?
I have no. They think that because we deconstruct, we're saying they have to. Like, it's just so fucking weird. But I think it's because of the hive mind that a lot of them have. They've been told that they have to believe because their parents believe, because their pastor believes, other people. Like, it's hive mind mentality, and they're not used to people being free thinkers. Like, you don't have to not believe just because I don't. If you want to believe, fucking believe.
Exactly.
Yeah, like that's insane. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Welcome NPJR to the nerds on YouTube. Thank you so much for becoming a subscriber on YouTube. It's none of your business. I do not share beliefs. Y'all shouldn't either. If the Abrahamic religions had kept their beliefs to themselves, we wouldn't be talking about y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, the guest box is open. 21 and up, y'all. Thank y'all so much for being here. Please tap the screen, feed the beast, help us get on the FYP to get people who are awake, who are not afraid to come up and have conversations with us. If you have anxiety, our goal is to make you feel safe on stage. That is my main priority. So don't let your stage anxiety or social anxiety stop you from coming up and talking about the topics. Thank you to those of you that are on YouTube. We have 109 people watching over there. I would love to see that number grow, but I know it's my fault because I don't fucking know how to work OBS. And Greg has tried to help me. Justin has tried to help me. But the OBS is hard. It is getting the oh my God, why can't I think of the fucking words? The canvases, getting the canvases set up right is tripping. And then getting all the God, why am I drawing a blank? The plugins and stuff.
Sarcophagus.
The
Oh,
the
yeah.
plug stop.
Oh, okay.
The plugins and stuff. Yeah. Is a lot. And so yeah, I agree, Brian. And so I'm trying, but I would love for the viewership on YouTube to grow. But I appreciate the 109 people that are there. Thank y'all so much.
Speaking of hard, I want them to erect a statue in my honor next year for my birthday.
Oh my God.
Y'all, also is gonna drive me crazy with these damn dag jokes. Like these jokes. Like he is going to drive me in fucking sane.
That was a dad joke? I thought I was just sharing a little tidbit about me. Hmm.
Right, Mama Shanti. Right. Yep. I think at this point he's doing it on purpose.
Me?
Heretic, why you wanna encourage him? See, if Rhea was here, Rhea would tell him outright.
Actually, Rhea and I have had some conversations offline, and she fully supports me in every single decision that I make.
Except your jokes.
No, every single one, actually.
Except your jokes.
Without caveat.
Except your
That's just
jokes.
what she said.
I
Matter
don't
of
know.
fact, she
Go
told me to
find
tell you.
one. Go find one. If you're looking for it, go find it. Rabia. Rabia.
Oh, that's a bunch.
Yeah, that sounds like a bunch of kids. Like, what be on the mind of people who type shit like that? Like, I don't understand. Like, this is what I mean when I say no nonsense shit, and why I say human beings are interesting creatures. Because, like, if you're looking for a debate and you don't see a debate happening in here, why not scroll and find a debate? Why comment in the room that you're in where a debate is not happening and ask, where is the debate? Why? But why? If you want a debate, why not go find one? Because, like, what authority do you have to make that happen here? Good morning, Flaws Kyle. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. I just want to know why y'all do unnecessary shit. Like, if you're looking for a debate, first off, I don't debate. If you're looking for a debate, go find one. I don't debate. If that's what you want, there are a lot of other platforms that debate. Go find it. That's not why you asked that motherfucking question. Like y'all, you can call me sensitive all the fuck you want. I'm sensitive about my shit. But you are also a liar. You are a liar and you are insecure. I already told you what you asked. And now you and your little buddies in the chat are all in a tizzy because I said if you are looking for a debate, go find one. If it's not happening here, you commenting asking where's the debate? It doesn't fucking matter, motherfucker, and stop typing in caps in my goddamn comments. If you are looking for a debate, go fucking find one. See, this is what I mean. Unnecessary ass decisions. That was unnecessary. Now your ass is muted. That you don't went from typing unnecessary shit to screaming in caps, and now you're muted. This is what I mean when I say I don't understand your decision making.
I don't know. Maybe their mom like
You
stood next to the
cannot come
microwave
on
while she was
stage
pregnant.
if you are muted. While you are muted, you are in time out. Don't type in caps in my comments. You will be muted. And that means muted from the stage at the same damn time. Raymond?
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
All right.
How old are you?
42.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Yes.
Yes to which one?
I'm a believer.
There are 4 topics on the board. Which one did you want to discuss?
I can't really see. Um, can you read them for me? Because I really can't see it.
Yes, it says, would you have made a different decision than Adam and Eve in the garden?
Would I have made it? No, I wouldn't know.
Hold on. There are 4 topics. I'm going to read all 4 of them to you, and you pick one to discuss, okay? The first topic is, would you have made a different decision than Adam and Eve in the garden? The second topic is, homosexuality is not a sin. If it was, so what? The third topic is, why doesn't the God of the Bible intervene in free will? The fourth topic is, why are believers haunted and taunted by demons? Which one do you want to discuss?
I guess we'll just start at the beginning, I guess.
You can only choose one.
Okay, yeah, we'll start with the Adam and Eve one.
Okay, go ahead. What are your thoughts? And then also, do you want to do this one?
Well, I believe
You can try.
that no, I think that God put Adam and Eve there on purpose because first you got to see it like the way I do, that a judge, in order for you to be a good judge, you first have to be judged. So if God was a bad judge because he hadn't been judged yet, so he judged himself as a serpent. If you can wrap your mind around that, so then therefore he was punished. He was punished as Satan, right? So he is Satan punished for something so minimal because he was a bad judge. So minimal that he would curse him to damnation for getting a girl to eat some fruit of knowledge or something. You know what I'm saying? So like, you get what I'm saying? So now that he's been judged,
Nah, because the question's
then
about
he
what
would
you
be
would do, and you
a good
talking
judge
about
now
your fucking made up lore.
because he'd be first judged. So no, I wouldn't.
That ain't got shit. That ain't got shit to do with what you would do.
Say what? That's what I'm saying.
That ain't got
Yeah.
shit to do with what you would do.
What do you mean what I would do? It's what I did.
Sorry, what?
I'm gonna ask this in a way that I think is very kind, caring, empathetic. I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to isolate you from the conversation. But are you fucking okay?
Are
The
you
question
fucking
is about
okay,
what
bro?
you do, and you up here talking about this motherfucker judging himself through a motherfucking
What?
other
Were you
entity.
there?
About
Were you there,
that shit
man?
ain't got shit to do with
Was
what
you there?
you would do.
Was you there?
Hey, dumbass, there was never a place or time. That's not what we're talking about.
We're
Are
talking
you
about
good?
the
No, what was the question that
Adam
she
and Eve,
asked you?
right?
No, what was the question that she
I don't know.
asked
Read it
you?
for me again.
Okay,
You
the
don't know?
question, hold on. The question is asking Raymond,
Yeah.
the question is asking, would you make the same decision that Adam and Eve made in the garden? Adam and Eve decided to disobey your God and eat from the tree. Given the same circumstances, if you were in the garden, would you have made that same decision to gain the knowledge of good and evil? Yes or no?
Yes. Yeah, I would have.
Okay, then tell us why.
Because we're all cut from the same spirit cloth. So no matter what I do or you do, if you were in my shoes, you would do the same things. So that's why you don't judge people. That's the whole purpose of not judging people, because everything that someone else would do, if you were in the exact same circumstances, you'd make those same decisions.
So everything's predestined?
I mean, yeah, kind of, yeah.
Oh, okay, so no matter what, God would have made it so that people have to go to hell.
This is all about God.
Yeah, so
The
no
whole
matter
thing
what,
is. The
he
whole
would have
thing
made
is.
it so that everybody has the opportunity to burn for eternity, right?
We are on the level 3. We are marked off
Are
in
you
3
able to
dimensions. We are marked
comprehend
off
the
in 3
things that
dimensions.
come out of my mouth? I don't know. Like, are you good? Can you answer the question I just asked?
What was your question?
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to start listening to the words that come out of my mouth, and that'll help
Let me
us
take
in
over this one, and then I'll
conversation.
give you another one. Let me see.
That's fine, because I don't know what the fuck this
I
dude
still don't hear
on.
no question. I don't know.
Raymond, do you know what the knowledge of good and evil represented in the story?
That good and evil came from the same tree.
Yeah, it was the knowledge of good and evil on the same tree.
Yeah.
What was or what is the knowledge of good and evil?
Well, it's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, explain it to me in your understanding.
I think it's a loaded question, though. Well, God is for your good, and so is evil for your good.
But what is the knowledge? Like, you know what knowledge is, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, so I'm gonna tell you how I see it, and then you can tell me if you see it that same way, okay?
Okay.
I see the knowledge of good and evil as a conscience, morality, moral conscience,
Yeah.
right? The ability to decide morality for yourself instead of your God deciding it.
Yeah. Well, I believe it's the whole purpose of us being here is to have a moral. You can only leave this place with a moral compass. That's it. That's all you're going to get from here.
Right,
You're not
but
going to take
you
your
are
code. Get
right, but
your moral compass. That's what you already have that in you. The knowledge of good and evil. That's what your conscience is actually doing.
except
It's
in this,
letting.
hold on,
It's
Raymond.
making you feel bad when you do something
Hold
wrong.
on, Raymond. But in the story, Adam and Eve were not created with a moral conscience. That is the thing that the God in
Well,
the
if you want
story,
to say
Adam,
that,
Raymond, please wait. In the story, Adam is told, do not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. When you do, you will die. That is the God commanding Adam not to gain this moral conscience and become the decider of morality. He's saying the day you become the decider of your own morality, you will die. That's what he says to the man.
I agree. But I also I think that are you a believer? Or do you believe in Christ and all that?
No,
Oh, you don't? Oh,
no, I
okay.
used to. I used to be a
Well,
missionary.
I mean, if you look at it like this, okay, so the Ten Commandments say to not have like engraven images and stuff, right? So if you look at the serpent on the pole that Moses lifted up.
Yeah, what
So
does
you
this
look
have to
into
do with
that, right?
morality? That's about
Well,
serving your
that's
God.
kind
That's
of the
not
thing.
moral. That is
It's kind of a bigger picture than that. You know what I mean?
no, no, no,
So
no, no. I don't want to talk. I don't want you to preach to me. Okay.
I'm not trying to preach to you. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to get
This
you to
I need you
understand
to
something.
stay within the conversation, okay? Because worshiping other gods is not a moral thing. Okay. So we're
But what I'm trying to explain to you is exactly what you're saying. What I'm saying is do you think it's a moral thing for someone to condemn somebody for something so simple as getting them to eat some fruit
that's what your
to do
God
that challenge?
did. No, I don't. And that's what your God did though.
Well, if the knowledge of good and evil was already there, then how can they know good and evil if it was look? It says in there that they know no good and evil. Then how are they talking to good and evil at the same time? The serpent's supposed to be evil, right? And God's supposed
No.
to be good, right? They already knew good and evil before they ate you know what I'm saying?
There is nothing in that story that says the serpent was evil. Absolutely nothing.
Calm down, sir.
But you have that knowledge now, right?
No.
Yeah, you do.
That's not
You
moral
have that
knowledge.
knowledge now.
Can you not talk over me, please? Like it's already
Okay.
difficult to understand you. So you and I can't talk at the same time, okay? And I am trying to understand you. Okay?
Well, if they were talking to God and He's good, and the serpent, then they
Can
already
you
knew good and evil
stop,
before
Raymond?
they ate it.
Raymond, if
Come on,
you
fam.
cannot control yourself, I'm going to have to take you down.
All right.
There is nothing in the story that says the serpent was evil. That is taught to believers through their pastors, the church fathers. Like the story doesn't say the serpent was evil, because they see disobeying this God as an evil thing. So they say because the serpent convinced or influenced Adam and Eve to disobey the command of the God, then that means the serpent is evil.
I
But
agree.
but you don't agree because you think it's a good thing that
I'm
hold
sorry.
on, wait, Raymond. You do not agree because you think it is a good thing that humans can decide morality. Your God did not think that was a good thing, but you do.
Look, your conscience decides that for you.
Yeah, but your God did not want you to. Your God wanted to decide morality. Your God wanted you to just do things without knowing whether what you were doing was good or evil. Your God wanted to define
Yes, yes.
your God. That's not good, Raymond. If we have a society of people who lack a moral conscience and they only know whether what they are doing is good or evil because a God defines that, then you have people out here who would beat their wives and not know if it was morally good or morally bad because your God is okay with a man abusing his wife.
I think that the reason why a man would abuse his wife
I don't care
is
about the
because of the
reason why he would
knowledge
do
of
it.
maybe what was going on. I mean, you see what I'm
I
saying?
don't
So
know. That is not good, and I don't care why to justify a man beating his wife. That is bad. No more than it is bad for a woman to abuse her husband. It is
well,
bad to cause physical harm to another human.
then
Unless you are defending yourself. Stop fucking begging to come up, honey bunny. Go find a debate. Unless
look,
hold on, unless you are defending yourself because somebody is trying to cause you physical harm, it is bad. It is wrong to cause physical harm to another person, even
but
if
you're
you are
contradicting the
married
whole
to them.
question.
No, I'm not. You don't understand the question.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Okay. If you know good and evil first, then how are you going to make the decision to even eat from the tree? I mean, that's a conscious thing right there to do the good or bad already. So how are you even saying that?
Good and bad and good and evil are two different things. I mean, right? You're talking about right from wrong. Right from wrong.
Right for
And
wrong to eat the fruit or
hold
not?
on, wait. Right from wrong. If you do that one more time, I'm gonna have to drop you because I think you and I both are neurodivergent and we are clashing. Like I understand the outburst. I'm neurodivergent and I don't want to diagnose, but I think your outbursts are coming from that as well. But I need you to work with me as I am trying to work with you. Okay?
I hear you.
Okay. Right from wrong, good and evil are not the same thing. Something can be right but still be evil. Something can be wrong but be good. So they're not the same thing, okay? And in this story, Adam and Eve did not have the knowledge of good and evil. They may have had the knowledge of right and wrong, but they did not have the moral knowledge of good and evil. That's the thing your God commanded them not to eat.
Well, I need to understand what you mean by right and wrong and good and evil. What are you exactly saying about that? Are you just
Sure. Is it morally good to sell someone's personal information?
I mean, that's a right and wrong thing, right?
No, is it morally good? Is it morally good to
Well, no,
sell?
it's not morally good.
But is it right to do because it's legal? Companies sell your personal information all the time. It is perfectly legal to do. So they are within their right to sell your personal information as long as you give it to them and you do
Okay,
not
hold on.
hold on. As long as you give them your personal information and you do not opt out, they are within their right to sell it. So there is right for them to do, but not morally good. Does that make sense?
I truly don't really. I really can't tell you on that one. I really don't know. Can you give me a different
No.
scenario
That
on
should
that?
be no. That's easy, right? You give your information to companies all day. TikTok has your
Why would
information.
it be morally wrong?
Why would it be you? You just said it would be morally wrong. Have you ever gotten spam? Have you ever gotten
I
spam?
was under the impression you was talking about
Hold on.
like stealing somebody's
Hold on.
identity.
No, I said, and that can happen if they sell your information. If you trust a company and they sell your personal information to third party companies overseas, third party companies trying to sell you life insurance, health insurance, trying to spam you with text message ads in your inbox, and like you that's okay, that's not morally bad for them to take the information that you trusted them with and make money off of selling your personal information.
I didn't know people was getting my information for real. This is news to me.
How do you think
Yeah.
when you sign up for a bank account, when you sign up for TikTok, Twitter, all of these things online, you are giving your personal information to these platforms.
You mean like my phone number?
Personal information, your name, your birthday,
Oh,
your phone number. That's your personal data.
okay. Wait, ain't that stuff like like knowledge of like just anybody can get like out of a phone book?
Who uses phone books
What
today,
the
Raymond?
last time?
Huh?
Who uses phone books today, Raymond?
I mean, that's the same thing as a phone book, isn't
It's
it? I mean,
not. No, Raymond. And people, when phone books were a thing, I always opted out of it. I would never put my phone number in a phone book.
I don't.
Your birthday not in a phone book, Raymond. Your birthday would never be in a phone book.
Oh, I mean, I don't really know much about this computer stuff,
But Raymond, you know
Uh,
whether or not you want your personal information.
I just don't see how it's a big deal,
Raymond.
though. I mean,
Raymond, you know whether would you want me to have your social security number, Raymond?
well, of course not. Not if you can, steal my identity with it.
Exactly. So when you give companies your social security number and they sell that information to third party companies, is that moral?
Um, I say it's wrong, but moral
Is it moral
to sell it.
is it moral to sell your personal information to make money
I
off
would
of
say that
your
would be
data?
illegal. I think.
It's not
I would.
illegal, Raymond. It's not.
I think it.
There are
That
no
sounds.
there are no regulations on privacy on data. They're just now starting to do that. Raymond,
What?
I'm in this space. There are no regulations on selling personal information. They're just now starting to do that. Like when you log on to websites, cookies uh used to follow you around, right? Like then they started making you accept the cookies. Now, if you do not accept the cookies, they cannot follow you from website to website and collect every website that you go on so that they can sell that data, right, to other companies so that they can advertise to you. regulations on your private data is just now starting to be created. But as of right now, the data industry is just like the oil industry. They are collecting data and selling it.
Well, I think that probably should be illegal though.
It's not
If
illegal.
someone's able to steal your identity with that shouldn't, that's not right anyway. I mean, that's just.
It's not,
I
but
mean, yeah,
it
but
is.
yes,
Hold
it's
on,
still
but
morally
you're
wrong,
saying,
I guess.
hold on, but you're using the word. You're saying that's not right. It is. It's perfectly right for them to do because it is perfectly legal. You can't sue them. It is perfect. Hold on. It is perfectly legal for them to do, right? But it is immoral for them to do. That's why we're working for regulations and pushing for regulations, right? And building companies to help you protect your personal data, right? Because right
Yes, I see what you're
now,
saying, but
hold on. Right now, they're able to do whatever the fuck they want to do. So it's immoral for them to. It's an immoral thing, right? For them to put you in to sell your data, make $1 off of it, and put you into positions where you got to fight because somebody done stole your identity, or you got to unsubscribe for all of this spam that you're getting. They done gave your telephone number out, and now you're getting text messages from companies you don't even have any business with. Right? That's immoral, but it's not wrong because it's not illegal.
well, I say it would be wrong too, though. I mean, even though it's not illegal, but I still say that's wrong anyway. I mean, just that's the way I see it.
You're still talking about a moral wrong. You're not talking about a
It's
legal
moral,
wrong.
it's immoral and wrong is what I'm trying to say.
It's not. You're not talking about a legal wrong because it is not legally wrong. It is legally
that's
right.
legal thing though. I mean,
that's the difference between right and wrong. Right and wrong deals with legalities. Good and evil deals with morality. They are
laws
not
change
the
though.
same. No, they're not.
Like it's like the abortion thing. They change. So it's like now it's wrong. I mean, the point is it's wrong anyway, right? So
No, it is not. It is not wrong for a woman to make the health decision that she needs to make for her body.
oh, I totally agree with that. But I'm just saying, like, I think that on that personally, I think that it should be legal for them to do what they want to do with their body, but it's a moral thing to actually go ahead and do that, because I believe that you should have your rights to do what you want, but it's a moral case, when it comes to morals of actually going through with something like that.
Exactly. That's the difference. It's right
Yeah.
now it is legally, in some states it is legally wrong to do. That doesn't necessarily mean it is immoral or moral to do. Right? That's the difference between right and wrong,
Yeah.
and good and evil. Okay. So Adam and Eve knew whether it was right to eat from the tree or wrong to disobey, right? They knew that. They knew that your God told them if they ate from that tree, they would die. Right? They knew that there was a consequence, right? But they did not know the moral evilness that would be put on them eating from that tree. They had no idea that every human being would be born in sin. They
I see
didn't.
what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying? But what your God told them to do was not gain a moral conscience. So he wanted to be the decider of morality, and he did not want humanity to be able to decide morality for themselves. And so my
Well, I
question
think he
is,
did, though.
my question. How he did not, if he commanded
He
them
put it on
will you
purpose.
stop talking while I'm talking? Like, it does not help if you just regurgitate stuff. Listen. Okay, I'm gonna tell you what my mom used to say to me. Okay, listen for understanding. Okay, and that will help your outburst. Okay,
I just feel like I can't get a word out.
you don't even know what to get a word out on because you don't understand the question. You just wanna yell stuff at us. I'm not interested in that.
I'm not trying to yell.
interested in that.
I feel like I got to walk around on eggshells, right? It's like
Yeah, try that.
I mean, yeah, and that's what I'm doing. So it's like,
No, you haven't started yet. You have crushed a hell of a lot of shells. Start walking on eggshells so that we can have a conversation. Okay?
well, I mean, if I do that, then you'll kick me off.
No, I will kick you off if you continue to step on the eggshells.
Yeah, exactly my point. Yeah.
No, if you continue to crush the eggshells, okay, I will kick you off. If you continue to come off and burst out, I'm gonna drop you.
Okay. Can I say something?
Hurry up. It better not be he put the tree in the garden. I don't care about why he put that tree in that garden. That's not the topic.
Well, this is kind of about the topic. So it goes like this: Blessed is the lion who was eaten by a human and became human divine.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's neurodivergent, but also indoctrinated, and that is
Yeah.
not a pretty combination at fucking all.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
At all. There was like he couldn't have a conversation at all. King Panther.
Oh, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How old are you?
39.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I believe in a higher being, but I don't necessarily cater
Okay, I'm
to
just looking to talk to
Christian.
people who are believers in the God of the Bible or are deconstructing
Oh,
their
okay.
belief, or an atheist.
Or you say, are deconstructing their belief?
Yeah, believe if you're deconstructing your belief in the God of the Bible, or an atheist.
I guess I would fall into that, deconstructing the belief in the Bible.
Okay, you were once a Christian, and you're deconstructing your belief from the Christian God.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, do you want to try this one, or do you want to wait for
With the first question, or?
just a second? Also,
Oh,
good
sorry.
morning, Fee. Also, you there?
Okay.
Good morning, friends.
I guess also walked away. Selena, you want to do one, or
So,
do you want to try this one? Or you want to wait?
that's fine.
Okay, he's deconstructing his belief. Go ahead and pick.
Okie dokie.
Okay, go ahead and pick a topic. I'll be back. I need some coffee after that one and a fucking banana or something. Shit. I'll be right back. Go ahead, Jim.
That
Okay,
nigga
so
drop think is
the first.
potassium.
That's what I was about to say. I can't. He went down.
All right, so the first question asks if I would make a different decision than Adam and Eve, and I believe that I actually would have made same decision as Adam and Eve.
All right, why do you think that?
So I believe that how as good intention or whatnot that God said don't eat it from the believer's belief. Um, I'm kind of a little bit insubordinate, and I challenge authority. So I would be like, there isn't really a good reason to not eat it, you know. But that would be partially based on me not having the knowledge that now whole of humanity after would suffer if we were to believe in what happened.
Interesting. So, and you said you're deconstructing?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. So, what do you think God's purpose was for trying to, I don't know, stop them from having the knowledge of good and evil?
I, well, after listening to the conversation just now it appears to me that it was about control. You know, in terms of, well, I'm still processing the conversation that was just had, but it appears that it was just for control, and for obedience. and whatnot. Because I'm trying to see what the negative would essentially be. You know, yes, they said how, oh, they ate the apple and now they're like, oh, you're naked, I'm naked, blah blah blah. You know, but what would the negative actually um have been outside of a lot of that? You get what I'm saying?
Um, yeah. I do think that you know, whether you know it or not, we all harm people at any given time in our lives, and I do think that it would be better to be able to distinguish between that being a good thing or a bad thing. Hopefully, so that we don't perpetuate more harm. But I do wonder why um, the option of, well, I guess I don't really wonder, because I mean, if you look at the setup for the God in the entirety of the book, yeah, I mean, he demands that you do some heinous shit and don't feel anything about it, so that makes sense. But I mean, the other day we were talking about how, actually it was with Bash, but talking about how, uh, like the empathy and the sympathy that I guess you could derive from kind of being able to tell what's good and what's bad. It's like the first step to getting you to, I guess, like actually, what's the word that I'm looking for? Does it even start with an R? What word am I looking for? Reconciliation with people. There it is. But you get cut off at that process early because, I mean, you don't recognize the harm that you perpetuate and you don't feel any way about it. So it doesn't cause you to change your behaviors. You just, forgive yourself and move on. And I mean, like I said, there's a lot of places in the book where, I mean, you're given pretty much instructions explicitly based on, don't have any compassion. Don't think about the other person. Like, don't consider anyone else. Just do what the fuck I tell you. And I don't know, like it's weird for me to have that realization and know that there are people that also have that realization, but still continue in the belief system, because that's, I don't know, it's weird. But I don't know what keeps you kind of attached to the idea, I guess.
Conditioning. Yeah, I feel like I was raised. Well, I don't go to church anymore. Well, I haven't been in a while, but I feel like I was raised as a Christian. You know, as my dad's side of the family, Seventh-day Adventist. My mother's side is Methodist, right? Um, but foundationally, I was raised as a Christian. Um, so a lot of the foundation of my being is that, right? So it becomes challenging to address that, if that makes sense. So I think because of that, the only path that exists other is create what's it called, creativism. What's it, creationism or whatnot,
Mm-hmm.
where you don't really have to cater to an Abrahamic religion, but you still believe that there's a higher being, because it all couldn't just be a big bang. That makes no sense. So like somebody had to do it, but it's not necessarily in that structure.
You might want to study what the Big Bang is, because that's not what that is.
No, I'm not saying that's what the Big Bang is. I'm saying in comparison, all right, that you believe that somebody created it versus there just being the Big Bang.
That's what
That's
he
what I'm
said.
saying. That's not what the Big Bang is.
Oh, so
Those two
what do
things don't compare anyway. That's a category error. One is an explanation, a process that has math and formulas, and you can predict with it. The other is just a belief system. Those two things are not even remotely in the same category.
Okay, so what I'm suggesting, right, is that how um, instead of there being one person creating everything, there's energy that everything came from, without a creator being the catalyst for that.
Who created the creator?
I'm not sure what came first, the chicken or the egg.
Well, I mean, obviously the chicken, right?
Does he sound like Show?
Who's so?
A little bit, yeah.
Another person that we talked to.
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure what the chicken or the egg came first, so I can't tell you who created the creator.
I think you should find an answer to that question about not the creating of the creator, because that doesn't make any sense, but the chicken or the egg. There's an answer to that. You can look it up if you'd like.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up after I get out the box.
Did you have anything else that you wanted to add?
Um. So
What happened?
The audio went out. King.
Yeah, King's audio went out.
The audio.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
oh shit.
His audio went out. I don't know.
Pakima.
Hey, ladylike church girl, unconfirmed. I'm just gonna call you ladylike.
Good morning.
I do want to point out that it's unconfined,
Oh, it's unconfined. Oh my man.
and that is confirmed. Yeah.
Everybody on this
Oh, that
wait
was funny.
list. Special K, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Okay, thank you. Alexander Okay.
Ooh, let pressure talk to him.
No. The hell? And why are you talking in French? Like, who is we? Like, I really need to know why y'all need everybody to adopt what you believe for yourself.
I'm not crazy, right? We all believe it. We all think that thing.
Like, somebody came into my chat on the Job song and said, "So we not saying that God was wrong, are we? Who is we? What do y'all? What is up with this? Good morning, hey girl, hey. Okay, Sophie, the dream that I told you about that I sent you.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me why okay, so after my daughter stopped laughing at me, they came downstairs because I said I'm still shaking. And so they came downstairs to laugh at me some more.
Your own kids, man.
Your own kid.
But they said that 2 weeks ago. Okay, do you remember me telling you that there is a lady that used to live here that the police came looking for?
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah,
I remember that.
yeah, they were shining lights all in my house and everything.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. But my daughter said they came back 2 weeks ago while I was asleep. And the two different police departments from my county and another county, the other county came first looking for her and told my daughters that she kidnapped her own kids and they've been looking for her. She's not supposed to have her kids. And they thought she's still using my address. Like, I've been here for 7 years. And they said she updated her driver's license 10 days ago and she put my address down. So they think I'm harboring her.
What?
Yes. So they left, and then my police department came and knocked on the door. 20 minutes later, they said, my 20-year-old let them in to search the fucking house while I was asleep.
Oh my God.
She said they came in my bedroom. They went upstairs. I said, why did you let them in? She said, I didn't know. She said, I just wanted them to know we didn't have nothing to hide.
Yikes.
Oh my God.
Yikes. That is so
Think of
big.
send your children to me for a month-long boot camp. We're gonna teach them how to have interactions with the pigs.
But I've already gone over all of this with them. I have no idea why it went out of her head at that moment. I think she was scared.
And
That's
they
I
prey
can
wild.
see
on that.
that.
They
Hmm.
prey on that mess because they use
Yeah.
certain language that'll convince you to do things you don't want to do. Police can freaking lie to you and it's legal. I hate them for that.
No. Um, but the fact that this woman is still using my address and I've been here for 7 years is in fucking insane. And then, like, the thought they said an Amber Alert. She said they told her that an Amber Alert was gonna go out in the next couple of days, but she said this was 2 weeks ago. I haven't seen an Amber Alert. And then, like, when we look up this person's name, nothing comes up. My daughter said they searched her name on Facebook, nothing comes up. But apparently she kidnapped her kids. And um my youngest daughter said that the first police, the county police, said that this woman has been arrested here on this property multiple times.
What?
Yes.
But shouldn't that be available like as a FOIA request? Or
Oh, I don't know. Should it?
I would assume,
Actually,
yeah, I thought police records would be.
they are.
Like,
You
I
go
can
on.
get them?
Yeah, the public can get a FOIA. Can
Yeah.
request information from the Freedom of Information Act.
I had to put in one after Justin's accident to get all the video footage and everything for the case. Yeah, that's what FOIA is for. So if it's your address, you can ask for. Well, hell, if it's anything, you can ask for it. Any police report. Yeah.
So, and if I submit a FOIA request for this person, do you think that it's going to make them think that I know her?
I don't think so. You can submit a FOIA request for absolutely anything. Like you don't have to be. It could just be a case you're interested in. It could be like, oh, well, this person went missing, and I want to know what the police report found. You don't. That's the purpose of FOIA. You don't have to have any relation or connection to the case.
Somebody said that I should go down to the police office and ask them, because I don't even know what this woman looks like. All I know is her name because we were getting her mail for quite a while. And that has stopped because of the we put in a request, but I don't even know what she looks like. By her name, I'm guessing she could either be white or black.
That's wild though, for them to come to your goddamn house and oh my goodness.
And this is the first time I was on live and they were flashing lights in my windows.
I think I remember that happening, or either I remember you talking about it.
Yeah, that was months ago. And I told them then I didn't know that damn woman. I told them then that we had been here for 7 years. But my daughter said they came back, two different police departments 2 weeks ago. But the fact that they walked in my bedroom, saw me in my bed sleeping, didn't wake me up and say, "Hey, ma'am, this," you know what I'm saying? They, like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
that is insane. Such an invasion of privacy too.
Yes. But I'm gonna find out because also The woman could have taken her kids to get away from an abusive spouse. Anything. She could also be the abuser.
Yep.
Like
Exactly.
it's insane.
The Lord told me to tell you that it's actually Carolyn, and they making up lies about her.
You know what?
Daddy. Father.
Oh goodness. It brought up two people. Okay, yeah, you gotta go.
You know, one of them no belong up here.
Yep. P fence. P fence. Okay. King Mike and Special K, are y'all in the request on purpose or on accident? Y'all, it's almost 800 people in here. There is no reason for the request box to be empty. Don't be afraid to come up and have a conversation. It done threw you in there again on accident, Special K. You must have something to come up here and talk about.
I know we need a mama update.
Oh yeah.
Right. Ladell?
All right.
Ladell? Ladell? Y'all, TikTok is over y'all sitting in here and not coming up on this stage. Kenny is threw you in there again, and I know you've been up once already tonight.
Burn.
Tori, are you up here on purpose or on accident?
Accident. My bad. Get me off. I'm sorry.
Okay.
sorry.
That's okay. Have a good one.
Get her.
Good one.
Hey, Tori.
Have you tried throwing your phone?
The Yala effect, if you will.
Tori ain't scared. Tori don't been on this stage before.
Right. I know. It's just the way she said it.
What's up, King Mike? How are you?
Hey, thinker. No, I just wanted to tell you about what just happened to me not too long ago. And I was pulling into my parents' driveway and I didn't use the blinker. And there was an Asian cop. And you know I'm from Detroit, so it's just like I'm like I didn't think nothing about it. But they was just like, well, can we check your car? I said no. Like everything was valid. And they was like, well, you a licensed CPL holder. We need to make sure that your thing is not in the car. And the
What?
whole time, and the whole time it was. But I'm like, no, y'all don't need to check my car. And he got mad. And he was like, well, you don't have to get aggressive with me. And I was like, what? I'm not getting aggressive. I'm like, what? Like, dude, like, no, you can't check my car. He was, and I don't know, it made him more mad. But he had my license and registration, and I was like, well, let me pull my State Farm up on my phone. And he came back to my car after he ran my license and registration, and he was like, "Oh, well, you good?" Like, I was just like, "What was the purpose of this?" It was just that's that's what I was saying. Like, they really out here targeting us right now. That's what makes it so bad.
Yeah.
Cause my CPL license has been expired since like 4 years ago. But they really wanted to check my car, and I'm like, nah, it's not. Yeah, I said I'll leave it at the house. Whole time, you already know.
What's a CPL license?
The CPL,
Yeah, I know what a
uh,
CDL is. What's a CPL?
concealed pistol license.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking like a CD. I'm thinking like your driver's license.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
That's what I was
okay.
saying. So it was just like they was really like they really wanted to search my car. Like they knew I had it on me, and I was just like, nah, I ain't got it on me. I'll leave it at the house because my stuff is expired. And they like, well, do you mind if we check it? Check your car? I said no. I said no. You can't check my shit. And I guess it really made them more mad. Like, damn, you know, like, that was funny to me. I just wanted to share that with you.
Yeah, but no, they are. I seen a lot of different situations that's happening. But and
Yeah,
so I do recommend everybody to be legitimate. Not that they are respecting that, but at least you know that you got all your I's dotted and your T's crossed.
right, right.
Did y'all see that video of the cop wrestling the man on the bike?
Yes.
Oh, the one in
I
Muskegon.
didn't. What
He kept
happened?
falling.
No,
Man,
Sorry.
that cop couldn't get like he was going
That
It's
through
funny.
tall ass grave
His
digger looking motherfucker.
his
it.
feet kept betraying him. His feet just kept on coming from
Yeah,
under.
that man was
Somebody's gonna
70 years
send me
old
that.
and 7 feet tall. It was awkward as shit to look at.
But both of them was moving in slow motion.
Yeah.
Like there was no reason for that cop to be that damn tired and worn the fuck out because they were both moving in slow motion.
Yeah, the one with the bike.
Yeah. Even when
The
he
one,
got on the bike, he pulled off in
he still
slow fucking motion.
still didn't pull out. It was like he was pushing with his feet or something. I was like, what is going on?
Yeah, it was silent too. Like
Yeah, you couldn't hear nothing. Oh, that thing was funny.
I was hoping that it wasn't the one that show was talking about with the one officer in Muskegon, and that was up north from us in Michigan.
what
The one
happened with
that
that one?
he unalived the kid,
What
Oh
kid?
no.
and I don't even think he was a kid. He was of age, but this was in Muskegon, Michigan,
I haven't heard of
and
that.
he ended up unalive. The cop was chasing him on a bike, and not even chasing him on a bike. He was just riding his bike home, or it's a. I have to send it to you,
Wait, are
D.
you talking about the one that they had on the ground that let the dogs eat his face?
Was that the one?
What?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
was on
it
his
was.
bike.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
he
was.
was on his
Yeah,
bike.
up here.
Yeah, and they chased him.
Oh my gosh.
They ended up the police officer stood over him, shot him in the face, and then let his canine come over and eat his face.
Oh
Yep.
my God. I did not hear anything about that.
Yeah.
They not gonna let. That's what I'm saying. They not gonna let you know certain things that's going on, and it's just that's why I said certain stuff that's going on down south. It's just like they we are not that bad. Why are we why are we just like still treated like fucking 3/5 of a human, and we human beings? That shit just it kills me. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah. It is very disturbing. And people will say that racism does not exist. Even though that video with the cop and that guy was funny, I couldn't help but think the whole time that had that been a black
Yep.
man, that it wouldn't have gone
Yep.
down like that.
It was
That was my first
yeah.
thought. Yeah, that was my first thought.
And then it's
It's
gotten
just
to the
it's
point to where we can't even call that out because I was looking in the comments to see if anybody had mentioned it. But no, everybody was just laughing at the video. And it's like we've been shamed to even from bringing it up because that's not the first time we've seen stuff like that. And then if we
right.
comment it in the comments, they'll say, "Stop making everything about race. It's a funny video." And so when I looked in the comments to see if anybody had mentioned that, it was funny, and it's nice to see a person not being shot for resisting arrest. But had that been a black man resisting arrest, he would be dead.
Right. Yeah. That's why I said that just reminded me of that guy that was just he was just riding on his bike, and the police seen him with a firearm on, just riding on his bike in Muskegon. And they was like, "Oh no, he a threat." And yeah, they sent the dogs out, everything. Like it's just like, man, we are being fucking brutalized. I don't know if I can say that, but it's just yeah. And that guy wasn't even all the way there.
Yeah. We
You
have,
know.
yeah. Yeah. It is it's disturbing.
Yeah.
Did you have anything else, Kima?
I don't know. I'm just yeah. I'm listening. I'll be in the comments. Just drop me down.
All right. Thank you for
I
coming
love
in.
y'all.
Love you
Oh
too.
yeah.
Love you.
Okay.
Take it
All
easy.
right. Yep. Yep.
All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Thank you, P Fins. I appreciate you. Don't get quiet. It's 791 people in here.
When I woke up, there was a young lady on the stage. I thought it was Pisces at first when I heard her speaking. How did you talk to her about seeing demons or some shit like that? How did that conversation start?
Ugh.
Was it like a rough one?
She says she has a gift that she's had since she was little that nobody else has, and that she can see spirits and demons, and that she had 2 encounters with 2 demons. But then she doesn't know how demons are portrayed in the Bible, because she says she don't believe that people can be possessed by demons. So I asked her, then what did your God do when he took his spirit from Saul and replaced it with an evil spirit? And she was like, I don't know, and I don't feel comfortable talking on that because I've not read it. And I said, well, in the Bible, the demons are, uh, you know, presented as possessing the human, not just influencing them. And she kept going back and forth between whether she wanted to base her conversation on the Bible or her own personal experience. And so I asked her if she was being influenced by a demon to confuse us. And she said, that's your opinion. And I said, no, I asked if it was true. And she said no. Um, and then after she told us about her experience, and we asked, clarifying questions. It We ended up talking about how the devil and demons belong to believers, and that I don't understand why is it that the demons don't mess with atheists. And I don't understand the purpose of demons just showing up to scare the hell out of believers in their sleep, because it's not like the demon is coming to say, follow Satan, bow down to Satan. Like, the demon is just there laying on you or fucking with you and making you call on Jesus. So what is the demon's motivation there? And why don't the demon fuck with atheists or influence atheists to do fuck shit? And then I pointed out that the majority of people in prison are believers in a God. And so if demons are fucking with atheists, then shouldn't we be the ones filling up the prisons? Um, and then I think it ended with me saying that if my lack of belief stops her God from doing anything for me or to me, then I'm the one with the power, not her God. And that was it.
Interesting. I think I came in when y'all were talking about how she saw the demons, because she had said something about, I think also it was like your eyes were closed. So I'm like, I must have missed some really interesting stuff at the beginning of this one.
Yeah, she said she saw the demon. First, she made it like she literally saw the demon, and then when I asked her if demons were spirit or physical, that's when she said she saw the demon with her eyes closed, because she said she saw the demon when she was in the shower. So and I told her, I was like, if you saw the demon with your eyes closed, that's your mind. Like, you've closed off the physical world. So that's no different than your imagination. And then
Especially because the demon would have been in a different room from her.
she said
Right.
she saw the demon run to her mama's room and it hit her mom, or try to hit her mom.
That's when I was like, what?
Yeah, and then she said that her mama told her the next day that the demon was whispering stuff to her while she was asleep. That's a sleep paralysis demon. But I think the religious parents that be informing these imaginations of their children are very dangerous too, because they can incite paralysis, psychosis.
Psychosis, yeah, that's crazy.
Silent Hill.
Yes,
Hi, how old are you?
I am 26.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am a Christian.
All right. There are 4 topics on the board. If you could pick one, and I'll let you start off with Fee.
Why are believers haunted and taunted by demons? I picked that one.
All right, you can go ahead and tell us what your thoughts are.
Well, I'm not going to say much, but I was going through a rabbit hole under a certain subject. I can't say anything else, but I believe it to be true. And then lately, I feel like it opened a door, and I've been seeing things. And I don't know if anyone's gone through that, where they go into a rabbit hole and then they start seeing things or getting weird vibes.
No. And I think it's probably because of the very topic that you picked.
Yeah.
You have to have belief in these things to see it and have experiences with it. So non-believers, from my experience, the ones that I speak to don't have issues like this because we don't believe in that stuff.
Mm.
Would you like to tell us why Silent Hill? That's the question.
It's a certain conspiracy theory, that's all I'm going to say. And it's just, I didn't see it, but just the...
So let me back up real quick.
Yeah.
You're up here to tell us to answer that question, not to tell us about your yeah, answer that question first, and then we can go into it. Like, do you know why you're haunted and taunted by demons? Sorry if you...
I'm
Oh,
thinking.
no, you good, Celine.
Well, before, when I was a Christian, I did practice, I wouldn't say I was a witch, but I guess occult stuff, like crystals. So maybe that could be the reason.
What,
I
because you
got
bought a crystal?
right. I got a bunch of crystals in here right now. I ain't seen the demons.
I had a
I
shit
don't
ton of them
know.
in my art room.
But the question is, why do they mess with Christians, not witches?
I don't know. Maybe it was kind of like a witch. I became Christian more recently. I was born Christian, but then I fell off my faith.
Oh, so you're saying they're messing with you because you were a witch before, and that's your punishment for being a witch? That's what I'm picking up. Is
Maybe.
that
I
what you
wouldn't
put
call
in?
myself, I guess Wiccan, but I guess it's the same thing in the Christian eye. I don't know. I just recently got back into my faith, so I'm still learning.
So why would they bother you if you were already okay? Let me.
Well, that's the question. Like they were torturing you because you became a witch.
Yeah.
Why would they
Like
do
I had a
that?
weird experience. I'll give an example. There was this scenario where I was laying down on my recliner and I heard someone like doing like this, ooh, like shaking the thing, and I heard them. I can't see them, but I could hear them, and it was terrifying. Then
That
they
sounds
stopped.
like Hollywood.
It really does. And you still didn't address the question I think are asked. Like, if they're torturing you, they're demons, which come out of this Bible. Why would a demon torture you for not worshiping God? That doesn't make any sense.
Because I don't think I was worshiping God back, because I was a
That's what I
borderline a
just
witch.
said. That's
That's the
literally what I
question.
just said.
Yeah. But then I get
That's the
back into my
question,
faith.
though. The question is, why do demons bother you if you're not worshiping God?
I don't know.
They
Whatever.
would want you to stay where you are. If their objective is to get you away from God, then they would just be like, okay, she already we already got her, so on to the next. Like, what?
Because the way you're explaining it is the demons were working for your God to scare you back to your God.
Let's just say this: don't mess with witchcraft, guys, or the occult stuff, because sometimes
We're not talking about witchcraft. Like, why are you talking about witchcraft when we're asking you about you being a Christian?
Sorry, I'm a little confused.
The question is why
Mhm.
why are believers haunted and taunted by demons? People who believe in the God of the Bible. Why are demons messing with you?
That's a question I don't know, but they do. They mess with some people's either to take away from their faith or to make them mad.
How does a demon showing up to scare you take away from your faith? Take you away from your faith? That literally pushes y'all closer to Jesus.
Sometimes it can't, because sometimes the demons will go in your head and they will tell you, oh, there's no saving you. I had thoughts about that, and there
I'm pretty
was
sure
dark
that came
times.
from another Christian. Those thoughts in your head came from a Christian telling you that. No atheist is going to be telling you that you can't be saved. Like that, those thoughts came from other believers saying that stuff to you. Am I wrong?
No, you're kind of right about that, yeah.
Yeah, so
I'm
those
thinking about it.
demons manifested from believers, from Christians.
And then the can't be saved thing normally pushes believers closer to the God. Like, oh, let me get a little bit more fanatical to show this God I'm worthy of being saved. So it still doesn't break the formula that Thinker was just asking you about.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
When I was a Christian, I had those same thoughts. And then when I'm no longer a Christian, I don't have those thoughts anymore. I don't want to take myself out anymore. When I was a Christian, I did.
No one had experience with any demons or like seen scary imagery.
I had sleep paralysis. I had sleep paralysis demons, but again, that was only when I was a Christian. When I deconstructed, I don't have them anymore, and it's been 7 years.
I used to have a lot of sleep paralysis, and I would see a man with a hat.
Why do everybody see a hat? I'm jealous. Mine didn't have hats.
No,
Where my
I ain't never
demon
seen.
hat? Oh,
I ain't never
hatless
seen no
demon
hatless.
ass.
A hatless old.
My mama's demon had a hat.
interesting. Some people say they see a hat, and I actually did see a hat. A guy with gray hair and a hat.
Thank you, Angie. Mine was bald. Angie's was bald.
Mine
Mine was
too.
bald.
Mine too. Wait, the white hair. You saw the man from Poltergeist? Is
No,
that his
mine was
name?
just a black shadowy figure. Like it didn't have a race or anything like that. And my daughter's was a British girl, and she said she was calling Jesus, and the girl said, "You really think he's gonna save you?"
Y'all never
How
ask
was he
yourself
British?
Huh?
how to. Y'all never. I mean, I wonder why a demon would need gray hair. Like, how does he? How does one get gray hair? Because we know how gray hair forms in humans. But why would a demon get gray hair and wear a hat? That doesn't make any sense.
I think he was just wearing the skin. That was the vibe I was getting.
It wasn't the skin. If it wasn't real, it was still in your mind. Did you touch it to feel that it was skin?
I don't know. It's just he would be staring at me. I can never see the face though. That's the scary part. You never see the face.
Dr. B is such a troll. Did you see what Dr. B said?
What did he say?
He said because the demons are under a lot of stress. Duh. And Poppy gonna say she's the one who popped up in my daughter's dream.
No, I think the through line here is that all of these experiences are predicated on belief. Like that your belief is the battery that powers any of this shit that's going on in your mind.
You think so?
I mean, I've never had it because I've never believed in it. And I talk shit about this God every single day. I'm fuck God, fuck Jesus, fuck the Holy Spirit. I do all the things that would invite all of the things that believers say are going to happen to non believers. I've not seen shit. Nothing has ever happened. But I do see a lot of people say that as soon as they stop believing in these things being real, then these psychological experiences ceased. That doesn't happen with something that's objectively true. If it had power, it wouldn't be predicated on my belief.
Yeah, like
That makes
why me
sense.
being healthier in my mind is better without Jesus in it.
That part.
What do you
Because you got to
guys?
be broken. You got to be broken in order to, go through all of this. Y'all know that.
What do you guys think about the shroud of thorn of Jesus? Do you think it's fake or real?
I think it's a shroud of Turin. And I think it's one of the most idiotic concepts and things that have ever come to pass. If you know anything about material, about like decay,
Yeah.
any of that stuff, it doesn't make any sense.
Fee, you messed up
Well,
my joke because I finna say, I don't know. I guess it's prickly than a motherfucker because it's from like, but it's all good.
yeah, I saw 2 videos proving it's fake. Like you can literally make it by painting a Jesus and put in glass, and linen bleaches in the sun, and if you put it together, it will not leave any strokes of paint. Like it's literally doable in the medieval times, but people still believe in it. So I don't believe that's really the shroud, basically.
Why are you a
Social.
Christian right now?
Me?
Yeah. Are you a Christian because of your parents?
Huh? No, I believe Jesus is real. I don't need a shroud to tell me Jesus is real. From my own experience, from
What
yeah.
experience?
Well, I had a lot happen to me in my life. My mother passed away when I was 11, and whenever I pray to God, I feel at peace, and I feel like she's with me. And I always had a sixth sense that I knew that she was going to die young, and I had in my mind, coincidentally, I don't know, whatever God told me, but she was going to die of cancer, and sure enough, she did. God told me she was going to die of cancer. She did.
Wait, God told an 11-year-old that.
Well, I knew from a while. You don't have to
What?
believe me, but
No. What's a
that's how I
while?
know God's real.
Hold on. What's a while? Because you were 11. What's a while?
Maybe 7 or 8.
So God is torturing you at 7 with impending doom of your mother's death. For what reason?
More like that she's going to die soon. Enjoy her.
What?
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. But it
And
happened.
soon was 6 years later? No,
Yeah.
4 years later?
Mm-hmm.
That's not soon.
I don't know. Not soon to me. I was like 7 or 8, 9, 10, 11. She died when I turned 11.
Was she already sick?
No, she didn't know. But I always told my mom, there was a video of me saying, Mom, let me take a video of you just in case if you go. My mother's like, why are you saying that, Max? I'm like, I don't know. You never know. And we found out. And when she found out she had cancer, she only had like 3 months left to live. It was
I'm
from
talking
her
about at 7.
pancreas.
You took that video at 7 years old?
I took that video at around 10, but I had that thought in my brain since I was 7 or 8. Yeah.
Why are you saying that God told you that?
That's what I believe who's been telling me.
Yeah, but what? But you don't. You saying God told you just because you had it in your mind doesn't mean that a God put that there.
I don't know. It was like
Like,
a
do y'all think
feeling.
your thoughts is your God talking? Hey, Jaren, do you think your thoughts is a God talking to you?
Not necessarily. I know my own thoughts, but this voice that was coming, it was like telling me, enjoy your mother. She's not going to be here that long. Enjoy your mother. Be kind to your mother. And that was happening around 7 or 8. And I talked to my grandmother about it. And she told me, oh, that sounds like God. And she would tell me she had the same things too. I don't know. It could be a family thing. I don't
It's
know.
not a
But
family thing. That's the story in the Bible.
but that's what I believe. I believe it is God.
Those are
You guys
your
don't.
own thoughts, though. Like when people say that a God is talking to them, it's usually their own thoughts.
It doesn't feel like that for me. Like I know when I'm talking to my brain, and I know it's me.
What does the voice sound like?
It sounds like a man, like an old man.
Why would it sound like an old
Oh,
man?
oh.
An
Like
old
your
man,
God
but
isn't
wise.
human. Your God is not human. Why would it sound like an old man? It's
But
not human.
we're made of the image of God.
That doesn't mean your God is human. That the very fact that it sounds like an old man, you are repackaging the idea of this God based off of what you've been taught the God is. That doesn't. That's how I know these are your thoughts.
Did you say we've been made in the image of God? In what way? What of you looks like God?
Well,
Also, I definitely can't look like him because I'm black with tits and a vagina.
Real.
he looks like a man, but maybe he's made of energy or light. We will never know the right answer,
What
but
makes you think he looks like a man? Who told you that?
makes me think he looks like a man. It's just a
Yeah.
feeling. And first of all, my father is an atheist.
What does that have to do with anything?
So really, I only was raised kind of Christian from my mother. She'll mention it, but then my father would be like, "Don't tell him about that crap. Don't tell him about it."
That doesn't stop the beliefs from sinking into your
So
subconscious and providing you with this iconography that you're regurgitating now. Like it's the thinker was saying to
but I
listen.
never was like
Hang on,
went to
hang on a sec.
church, learn
Hang on a
about
You
the
just
second.
said your
Bible.
Hold on,
grandmama.
sweetie. Hold on.
You
Hold on.
just told us your grandmama put the idea in your head that the thought you had was God. You had
Yeah,
a praying grandmama. Go ahead, Faith.
that's true. That's true.
Yeah, like you can't say that, oh, my dad was an atheist, therefore I wasn't indoctrinated. You may not have.
She never like
Can you not do that?
Let her finish and
took
then
me
you
to
respond.
church.
Let her finish, Silent, and
Oh,
then
sorry, there.
yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to go to church in order to pick those things up. I've never taken my son to church, not one day in his life. He had never been to church when he came home from school one day telling me about the devil that lives underground and that tortures you when you do bad things. It does not require constant church attendance for these images to be implanted into a person's mind. That's just how our brains work in a society that has shared beliefs like this.
Mm.
Hey, Dr. B.
Good morning.
What?
Do you mind if I ask, and obviously we're not in my area of specialization at all, but it strikes me that, I mean, it sounds like you believe God is very powerful, but it seems odd that one, he would place such a heavy burden on a 7 to 10-year-old to
Yeah,
make sure that you made the most of your time, because I think that leaves the door open to you feeling like I didn't do enough to spend time with my mother. And I'm
yeah,
very
I do feel
sorry,
like
by
that.
the way. That's horrible, and I'm very sorry.
It's
Um, but
it's
the
a
other thing
nightmare.
that, oh, sorry. Why do you think that God, instead of coming down and trying to make provisions by communicating with you to make the most of it, why not just prevent her from getting the disease or healing her once she got it?
This is gonna go deep, and this is gonna sound terrible, but I don't really think I was meant to be born. Honestly, that sounds
So God made
crazy,
a mistake.
but let me explain. My mother was not supposed to get pregnant. She had a uterus problem. I was like a miracle baby. That's what my dad told me, and my grandma told me. And she had to do a lot of work for me to exist. Like, she had a surgery down there to make sure when my dad could, do it, it will work. So that's my theory. And then when I had these thoughts happening, I tried to, warn my mother, she should get tested. You should get tested. No, I'm fine, sweetie. I'm fine, sweetie. And then when it was time to find out, she only had 3 months to live. And then when my dad told me, your mom's going to die, I said, what? I thought she had more time. And then they told me she had like maybe a week left. But then the next day she died. So I never got a chance to say goodbye, even though I
Oh,
knew
God.
something like this was going to happen. So for me, I know something was telling me either it's a coincidence or I'm just a witch, because I did fall into witchcraft, but then I stopped. because I was seeing dark things. I couldn't sleep, and then now I'm Christian again. So that's pretty much my story. Yeah.
I'm really sorry. That
Yeah.
sounds horrendous.
Mm,
I'm definitely not, and I'm sorry if it's in any way coming across this way. I'm certainly not trying to like weaponize that in
mhm,
any way. So I'm very sorry if I mean this genuinely.
mhm.
It just seems like that's a lot for a loving God to put not only on you, but on your mother. I mean, like if he created her in such a way or orchestrated things in such a way that she had to go to, there's a lot of pain and a lot of turmoil, and to great extent to have you then only after all of that, miraculously to then not be able to enjoy you as a human, as her daughter. That feels wrong.
I don't
I don't
know
know.
the answer for that. Either I just have strong intuition, or there is a God. That's literally, and I just feel like there is. Now, what he did was, was it harsh? Maybe, but I do see it as that I knew something and that I could have changed it. So now that she's gone, I listen to him and I listen to like when I feel like something's wrong,
You said you could have changed it?
Yeah, did you say you could have changed it?
maybe if she would have got tested earlier, the doctor
My
did tell her
God.
that if she would have got earlier, she would have been better.
But do you hear, like, sorry, I'm not a psychiatrist or,
Yeah, no, I
you
know
know,
it's a lie. I should go to therapy for it, but
no, I mean, I just like, you must be walking around with a tremendous amount of what I think is false guilt. That
yeah,
sounds awful.
yeah, I do feel like I could have done something, but no one wants to listen to a kid.
Then why don't you get mad at your God for telling you instead of an adult?
Right.
I
Right? Like
don't.
to place that burden on you, to Dr. B's point, as a child, if you feel like your voice wasn't strong enough, then that message should have been delivered to maybe a doctor, your mom's primary care physician, your
Your
grandmother.
grandmother, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I try my best, but I don't. It's been years, and I moved on, and I just accept that some things you can't change. But I did enjoy my mother, and I did the best I can.
I mean, that's all we all can do. Right?
Yeah,
The day we are born is the day we started heading towards death. Like I think religions try to teach all of these things or give us all of these alternative realities to shield us from that reality or that brute fact, but that's what it is. And to carry the weight of guilt that comes from a narrative that you're projecting onto a horrific experience that no 11-year-old should have to deal with, or I mean,
mm,
losing anybody is heartbreaking, but at to lose your mom at 11 is just
yeah.
you get what I'm saying, right? So this God could have communicated that in any way. And I just think that the irresponsible piece was, if this God is communicating with you that way, that's extremely irresponsible.
Why hasn't
A
he
God
come
should
and
know.
lightened that burden for you?
I
Right.
don't
Like he
know, and
came
that
and
wasn't
put
even. Yeah.
he came and put the burden on you. He's not come and taken that burden off of you.
A lot's happened. I just remembered after the funeral, my mother died. There was this lady. I was just gonna say her name, Lisi, and she thought I was psychic or whatever, and took advantage of me. She got some psychic over and was asking me weird questions. Do you know when I'm gonna die? This psychic guy showed me like a panel like of people's faces. I don't know if it was like a trick, but it looked like, see, these are important people. And she put a chain on me, like, if you take this off, you're gonna die. It was some weird shit.
I don't.
Yeah. So I don't know. That's why I believe. And then I told my dad, and then he took her to court, and I never talked to her ever since.
But my question was that's some crazy shit right there. But
Yeah.
my question is, why hasn't this God that put this burden on you taken this burden off?
Well, I feel better now. I feel like, this is how I view it. If I didn't know my mom was going to go, I would not appreciate her more that time that I knew her, because it feels like I knew her for a lifetime. If I didn't know that she was going to go, it would have went by so quick, then I would have forget my mother. That's how I view it. So I'm not that burdened, but I still think about it, that maybe I could have done something.
It sounds like you're still grieving her. And look, I lost my father.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
always going to grieve her, yeah.
Yeah, I lost my father. And the night before my father died, he called me and he was telling me that he needed me to be strong, because the man that I was married to, he said he doesn't hit you now, but as soon as I'm gone, he's going to start beating you upside your head. And he told me, he said, you're my most unselfish child. And he said, so I need you to look out for your brothers and sisters. And I'm just listening to him and I'm like rolling my eyes. So I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? And then the phone died and I was like, I'm not calling him back. And then that night I had a dream of a man's feet with a death tag on it, which I thought was I thought I dreamt of my ex-husband's dad's foot because he lived with us and he had some ugly feet. And I thought it was his foot. And I didn't think anything of the dream. And I went on ahead and went to work. And then that night, my dad got killed by a drunk driver. And for the longest, I beat myself up for not even listening to him and rolling my eyes. It took me 14 years to like really grieve my dad because people kept telling me that I had to be strong for my mama. And I kept blaming myself for not even listening, like for not calling him back, you know.
Mm.
But it, like I had to heal, right? Like I had to realize that, and I kept thinking about the fact that he died on the side of the road, how he died, like his head, he was on a motorcycle. The guy ran a red light, hit him on his motorcycle. They said he came up off the motorcycle and head first into the pavement, and they said his mandible crushed his brain.
Oh my God.
And the guy got out of his car and he looked at my dad, got back in his car and drove off and went
Did
home
he
and
run?
washed his car, trying to wash my dad's blood off his car. And his wife caught him and she turned him in. And all I kept thinking about was the fact that I hung up on, I didn't call him back. When the call dropped, I didn't call him back. I rolled my eyes. He died on the side of the road by himself. All I kept thinking was he died on the side of the road by himself. That's all I kept thinking. And like it took forever for me to one. I learned later on that some kids from a local college here saw the accident and they stayed with him. We learned that in court. They stayed with him on the side of the road until he died. And I wish I could find those kids. It's been 19 years, so they're well adults now. I wish I could find them and tell them thank you because they stayed with him until he took his last breath. And learning that, and then meeting a young guy who said that my dad helped him change his life, and then my dad had visited him in the jail the day that he died. Learning all of that, like it made me realize that, you know, he lived a good life and his impact is still here. Right? Like people still walk up to me today and be like, "You such and such daughter. Your daddy was a good man." Like still to this day. But it took me 14 years to grieve that. And when I finally cried the cry that I needed to cry, I was able to release it and accept one that I didn't make the phone die that night. I didn't want to hear about my daddy dying. I didn't know what the fuck my dad was talking about. I don't know what the fuck I still don't know what the fuck made him say what he said. Um I thought that it was my duty to try to keep his legacy alive with the church. So I went heavy in the church, trying to, keep his dream alive of building the church. But none of that was my responsibility, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
so when I cried that cry, I was able to accept his death, release, and heal. And I went through grief counseling. I was in college. I had to drop out because he used to come and eat with me on campus. And when my first time going back to class after his death, I broke the fuck down in the elevator.
Mm-hmm.
And the grief counselor came and got me, and she told me that adult kids, it's harder for adult kids to lose a parent than it is for a younger child because you've had more time, right, to get to know that parent. You have more memories or whatever. So she told me that she think that I needed to take a semester off, which I did. But we tend to hold the guilt, hold what could be, right? Like what we're missing. I miss him every fucking day. There ain't a day go
Right.
by that I don't think about him. Even though
Same.
I've healed, I still miss my dad and want my dad. But I know the guilt of what could have been, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. And I guess how I get through it is thinking maybe it's a coincidence, even though that's hard for me to accept. The way everything happened, like, I don't know.
And I know that's hard for an 11-year-old too.
Yeah.
And then for your grandmother to be like, that's God talking to you, that's even harder.
My whole
But
family, even my mother saw things. So maybe it runs in the family and I have an issue. I have a therapist and I don't have schizophrenia. I have nothing. I just have good intuition. Whatever that could mean, I don't know.
I mean,
I also
everybody
have,
has intuition. Whether we pay attention to it is another story.
yeah.
Intuition is just us assessing, right? It's our body, our brain, um, analyzing and calculating risk, right?
Mm,
The potentialities of what has been and what could be. That's our intuition. Like pattern recognition and stuff like that. Whether we listen to our intuition is another thing, because not our intuition isn't always right.
mm.
Silent. I'm gonna have to go here in a minute, and thank you for having me up. I just wanted to say, again, well, both of you, and Thinker, I've heard your story before, and again, it's just, yeah, I'm really sorry to both of you. But something happened, I guess about 5 years ago now, 5.5. We lost our son Harry, and of course, I grew up, evangelical, and I remember a family friend of ours who came home from the funeral home, and a family friend of ours had come over, and she was like, trying to keep the house clean and watch the other kids. And we walked in and kind of sat down at the table, and Megan and I were both still very red eyed, and it was just silence. And she looked over at me and she said, "It's just not fair." And that was the single most meaningful thing that anybody said to me during that entire time, because it was the one thing that I would have never allowed myself to say as a Christian. It's just not fair, right? It's just shit. And there's no rhyme, there's no reason, there's no cause, there's no guilt. It's just like that nobody's responsible. It's just shit. It's not fair. And I guess, I don't know. That's what I would say about this. It's just not fair. And I'm sorry. And it's shit. So
Absolutely.
anyway.
Dr. B, I'm sorry to hear about your son. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was 38 weeks. And we went to get a regular checkup just because she was starting to have contractions, and so I guess it wasn't a regular checkup, but like a and they said we don't sense a heartbeat. So
I'm sorry for your loss. Oh my God.
Was this your
it
oldest?
was
This was gonna be your oldest?
no, our youngest. It was just before the twins.
Oh
Yeah,
wow, okay.
Oh
yeah.
wow.
So
You want
it
to
was
know
very
something?
yes, ma'am.
My dad's name is Harry.
Really,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
It's I knit all of the like cross stitched, I guess, to our oldest a blanket, and then Megan taught me how to knit, so I knit the rest of them
You
a
knit?
blanket. Yeah, from time to time, but
You,
That's
you,
so cool.
you knit and play the piano? Goodness gracious.
but we have I knitted him one. Sorry. Anyway, I saw it the other day in the closet. So it like it. Sorry, it obviously still hurts, but that concept of it just not being fair, it's just so impactful coming from this evangelical background, because there's always got to be a reason, right? That's you didn't do X, or God is trying to do Y, or Satan came in and is like, this is a test. Fuck all that. Like, just fuck it. It's not right. It's just life, and it's shit. And it hurts, and I'm really sorry. But guys, I'm going to stop bringing this down so much. Thank you for letting me.
But you're not bringing it down, Dr. B. Don't ever think
You're
that.
bringing a perspective.
Yeah, and what you said is real. And we talk about deconstruction all the time. And I think a lot of people are afraid to deconstruct because life fucking happens. And this is why I ask, what's the difference between God's will and that's just life? Because sicknesses fucking happen. Death is inevitable. None of us know whether we're going to die young or old. None of us know if we are going to have to bury our kids or our kids are going to have to bury us. That's the unfair shit of life. And there is no God or anything that's going to be able to give us those answers or help us mitigate that shit. And that's the truth. And a part of deconstruction is learning to breathe through those moments that we know are inevitable.
Yeah. And this, I'll say this to to bring it back to my specialization, so that I say something meaningful. Like, this is what makes ancient literature and modern literature, obviously, so powerful. And if we can get to this deconstructed state, then we can say with Dr. Kip Davis, I fucking love the Bible, right? Because this is when it actually helps, in my opinion.
Yes. Yeah.
Because, like, if you read the Epic of Gilgamesh, and you watch him throughout the first half of the epic, he's this this rash, it's sort of like, impetuous child who's going out and he's gonna unalive this monster, and he's gonna throw the genitalia of the bull of heaven up at Ishtar. He's doing all this crazy shit, and then Enkidu dies, and he doesn't let them bury his body for 7 days. And the text says that he weeps over him until the maggot drops out of his nose. That's what the text says. And when that happens, and he recognizes my friend is really, really gone, he senses his own mortality. It comes crashing down on him. And the second half of the epic is him trying to find immortality. He's no longer going out there, trying to get famous. He's going out there to try to figure out how to not go through this. And that's what, of course, that's what brings him to Utanapishtim, the flood survivor, But at the end of the epic, he realizes it's inevitable. Like there is no escape. And so the epic ends with him going back to the very beginning of the epic. He says the same thing that he said at the beginning. And it's all about, what do we do in this life? What's meaningful here? What's gonna outlive us? Making the most of our time. And that's very real. And that's where it becomes powerful, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the promise of eternal life or living again sets the false expectation, or you know, um, like Christianity does teach its followers to not care about this life because you're gonna get another one, and that one you will not die. You'll live forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it it robs you of the ability to, one, enjoy the life that you have right now, make an impact, but also learn to get through the tough parts of life, because you get this false expectation that if you believe in God, then you won't hurt, you won't suffer.
Yeah.
I think it even makes your grief that you do need to go through the process. It makes you feel guilty about that, because in evangelical circles, it's like when you're grieving a loss, that's an indication of lack of faith. That you shouldn't be sad. You're going to see the person again, and I think it just steeps human experiences. It plants it in this bed of dishonesty. Because I think, Dr. B, when you said that, how impactful it was for you to hear someone say it's just not fair. I think it was so impactful because it's honest, and it wasn't covered in all of this, well, God has a plan, or it must have meant this. It just lets you deal with what is, as opposed to trying to create a scenario of what you need it to be in order to feel better. And we say this all the time, like how we've got to get a closer relationship with truth. And as uncomfortable as it may be, it's only going to get more comfortable the more we experience it. But if we keep putting these layers of hope and faith and belief and ideology and, fake narratives and post hoc rationalizations between ourselves and the experience, the true experience of the thing that we're looking at, we're never going to be able to parse it out at all.
The AI just called me a fucking therapist.
What?
The AI said a therapist discusses faith and deconstruction.
There you go. You've been promoted. Or I don't know. Is that a lateral
I
move?
think it
I
was
don't
when
know.
you were talking, though, Dr. B.
Dr. B, see Lawrence for your updated business cards. She
Exactly.
handles that for the community.
Oh my goodness, that's so funny. All right, well, guys, Silent, absolute pleasure. Thinker Fee, pleasure as always. So if you're still here, I'm embarrassed to have shared a stage with you. Sorry. Just kidding. Guys, thank you for having me up.
All right. Have a good day, Dr. B.
All right. Love y'all.
Love you too. All right, Silent. Did you have anything else?
No, it was a good conversation. It gave me perspective,
Selena,
stuff
you're
to
not on
think
mute.
about.
Oh, mute me. It won't let me mute.
Sorry. Well, I enjoyed the conversation as well. And thank you so much for coming up. And I hope you have a great rest of the day, okay?
All right.
All right. Mind you, there was a guy who commented and said, y'all talk to just anybody. I thought this platform was educational. So I responded. Yeah. I responded to him and I said, except for you, block. Because you never know what, I think every conversation that we have on here, even, y'all know this, I think that even the crash outs, we can learn from them. But I don't know where they get the expectation or that I'm supposed to be educating them. But that got his ass blocked. 2KMD?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing great.
How old are you?
18.
You got to be 21, okay?
Gotta be 21, yeah, I bet.
Yeah, 21. Have a good one, okay?
Tuesday.
Yeah, you too.
Ali?
Yes, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I am very well.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
All right. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Oh, sorry. You said what?
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
No, I'm not an atheist. Of course, there's a God.
Is it the God of the Bible?
Well, I'm not Christian, so
Okay, so I'm only looking to talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible or are deconstructing their belief in the
I
God
do
of the
believe in
Bible
the
or
God. Like
atheists. So
we have
you
the
don't
same
fit
God.
the conversation, okay? You can go back to whatever God that you talk to. Hey Ty, how are you?
Hey, Finger, how are you?
I'm good.
Hey, Fee, also, Selena.
Hey,
Hi.
Ty. Good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to come up and touch on how predatory Christians can be especially when you're mourning. I guess it would have been 18 years ago now. I gave birth to my son, and unfortunately, he didn't survive. And I told my partner this, and we just I laugh about it now because it was just so ridiculous about the funeral. My mother attended the funeral along with a bunch of my friends, and we were at the gravesite, and my son's casket hadn't even been, loaded into the ground yet. And my mother, who is a staunch Christian through and through, took it upon herself to just go on this religious tirade about anyone who wasn't saved there was going to hell. Um, it was so out of place, and it lasted for like 5 minutes. And because I was in the mindset that I was in with just losing, my first baby, I didn't say anything at the time. But I remember having a conversation with her like years later about it. And she said to me that, in times of mourning or when you're in distress, that's the best time for you to come to Christ. Mind you, like I was so devastated because, and not to trigger anybody, but I had actually given birth and I held my son until he took his last breath. So I'm already traumatized, and here comes my mom with, you all are going to hell if you don't come to Christ right now. It was like an altar call at a gravesite. And and yeah, it's
That is
just,
insane.
yeah, and it just goes to show like how Christians prey on you when you're, when you're weak or you're going through something, or just regular life stuff that may not be going your way, but it's just it's so predatory. And I remember she probably either that week or the week after, she invited me to come to church with her. And this was the church that I partly grew up in, so I pretty much knew everybody there. And we get to the altar call. My mom's like, oh, just come up to the altar call with me and, just have a prayer. Okay, cool, whatever. I get to the altar call, and the pastor of the church, he's going around putting, Bertolli olive oil on everybody. And he gets to me and he's like, this was his exact words. Are you the one that lost the baby? And I'm like, this is what you say to me at altar call when I'm clearly distraught. Like, and then, I'm like, yeah, yes, that's me. He was like, well, if you want to see your baby again, you need to come to Christ. I'm like, what?
Wow.
I literally just like left the altar call, walked out of the church and went home. And I haven't been back since. And that was 18 years ago. And
I'm so sorry that happened to you. That is pissing me off.
I didn't mean to piss you off, but
no, you are
yeah.
not pissing me off. That is in fucking insane. Like, let people grieve. Like, Jesus can wait. He's been waiting 2,500 years. Let people grieve. Goodness.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was my deconstructive villain story. That's when I really started to just pull away from Christianity and start to research things myself and pull away from the church. I had already started to pull away once I left for the military. But I just, like, the things that I was reading in the Bible, the things that the preacher, the pastor was saying, my first experience with homophobia happened in the church, from the pastor preaching about, quote unquote, people with sugar in their tank. You know the words that they use. But yeah, I had to get out of it. It was way too toxic. And I felt like in my time of just mourning and being distraught and having that trauma, the words that I wanted to hear, like Dr. B was just saying, like, oh, it's not fair and I'm so sorry that happened to you. I never heard that from anybody. Never heard it from anybody in the church.
That's because they're too afraid to say that their God isn't fair.
For sure. Okay. Well, that's all I want to say. I don't want to hold up the box too long for anybody that wants to come up, but thank you for giving me the time and the opportunity to speak on that.
You're welcome. You're welcome up anytime, Ty.
Okay. Thank you so much. You guys have a good day.
All right, you too.
Bye-bye.
Wilbur, I think that's your fucking name. Wilbur or Wilford or Wayford, whatever the fuck your name is. Wayford said, we just want genitals, and that's why we don't want his God or her God. How? What the fuck does that mean?
Go back.
What does that mean? We just want genitals? We have genitals. We have genitals whether we believe in your God or not. What does that mean, Wayford? Like, goodness. And why you mad we don't want your God? Like, you do. Go be with him. Right. We're born with genitals. And then, like, you in here mad because we're talking amongst ourselves. What the hell does this have to do with you? Like, if you don't want to listen to the conversation and it's making you mad that there are people who are healing without your God, who are loving without your God, who are happy without your God, scroll. You can go and be sad and depressed and broken, sometimes happy, sometimes healed with your God. That the same way you said y'all are condemning yourself. You are condemning yourself. Go and enjoy the choice that you've made and leave us to ours. Like that, it's not that hard. I do not understand why y'all need everybody to choose what you have chosen for yourself. Hey, Stir.
Hello. Hello, hello. Happy Friday, everyone. Good
Happy
morning.
Friday.
Okay. Hi.
Friday.
So I'm going to make this super quick because, listen, I'm already late for work as it is. Lord have mercy. However, I wanted to share this in this moment because I hope that, it speaks to someone in the room. It's like a deconstruction beginning as well, if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Perfect. So I just remember being a child in church and not really getting it, to be honest with y'all. I would just be so confused. I'm like, why are we really doing this for real? But you're a kid, you don't really have choices. You just do what you're supposed to do, right? And at the very end of the day, despite me not fully tapping into this whole like Christianity, God, Jesus, whatever, whatever, I was a very obedient child and I was a people pleaser, right? That's all a part of this faith as well. And so the way that they did it at my church when it comes to baptism, it had to be like a conscious choice. Like you had to say, I want to be baptized. And they had this like baptism class that you go through. It was like a few weeks. And then that happens. And then that's when you're considered like a full fledged member of the church. That's when you can participate in communion, right? So I did that as a teenager. I was probably like maybe a preteen, like 12, 13, 14 years old, whatever. And I did communion like once, maybe twice. And I just remember not liking the feeling. I just remember feeling so weird. It was really performative, right? Like I'm sitting at the front of the church next to my mom. We got to get up. We're past the things. We have to listen to the thing. We have to eat the cracker. We have to listen to more things. We got to drink a whole thing, right? You notice who is taking it. You notice who's not taking it. And it just felt icky to me. Like it didn't sit right with me at all. So I think like the third or fourth time I went to do it, I didn't. Like I didn't get up to go grab the little crackers and the little juice. I didn't participate. And that made my mama mad. She looked at me like, what are you doing? Like people see you not participating. And I'm like, okay. And I look at her and I'm like, I just feel a little distance from God right now. I'm not doing that. And at the time I'm realizing that like I really don't have to do something I'm not feeling. Like I literally don't. And I don't have to do it because other people are going to think a type of way if I don't. Like like my deconstruction story was me realizing I really don't have to do that. I really don't have to. I do not have to do things that make me feel uncomfortable. I do not have to participate in this. This whole feeling that I was feeling this whole time was valid. And, like as I got into college, I was trying to continue in church and I was just like, nah, like I really am not feeling this. And then I just stopped. So I am saying this to whoever out there just wants to hear the story of, or just needs to hear, like, you just really don't have to do it. Like, that complete um, ignoring of like your feelings and your body and how you think of certain things. Like, you don't have to push it away, you don't have to ignore it. Like, it's really real and it's very valid. Um, so I just wanted to put that out there for hopefully people that need to hear it.
Thank you so much, Star. I appreciate you for that. I'm pretty sure that that was helpful for a lot of people that's, on the fence and wondering if this is the right thing for them to do. I know we have a lot of very real, difficult conversations in here, and sometimes it can be scary when you relate with what you're not supposed to be relating to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I know that that was helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, lovelies, I gotta go.
All right, have a good
Bye.
day at work.
You too. Or yes.
Fee. I don't know who else was up here. Selena, I don't know. Were you up here when K1 came up? Am I on stage by myself?
Yeah, I'm not here. Fee not here, and Selena not here. So,
Also, do you know K1?
nah, I know a younger brother.
What? A1?
K2.
Please don't.
A1 or B12?
K2.
K2?
Oh, no, that's their cousin.
What about
Yeah.
F1? What about M2? M16? B16?
Nice.
Got a lot of siblings, huh?
Nice.
Yeah,
F1.
don't
Hell
fuck
yeah.
with my neurodivergent mind. No. C4, yeah.
C4, yeah. Y'all get it.
B52.
One is about 50. I don't know about
But I know Fee
Sorry, I
said
just passed by Ford.
and then 450. Fee said that she can't unmute, but K1 came up and said that he is deconstructing now.
What?
Yeah.
When?
Tonight.
I don't remember this person.
Yeah,
Really?
you've been gone. You've been MIA.
One with the red profile?
Yeah.
Red
Yeah.
clothes on his profile? Oh, okay. What?
Yeah. Yep. He said he's deconstructing. He said he's letting it go. But honestly, he was a humanist anyway.
Yeah.
He was a humanist with a Christian title. Like he did not agree with anything. He was a humanist anyway. So yeah. Unc, are you in the request box on purpose, Uncle Forrest? Y'all, so I have been reading the scrolls of the Dead Sea Scrolls individually. And this was definitely a cult with like the initiation processes and all that stuff from the Dead Sea Scrolls that they did not add to the text. Of course, the Bible was already canonized by the time they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, but they make claims that they're updating text based off of the Dead Sea Scroll, and they make claims that the Dead Sea Scrolls matched the Bible perfectly. But there were other documents with the Qumran scrolls that had rules for initiation process, rules for how they did their meetings, and rule like it is so fucking interesting. And they did not think that the Jewish Messiah was spiritual. Like they were expecting a physical king who was going to sit on the physical throne, the same way the Jeremiah and Ezekiel did. They didn't spiritualize the promise of the Jewish Messiah the way Luke does, the way the gospel writers do, and Paul does. So, like, it's really interesting. It's really interesting to read. The Ethiopian Bible does exactly what the King James Bible does. The only difference between the Ethiopian Bible and the King James Bible is that it has apocryphal text. That's the only difference. But what's in the King James Bible is also in the Ethiopian Bible. Y'all have got to stop doing that. Y'all have got to stop doing that. It'd be different if Genesis says something different in the Ethiopian Bible than what the King James Bible says. It doesn't. If Genesis is in the King James Bible and the Ethiopian Bible, they say the same thing. Same thing for all 66 of those books. That is ridiculous. That's somebody making money off the black believers who want this belief system to come from Africa.
Absolutely.
Selling that book heavy on in the TikTok shop too.
I wonder who's behind it.
Ethiopian joint?
No, they're selling the Ethiopian Bible on the TikTok shop. Like, I wonder, like, if you click on the ad, you can see what company is behind it. I guarantee you, it's not one of us.
Oh, absolutely not.
Probably not.
Yep.
Although it could be Fee. She hasn't come off music in a while, so.
You said Chap is behind selling it? Say you joking, Hannah. Say you playing right now. Oh, okay. I'm gonna say, oh, man, what? He is exploiting the black community if he was. And he is a trip and a half. I do not like that dude. But I would have still been shocked.
And it is not me, Oso. You stopped spreading lies.
I would never say that.
Mm-hmm.
Can we run that YouTube footage back?
Huh? You said run that beautiful beam footage back.
Can we? Yeah, run that beautiful beam footage. Take it back about 45 seconds.
Hey, Mini Trial, good morning. All right, y'all, the guest box is open. Don't be shy. Get in. The water's nice. We've had some good conversations tonight, so we have not had to crash out, even though that other guy was on stage. I think he was very neurodivergent. But we haven't had any crash outs tonight, have we? Oh no. That one guy that always said y'all some witches. What's his name?
What?
The one guy that always joins to call me a witch, who always say, "You run from me. You don't want to talk to me. You're a witch." You're like he just
Yeah, I forgot his
constantly,
name.
huh?
I know who you're talking about, but I can't remember his name.
Yeah. He joined to talk about homosexuality. And a preacher came in and said that we're gonna be his sermon on Sunday. And I told him I didn't give a fuck.
What is he preaching?
I don't know. I told him I didn't give a fuck.
You should have told him bring his congregation to our live.
Right.
Yep. He said that we're gonna be his sermon on Sunday.
It's so funny when we were talking to show on Mama Bash's live the other day, and when he hopped down the first time, I was thinking to myself, I wonder what the flow would be like if we had like a current believer who was logical and not willing to ignore just basic common decency as a human. Like if they were on the panel to check the believers, if the believers would accept that correction any more frequently, or accept the feedback, I should say, any more frequently if it came from a believer. But then I started thinking, I'm like, well, how long would a logically thinking believer stay a believer listening to these conversations? And it's almost like as soon as I thought that show came back up and was like, yeah, I'm gonna have to put this down. So I'm wondering if like people like Show and Mildred and others who are really trying to think through this, utilizing critical thinking. I'm wondering how long they'll stay in that position as a believer, listening to the way believers behave and the things that we talk about up here.
To be honest, some of them probably have made the decision, but just haven't told us.
Yeah, that's true.
I think
they may be trying to come to grips with it themselves.
Yeah, and I think that grandmother, the 55-year-old, I think she gonna end up doing it.
The one that was talking about her grandbabies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so. I don't see how anyone who is truly a humanist, who is truly an honest thinker, can continue to ignore the fact that the answers that this belief system provides don't help anything. Like the solutions that are offered do not resolve anything. I think it's just a matter of time that people have to either decide to stay in the delusion or to continue this path of lying to themselves and coping, as opposed to just accepting reality for what it is. And it is hard. Like, it's harsh. Like we were saying, shit is not fair, but pretending that shit is different than what it is isn't it doesn't help.
I think they're more worried about soothing their anxiety of what happens after death than they are about soothing any suffering or pain that they experience in this life. I think they're more afraid of death than they are of suffering here, because at least they are alive and suffering.
That
And
just doesn't make sense to me, though.
yeah, but think about like what the pastors, they will beat it into their heads that even for them to think that they can do it without God is is a sin. Like there was a guy on Mama Bash's live that said, like he redefined mocking the God and made it a sin. Like the they will make up punishments, sins, um, you know, events to keep a person locked into the belief system. And what we were talking about earlier, when I was asking, what motivation do demons get by just showing up and scaring the shit out of believers in their sleep? Because the demon isn't coming to convince them or saying, leave Jesus or follow Satan, bow down to Satan. The sleep paralysis demons are just showing up, laying on them, putting their hands on them, just standing there, scaring the shit out of the believer, to make the believer call on the name of their Lord. Like it just instills the fear, right? And so they have the fear of judgment, the fear of hell, the fear of loss, the fear of demons, the fear of Satan, right? Uh, and so it's just constantly pushed into their head. So the whole to keep them in this belief system, right? And so their fear of death, coupled with their fear of hell, coupled with their fear of judgment, coupled with their fear of loss, like losing someone, losing a job, losing a house, um, losing money, uh, lack, going without, right? That, like all of those fears is what keeps them in this Jesus. And despite the fact that they don't have a fucking surety that none of those things still won't happen to them. It's just the fear is mitigating it. Like that's why they stay. And preachers bank on that. They bank on that fear. That's like their investment.
I think that's why the ones who are preachers and pastors come in here, they don't last long. Like the one on Mama Bash's live yesterday that just dropped.
Yep.
They
I
do
was like,
not
where'd he
want.
go?
Yeah, I'm like, bruh just disappeared immediately as soon as we started like holding his feet to the fire for some shit that he said.
Mind you, he said, I just woke up after he just said that he was on another panel. Annika, are you in the request box on purpose? And I did my microphone go out? Like, what the fuck? Like, how am I still having
So
issues? It's a
did.
brand new microphone.
It's a little static.
Father, we come that you fix that microphone.
It's a brand new microphone.
Give it the spiritual power. Well, clearly the warranty needs to be implemented, Father. But we're gonna bypass
But I was having
that.
these same
Fix the
issues with the
Use
HyperX, the quad. The microphone
fix
kept
the
going
what
out.
also?
Also,
the
play too much
microphone.
when it's time to be serious. There's a time to be serious and there is a time to joke. And my motherfucking microphone ain't working.
I'm seriously doing all I know how to do. I don't know how to fix microphones.
I'm trying to figure out why it's still doing that though. Could it possibly be the phone then? Because
Is it the connection part? Sometimes if it's like a loose connection, it'll do like that.
well, like if I disconnected and reconnected, but the cord is new, so like I don't. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I mean, like when it goes in, is it like a snug fit, or does it like wiggle around?
No, yeah, it's a snug fit. It could be my
AI, we're talking
phone.
about chords.
You
Okay.
use a. I ain't heard you say something.
I said AI, we're talking about chords. Okay.
Oh, take shit. Do you use a sound splitter?
No. No, but I was saying, I can imagine that pastor was thinking in his head, like, don't they know I'm a pastor? Like, where is their reverence? Where is their respect? You know what I'm saying? Because pastors have this entitlement, like this expectation that people won't challenge them, that people think, people automatically just be quiet and listen because they are a pastor. And like his first response, he kind of slowed down in his answers. Like he was shocked. Because I don't think nobody has ever said to him, that's not true.
I think a lot of pastors are like that. A pastor friend of mine was on Facebook. He posted that thing I told y'all about. How can the God that the slave masters prayed to and the slaves, some quote that some theologian has come up with some hermeneutics to try to address. And I responded, I'm like, that's a great question. I said, but the answer is that the God is answering both based on how y'all say he answers questions. Answers prayers, and I told him, I was like, if the slave runs away and he prays for a safe passage, he gets it, God answered the prayer. If the slave master prays for the return and the slave gets caught, God answered the prayer. And so he said, he responded, he was like, you completely missed the how. This is about the complexities of God, and this preacher or this theologian went into this hermeneutical approach and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I didn't miss the how at all. As I'm talking about the what. The how doesn't change the what. Like ultimately, whatever how or why a theologian or anybody is given is coming from the mind of a man. And it doesn't change the fact that both of these groups of people were praying to the exact same God from the exact same book. And his only response was, wow. I'm like, I don't know what you want me to tell you. I'm like, it may be uncomfortable for us to say these things, but they're true. If they're not true, then tell me where I went wrong. But I think pastors and preachers have this expectation of deference to them. Whatever they say, you just accept it. So when they get like pushback or responses, they don't know what to do with it. That's why I think they don't come in here very often.
What was he expecting the how? Like, what the hell does a theologian have to do with, like, what?
Oh, it is interesting. And like he's a smart man. Like he cool dude. Like we used to be friends back in the day. It's the same one that I told me I was in a cult when I was a Jehovah's Witness. But yeah, he's taken this, he gave me some theologian to look into. He was like, maybe read his work and you'll come to a better understanding. I'm like, even if I read his work, it's not going to change the what. And the reality is that this same God did not answer the prayer of enslaved people. Full stop. Like they just don't want to deal with the what because they're trying to excuse the why.
Yeah, anytime we ask them a what question, they always come back with a why.
Yep.
And that's why I be telling them, don't go to the justification because the justification is for you. That's for you in your secret closet or whatever the hell you go, in the bathroom, wherever, down the street. That's for you. Like, I'm not asking you for that. I'm asking you for the mechanics. And that's what I said to the preacher. I said, no, I want to know the mechanics. And he was like, he just got silent. And then I said, can you give us another example? And he just kept going back to David. No, he tried to use Abraham. That was weird. Don't you think that was weird when he said Abraham?
Yes. I'm like, dude was pulling every man out of the Bible he could think of, but none of that shit did what he thought it did.
And then he called Abimelech Abinehu. What did he call Abimelech?
I don't know. He missed some syllables. All I heard was Abimelech. I'm like who?
Like, bro, you don't even know this story all the way. And like, what?
But I do think that they have an expectation, because I did too as a believer. You have an expectation of non-believers to not know anything about this book, to not know the characters, to not know the stories, to, we were told that a lot of them aren't bad people, talking about non-believers. They're not bad people. They just haven't learned God yet. They just haven't heard the truth yet. So I think they come into these conversations expecting us to be like, I don't know, what are the first 5 books of the Bible? They don't expect it because they assume that anybody that's read it will land at the same conclusion that they have. And that's just not true.
That's why they always be like, how do you know this Bible and still don't believe? They always ask me that question in my DMs. Or they tell me that I should be ashamed that I know the Bible and I don't believe. But the more you learn somebody, you can make a more informed decision on whether or not you like that person or not. When you first meet somebody, you don't know whether that person is somebody that is a good person for you to be around. And then sometimes you don't know if you want to be around that person when you first meet them. But the more you get to know them and that mask comes off, more information is revealed, their behaviors are revealed, then you're like, I can't fuck with this motherfucker. So the more we study, the more we like, yeah, no, I'm good on that. But that doesn't make sense to the mind of the believer. And they don't understand that because they don't read, and that's why they still believe, because they don't necessarily read.
I think even when they do read, they're not reading to truly develop an understanding because they've already brought it with them. So they're just reading to kind of reinforce what they already believe. And that's just not the approach that you take if you're trying to critically assess a text.
Yeah. And the whole concept of hermeneutic, scripture, and interpreting scripture is a whole motherfucker too. Ebony? Ebony? All right, y'all. Please help me, because I'm so sick and tired of TikTok. They trying to put y'all on stage because it's damn near 800 people in here and no one's requesting. Help me out. Like I'm here as long as y'all are having conversations with us, but please don't make us beg for the conversations. Y'all are here.
I know it. And believers, y'all have backup accounts anyway. Just make a backup account and then come in here and tell us why you won't come on the stage and have a conversation with us. I mean, if the deconstructionists won't do the same thing, like, why won't y'all come up and talk? Like, it's not even like the topics that we're discussing, y'all don't have experiences in or thoughts on. Like, it's just weird that it's always like this. You're pulling teeth to get people to come up here and engage.
But those of you that are deconstructing, y'all can't blame the Christians. Y'all not coming up either. And the reason why I go live for y'all. I keep telling y'all, don't wait for a Christian. I'm not live to talk to Christians. I go live to talk to people who are deconstructed and atheists, because I'm deconstructed and I'm an atheist. I permit Christians to participate. Hey, Coochie.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how are you?
Fee, it's funny to hear you say that too. I don't think it will ever be as funny as when Christina first real. Wait a minute. It's somebody named QG. Said horrible. All because that damn corgi. I sent to corgi. Yep. She's trying to figure out who sent it to her.
I came up because I had a funny take on number 1.
Oh, let's hear it.
So, would you have made a different
Oh, so
decision
you
than
got some
Adam and Eve?
competition.
Uh-oh.
The pressure.
Would
Go
you have
ahead.
made a different decision than Adam and Eve in the garden? So, I think that it's not that my decision would have been different, but what I would have done is I would have sent Adam one way to gather all the fruit from one side of the garden. I would have gathered the fruit from the other side of the garden so we could have a piece from every tree. And so before the God could realize what we did, we would have what if those other trees had other kind of powers? And we would have had all the powers associated with all the trees, and he wouldn't have had a choice.
Wait, say that again.
So it says that you can eat from all the trees, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if because I know eventually the tree of life was guarded, right? Even though I don't want to live forever. That's not a goal, but just to think about it, you had the opportunity to eat from all those trees and all the fruit looked good. So I would have went around gathering all fruit from every tree. Like so you can have a sample of everything before you actually took a bite. And then you could have fruit from every tree and a gift from every tree. So let's just say one tree had the power to give you like a Midas touch or like give you everything you wish for, and another tree had the power to maybe she could have had childbirth without any pain, like maybe a life without pain. So you would have had the opportunity to eat all that fruit before the God realized like what we had did. I would have been running around like a kid, pulling fruit down from every tree. And he
Yeah.
would have had no choice but to grant us whatever we had done.
Like the
He would
devil
have the
fruit
special
and
powers.
what's that show? Oh my god, it was an anime. He says gubba gubba. What's the kid that ate the One Piece? Yeah, One Piece. Yeah, like that. The
How you
devil
know
fruit.
One Piece? What the fuck?
Huh?
How you know One Piece?
What do you mean how I know One Piece?
Exactly what the? How you
I'm
know
not.
One Piece?
I
I'm not
watched
gonna
it.
lie. I'm not gonna lie, Thinker. I had the live on one day, and you said something about One Piece when Justin was walking by. He's like, Thinker knows One Piece.
What?
I don't think.
Well,
Yeah.
I love One Piece. No, I didn't watch the anime. I watched the show.
The show
There
is
was a
the
show.
anime.
No, they have a show, a
Oh, the
series.
live action.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't watch
Gotcha.
the anime.
Interesting.
I was surprised if you watched the anime too. I'm like, wait, did you?
No, I
And we
didn't.
always mention all these things that the like the older shows, and you're like, I don't ever watch that. I never watched that. But
No,
yeah,
I
so I
didn't
was
watch the anime.
Yeah. So I was sitting here thinking about that. I was just like, maybe if we got a piece from every tree, he would have had no choice but to grant us whatever powers that we had accumulated from every fruit. But I did have another thing to another thought about Christians and why they behave the way they do. Um I was I was teaching a class at a gym, and it was an aqua aerobics class. And I was approached by a gentleman, and he came up to me. I can only assume it's because I was the only Black person that was within his reach because of what he said. He shows me a section of the Bible on his phone. I'm like, me of all people. And he's like, do you know your people? And I was like, what? And he says, do you know your people? And I said, I'm not sure what you mean, sir. And he's like, you're a Christian, aren't you? I said, no, I'm an atheist. And he's like, what? He's like, no, you're a Christian. And your people are, just look at Deuteronomy 28. And I was like, what? What are you talking about? And I said, sir, you need to leave because, I was going to call security. I was like, sir, you need to leave. You need to leave me alone. I said, I already told you I'm an atheist. There's no need for you to keep talking to me. And he just kept insisting, and he was showing me his phone. And I was like, no, you need to leave. But to me, the denial or the rejection that he received is like, it's not only a rejection of his God, but I think they see it as a rejection of themselves as well.
Yeah.
And misery loves company. And I think a lot of these Christians are miserable people, and they're not willing to admit it. So it's very offensive when you won't accept what they're saying. It's like, how dare you not accept my God? How dare you not be miserable with me? We have to be in this together.
I think they think that we're saying something's wrong with them because we can do it without their God and they can't. And so they hear what they hear coming out of our mouth is you're broken, you're wrong, something's wrong with you. Instead of what we're actually saying is I don't believe it and I don't want it. And that's just that on that. Like if I honestly think they feel broken compared. They're like, how dare you think that you can survive in this world, this evil world without God? How dare you think you can do anything without God? And what they and because in their mind they can't. Like they're convinced that they can't even get up and get out of bed and go to work without their God waking them up. And they think that we are calling ourselves superior, I think. Yeah, how dare you
True.
believe in yourself? Like Jackie Hill Perry said, who told you you can think? Who told you that you don't need the Holy Spirit to think? Like they have been convinced that even thinking is a God power.
Very true. And again, if I had gotten a piece of fruit from every tree, I would have the God power.
Look,
I'm stupid.
nobody said, but
Nobody
it
said.
seems like you're trying to convince others that they can have joy without God. We're doing the same thing, but with a different goal. Who the fuck cares what your goal is? And I don't give a fuck if you need your God to have joy. Who the fuck said that?
Again, they're taking it as an attack on them. And it reminds me of like some hazing or something. Like, oh, you joined the Air Force. Now I get to pin your wing on you, on your chest. You joined this frat. Now I get to do whatever they did to me to you, to pass on whatever trauma they received onto you. But it's very disturbing. And then even in my line of work, um, I see like the bottom of humanity a lot. And I remember we were working this case with this doctor in I want to say she was in San Diego, and she was providing.
Hold on,
Go
Coochie,
ahead.
before
Go
you go
ahead.
there. He said, I want people to feel. I want. It's about what his ass wants. Listen to the rest of this. I want people to feel the joy of God, while some of you want people to feel the joy without God. It's not much different. What? Who gives a fuck what you want for a perfect stranger? Like what the who gives a damn? If you need your God to feel joy, that's on you. I don't. I don't need a God for that shit. And I don't care if you do. Just leave me the fuck out of it. Stop trying to push your belief and make everybody else accept your way of thinking, what you need for your life. It's just that simple. Like you act like you need us to accept your God in order for you to feel joy. And if that's the case, you don't have real joy. Because that shit can be taken away the moment somebody say they don't believe in your God. I'm sorry, Coochie. Go ahead. Can you
Oh
start?
no, you're
Can you start
fine.
back over? I apologize.
Oh no, I was saying that it's really like I see the bottom of humanity when I'm dealing with some of the cases that we deal with at FDA. And there was a doctor that was, I believe she was in San Diego, and this was closer to when I first started as an investigator, and eventually became a supervisor. But I was an investigator at the time, and she was treating cancer patients, but she was preying on their faith in God, of not questioning her authority, because she was a doctor, but she said that, okay, her gifts came from God, and everything that she gives to her patients has been blessed by God. You need to trust what she's saying and don't visit any other doctors, right? And she was providing care for cancer patients. So she was actually she when she was in, I'd laugh a little bit because it's ridiculous, but when we finally were able to get, or not, I say we, collective we, but when our investigative department was finally able to access her, where she was storing her medications, and I say medications in air quotes, they noticed that she was using like paint thinner. She was using different glues. She was using just industrial stuff in these treatments. And how they found out is because her patients were starting to get really, really sick, but they weren't going to any other doctors because she was saying, don't go. And she was saying, relying on your faith, and God's going to heal you along with my hands, right? Or God's going to heal you through my hands. And ironically, what really caught the attention of the investigators, the criminal investigators, was a report from a bishop's wife. So the bishop's wife got really, really sick and eventually died. But before she passed away, they had made a report. I believe, I want to say, did it come through? I forgot how we got the initial report, but it came from a bishop's wife. And then again, she ended up passing away. But all these people that this person affected, and they were refusing to go to other doctors or tell anybody because she told them to rely on your faith. And they're going at this blindly and not even accepting like reality. Like some of these cancers that she was treating were treatable had they gone and sought other care.
I was gonna ask if she was treating anybody, like if she had any patients who actually didn't have cancer, but she convinced them they did.
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, it's always possible. This was back in, I believe the case was from 2009. Like it started in 2001, so it started right before I got to the FDA. But then um, I think she finally was arrested like in 2009 when they had enough evidence to support the arrest. But we see things like this, like unfortunately, pretty often where people prey on people who are weak minded and won't accept logic, unfortunately.
Yeah, I I I think Christianity is a very exploitative belief system, religion. It preys on a lack of knowledge, insecurities, fear, lack of resources, and makes all of these broad promises that they cannot fulfill. And then when the promises are not fulfilled, they blame the person because they set up these preemptive fail safes. If it doesn't work, it's because you lacked faith. If it doesn't work, it's because you didn't pray enough or fast enough. If it doesn't work, it wasn't God's will. It's definitely exploitative.
Exactly. And I wish it wasn't that way because you see things that could be prevented, and they go on for such a long time. And I don't know if it's out of embarrassment by the time that we actually do find out, or things are revealed, why they went on so long. I don't know if they're just embarrassed or why they won't say anything, or what. But it's really, really sad when you think about it.
I think it's
And
both embarrassment,
mhm,
shame, and fear. Like, I think it's all of that.
yeah. But that was all I had. You guys have a good rest of the lives. I'll still be in the comments. Thank you
Thank
guys
you,
for the
Fuji.
gifts.
Have a good
All
one.
right.
I will never understand the mindset of people who come to this space day after day after day, asking the exact same question that we answer repeatedly the same way, and then complain about the fact that we have these conversations. Like, stop coming here if you don't enjoy the conversations. We tell you why we talk about this.
They do enjoy the conversation. That's why they come here. They look forward to the shit. When I didn't go live, when I got suspended, they were messaging me talking about, uh, you don't go live today. Are you going live? And I'm like, what the fuck are believers texting me, messaging me, wondering why I haven't been live for? Like, they do enjoy these spaces. They miss it. If we ain't live, they don't got nothing to do on this damn app, because believers don't, like, they ain't talking to each other. Like, did you notice that they didn't start hosting lives until we did?
Yep. And I think they lie to themselves, because, like, even with what nobody just put in the comments saying that, I guess I tried to understand why the host and the panel want to do this every day when they hate God and Christians so much. You don't listen to anything that we say, because in every way imaginable, we have told you this is not about hatred of a God or even about hatred of people. This is about trying to get y'all to see how your beliefs impact other people. You just don't give a shit. You just want to be able to do what you want to do, regardless of its impact to other people, and you don't want us to talk about it. Because for so long, you have lived in that privileged bubble of yours. And we are saying, no, we're sick of this shit. People are dying because of your beliefs that y'all won't keep to yourselves. That is not a difficult concept to understand.
I don't know how many times I gotta tell y'all I could give less than a fuck if y'all are here or not. I don't go live to talk to Christians. Never have I ever gone live to talk to Christians. I started this live to talk to people who were questioning, like myself, not Christians. Y'all the ones started whining, talking about it's our belief system. We should be a part of the conversation. Now y'all whining about being a part of the conversations. And then ain't nobody keeping you here. You think that just because we're talking about the Bible and talking about the God of the Bible, you have to be here. You don't have to be here. Like, that's how I know y'all don't trust your God. Because if you actually thought that we were taking people away from your God, why don't you just put it in God's hands like you tell everybody else to do? Put it in his hands and go and live your life. Y'all need to make a song about that shit.
You need to go to read a book. Atheism doesn't have shit to do with evolution. Atheism doesn't have shit to do with the Big Bang. Y'all talk about things you don't understand, and then you believe things you don't even read. There's nothing, atheism has nothing to do with either of those things. And saying that a belief system is being pushed on people for teaching fucking science shows how uninformed you are.
It don't matter if you've only been on the live in the last 2 years. It's the fact that you are in the comments. If y'all are going to complain about the conversations we're having in here, don't come. Like, I don't mind believers coming, but you complaining motherfuckers need to scroll. What the fuck are you here for? Don't nobody want to be around a fucking complainer.
Why is Master Light saying he can't get over how young and healthy we sound? What the fuck does that mean?
Who the hell is Master Light?
I don't know. They have a nerd badge. I guess that doesn't mean anything anymore, though.
Is it a super nerd badge or a fan level?
It's the one with the little heart. I can't see where my glasses. It's the orange one. I don't know if it's
That's the where they send the harmies. I don't know all of the fan level, and I hate using that word fan, but I don't know all the fan level nerds, because that's when they just send the heart me. But so I don't, that person could be a believer or someone deconstructing or an atheist. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen their name before. Um, but what do you mean you can't get over how young we sound? Hey Fluffy.
Good morning.
How are you?
How's everybody doing?
Doing good.
Good. I actually had, I was thinking about the first question. Would you make a different decision than Adam and Eve in the garden? And I was actually having this conversation with a friend of mine. And I was thinking, what if the fruit was a metaphor for something else? It wasn't actually fruit. And what if the knowledge came from Adam and Eve having sex with each other? Because if you think about our society and how hyper vigilant everyone is about sex, I'm wondering if that is what the knowledge was. Because in the story, after they partook of the fruit, is when they realized that they were naked, is when they realized their selves, their bodies.
Since when has sex though been the thing that taught you morality?
Now, I'm not saying that sex teaches you morality. I'm just thinking that it wasn't actually a fruit and it was a metaphor for something else.
Right, but you
And
said the
that's
metaphor
where
could be sex though, right?
yeah, and I guess where my mind is going with that is think about growing up. You know, when you're young, you're very naive, but once your virginity is either given away or taken, it it opens your eyes to the world in a completely different way.
But what the knowledge of good and evil though, what is that with as pertaining to your virginity?
I didn't get that far.
I
I
also
was
think,
just
oh, I'm sorry.
no, go ahead, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I also think like this hyper focusing on sex and sex for the first time is a cultural thing. Like, I don't know that there's any epiphanies that happen the first time you have sex. Like, we think about the things that are so, like, the milestones in a culture are just a milestone in our culture. Like, things have the impact and the meaning that we assign to it. So there's nothing physiological that happens or that happens in a person's body the first time that they have sex. It would have to be the same on a for a woman and a man, but or a non-binary person. But I don't see how that would, if you're talking about symbolism. I mean, of course, symbolism, anybody can assign any meaning to a symbol, but I don't see how sex would fit in that category for me.
Yeah, I think like for me, the knowledge of good and evil would have to be um explained how having sex gives makes a person aware of moral goodness or moral evilness.
I wasn't thinking so much on the moral goodness and the moral evilness, but more the awareness of their actual bodies. Because, and I guess I was just focused on that part of the story where they hid because they realized they were naked.
But then you would have to account for the tree though. You would have to account for the fruit they ate being
Hmm.
uh called the knowledge of good and evil. So what about sex would bring that type of knowledge, good and evil knowledge?
Well, it wouldn't actually. And now that I'm thinking about what Fee just said, it's a cultural thing. It's sending me in a totally different direction. I'm gonna have to think about that some more.
I've heard people say that it was sex, but they've never been able to explain like the knowledge of good and evil. Like, what's the part? Like, so this isn't like the first time. A guy came in here and said that the tree was Adam's anus. Y'all remember
Oh,
that?
oh,
Unfortunately,
okay.
yes.
Yeah, he said the tree was Adam's anus.
Well, that's a new one to me.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
Damn.
I feel the
That
same way.
actually makes sense.
How?
No, I don't feel the same way
Cause
that
she
you do.
ate that motherfucking fruit, boy. Got with them dingleberries up. Hello, somebody.
So you saying Eve was the first one to toss a salad also?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. They say the
God gave us
serpent.
asses. Clearly, it was for eating.
Oh my gosh. Some people say the serpent is representation of a male's penis. Some people say that Eve, the serpent, and Adam had an orgy, and that is what gave them the knowledge of good and evil. Like it's all kind of interpretations in this story.
Oh wow, I've never. Yeah, the tree and the anus part is new on me. I have heard about the orgy theme before, and I'm just like, yeah, that's taking it a little bit too far. But yeah, no. Mm-mm.
Yeah, when we first started doing lives, we did a live asking what was the fruit that was on the tree. And we were asking if the fruit was the fig. Hold on, let me pull up this post. Hold on. I'm going to bring it up and show y'all, but I gotta email it to myself right quick. So give me just a second. You can joke with Oso about him getting his salad tossed while I do this.
Also gives me a giggle every time he comes up on stage. I appreciate him.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of the
Oh
Tootsie
my
Pop? If you're brave enough to
gosh.
find out, bang my line.
Oh
I'm
damn, I
okay.
think I deleted it. I had to clean up my because it said I had too many fonts, so I think I
Joshua
deleted
said to
it.
block Oso
Shit.
now. We can't block Oso. No.
Is it this one? Why is this one blank? Damn, did you do that, girl? No, here it is. Nope. I be doing the most shit sometimes.
Do you
Oh, there it
overorganize yourself?
is. Yeah, but I found it though. Okay. All right. Okay, y'all don't gotta be silent while I do this because I gotta email it to myself, download it,
Oh,
all that stuff.
but I actually, another thing, I was actually sitting here thinking about the question, would I have made a different decision? And knowing what I know now, I would not have made a different decision. I still would have eaten the fruit. But I also take into consideration Adam and Eve didn't know the difference between good and evil or right or wrong. So they were going to eat the fruit regardless because they were curious. They wanted it. It's just like a baby. We have to teach children right from wrong and teach them the things that they need to know. Babies are curious. What do? They reach for things and the first thing they do is put it in their mouth. That's pretty much how Adam and Eve were. They were babies. They were curious. So they saw something that piqued their interest and they ate it.
I, um, I think the story says that she went through like a thought process.
Mm-hmm.
To like she looked at it and she noticed that it looks like the fruit and the rest of the fruit in the garden for food. So she didn't see any difference in it. Right? It didn't look any different than all the other fruit. And then she asked herself or wondered to herself whether it was desirous to be wise. So that's like I take that as her going through like a, she's thinking about it, right?
Mhm.
After her examining it, and then she eats it, and she doesn't die like she was told, and then she gives it to Adam, right? Like, and he's there, he's watching all of this happen. So, um, that's how I see it. Oh, good, I emailed it to the wrong place. Because like with babies, like, do you think they go through like a thought process to examine it to see if it looks like food? Right.
That's a good question because I mean, we know of course there's brain activity there, but I've always wondered what babies actually think and why they always put everything in their mouth. That's their, way of exploring and figuring things out. So I kind of always wondered what a baby's thought process was because, of course, we're older. So we've had more life experience and we know, hey, don't put the shoe in your mouth. The shoe is nasty. But a baby doesn't know that.
Right. So,
Maybe the only reason
but
why you know that is
Eve
because
did,
you put
right?
it in your mouth as a baby.
I'm talking over also. Eve did, right? Like Eve went through a process of thinking. You see what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
she examined it and saw that it looks like food. Like babies don't babies will put like my granddaughter, she puts my AirPods in her mouth all the time. So she's not looking at it to see if it looks like the food she eats. But Eve did. You see what I'm
Okay.
saying? So she had some level of maturity in
Intelligent.
her thinking.
Okay. And in her mind, it's like it's food. It doesn't look any different than any other food. So why can't I eat it?
Yeah.
Okay.
What is this? I just sent this to my email. Come on now.
Yeah, I do think it is tied to like what is it, rooting? I think that that's just a way that that's expressed because mammals, I think, in large, have that.
Y'all, I have emailed this fucking post to all 4 of my fucking emails because every damn time I think I'm typing in the one that I want to send it to, I end up typing in the wrong domain. The first part wrong. Like I have emailed this post to 4 different emails of mine. Like I'm on autopilot or some shit. I'm almost there. Let's see. Okay.
Bro, what the fuck is that username? That shit is crazy.
I don't know why my AirDrop won't work. I gotta text this to myself after I email it to myself because I'm screen recording. Okay. Now. All right. Finally here, guys. Okay. There we go. Can y'all see that?
Yes.
The fig. Let's see if I can make this. How do I flip the camera?
It
Oh,
should be
there you
just like
go.
the little. Okay.
Okay. Well, I thought that was gonna make it bigger, but so I wanted y'all to see the fig. So the I can't. I tried to make it bigger. I can't. It won't. I wanted y'all to see the image of the fig. Like this was one of our oldest topics that we did when we first started doing deconstruction. But the way the fig is designed, in antiquity, the fig was about fertility,
Mm-hmm.
and because the tree that they wrapped, that they covered themselves in up with was a fig tree. We were wondering if the fruit they ate was the fig, and if that referenced sex. But we learned that it didn't.
Okay.
Yeah. But I don't know why I can't make that bigger. And I think even if I did, TikTok would probably think that it's a cootie because the fig does look like a vagina.
The cross section of it. Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think a cervix. I think it looks like a cervix or something like a woman's cervix too. And like it has the parts of, like, if y'all can see the little diagram, it points to what they were in antiquity would say was spiritual about the fig and how it referred to sex and uh, reproduction and the woman's reproductive organs. And so we were wondering if the fruit was if the fruit they ate was a fig to represent sex.
Okay, well, I'm definitely gonna go and do a little bit more reading and think about that some more. My brain goes to the left all the time, so I have strange thoughts.
We all have strange thoughts. That's why this live exists.
And this is why I love it. I think I found my tribe.
Good, I'm glad.
I like hearing the strange thoughts because I think they help me spark more strange thoughts. Like I enjoy. Well, what could this be? Like I enjoy like hypothesizing like that.
Yes. Well, I am not gonna take up any more space. I'm gonna continue to let Oso terrorize us, and I'm gonna get back to work. And I want everybody to have a great day.
You might let Oso terrorize us. I ain't.
Have a good one.
Thank you, you too.
I really do feel old because how the fuck do I fix this? Why can't I fix this? I just want to flip the camera back. Okay. Am I on screen? Okay. Goodness.
Yes.
I feel old like a motherfucker. Oh, let's do this for right now. Okay. All righty. Let's see. All right. Hey, Heretic.
Hello, hello. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am great. I wanted to share something interesting with y'all. Uh, did you perhaps see anything on the news about like Easter in Korea?
No, I don't watch the
Oh.
news.
Well, it wasn't like on the news, but perhaps like social media or something. But there was a whole like uh Easter procession, like a massive event that they put up that they've been doing since 2023. And this year it was like I think like 73 Protestant denominations were like involved in the parade, and like 8,000 participants and like 40 different teams that like reenacted the whole thing. And you have this character Jesus Like it's these Korean people, but they're dressed in this, you know, Roman, or is it Roman? Yeah, there were Roman guards there, and you know, the toga type things, and Jesus is carrying the cross, and he's acting, and he's falling, and it's very dramatic. But the Jesus character has on a very, very bad woman's wig, that just does not fit him. Y'all should check it out. But they did the ascension, and he actually like lifts up into the air, with a crane, obviously. And at first I thought, wow, that's like they're really going hard at it. But they did a second one at night, and the videos like on TMZ and YouTube, it just looks like he keeps going forever. I think it goes about like 330 feet in the air or something. It's really high.
What?
Yeah, he goes, it just keeps going. Like it's on YouTube Shorts. You just type in like what was it, Jesus, Easter Jesus airlifted or something, flies or something, and then you'll find it. It's really, really bizarre. It looks kind of cool actually, because at night the white thing that he's wearing, the lights hitting him looks like it's glowing. So he just keeps, you know, like a spirit floating up into the air.
That sounds hilarious. But like the fact that they keep, it's like adults playing dress
Adults.
up. Like
Exactly.
like it's Easter. Easter and Christmas is like the adult Halloween or something. Like I don't know. I saw a video of a guy being brought in on the cross on Easter Sunday, and he fell off the fucking cross, and somebody in the church go, "Oh shit," and it starts
Oh, I
laughing.
giggle. I giggle my ass off on that one. I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
that
lie.
was funny as fuck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if y'all have time, it's check it out, because at first I watched it to see what it was like, what it's like, because I wasn't gonna actually go to it. I knew it was happening, and I just saw it on YouTube, thinking, "Oh, this is kind of boring." But then I saw, oh, they really went wild this year. They put out, either got a lot of donations, or someone found some money, or I don't know, or they got to do stuff for free, because, or at a discounted rate, because if you're Christian in Korea, sometimes it means you get special deals, that kind of stuff, when it comes to the people you know, and business and that kind of stuff.
Well, that doesn't seem fair. All right.
No,
That
but
sounds like that's very cultish and discriminatory.
yeah, and like we've discussed before, cults are big in Korea, so
Yeah.
yeah. So if you have time and want to have a laugh, just scroll through that, because it's really fucking cool.
Well, I will. Thank you. You know, I'm my ass
Yeah.
love to laugh.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's all I wanted to go up and say. I think, hey, you know what? I will just put a link in the Discord so y'all can see it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, have a good day, and also keep your jokes going. I'm sorry, Thinker, but I really appreciate his jokes.
I thought we were
You're on
friends.
the right side of
Nope.
history,
I thought
friend.
we was fucking friends, heretic. Encouraging bad behavior. Fee, you not on mute.
Oh, I am so washing dishes. My bad, y'all.
I keep clicking this and what is it doing? Go live together. I don't, why would you what the fuck? No.
Did you see? I guess you did.
See what?
Zion's back.
Oh, I see his ass. He ain't gonna do nothing but come up here and fucking crash out and whine. And is knocked out. Shaky Decky, are you in the box on purpose? Steph, are you in the box on purpose?
How close do people sleep to their phones? Because why the fuck is that?
I be trying to
Pretty
figure
down.
that. I be trying to figure that out too. Maybe on their chest. It's on their chest, maybe. I don't know. Brittany's Rage.
Hi.
Hi. Can I get your age, please?
Yeah, 24.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
atheist, I guess.
Okay. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
I think the third with the free will.
Why doesn't the God of the Bible intervene in free will?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm a non-believer, and I never believed because I'm telling this for context because it never made sense to me even as a kid, even though I grew up Christian, but my parents are like kind of liberal, I guess, because they
It's
don't.
kind of difficult to hear you. Like, are we on speakerphone or?
No. Do you hear me now better?
Talk again.
Hello?
Okay, yeah, that's better. It kind of sounded like you were far away and like in an echo room or something.
Oh, I was my phone was like on the table, but I thought I was close enough. Yeah, you didn't hear anything, right?
Huh?
You didn't hear anything
No, I
of
heard
what I
that you never believed and you were telling us why. All I heard was I
exact
never believed.
exactly. Just for context, I never really believed, even though I grew up Christian, because it just didn't make sense to me even as a kid. And my parents are like kind of liberal, I guess, because like they have the belief that you can't force it on someone, I guess, so they don't bother me. But I still had like questions even as a kid. But the older I got, the more I stopped asking my parents because I figured that these questions kind of stressed them out because they couldn't give me an answer, and I'm still curious and would like to know the answer. And I wanted to ask with the third question, why doesn't the God of the Bible intervene in free will? Because my parents believe like in the Holy Spirit and stuff, and if I understood the concept of the Holy Spirit correctly, isn't like the Holy Spirit the part where God intervenes in free will actually?
I don't know, because don't they have to like ask for the Holy Spirit?
That's a part that I don't get actually. I don't because they I think they just get it somehow or not.
Growing up in my church, we had to damn near beg for it for
Oh,
long. Yeah,
okay.
we had to tarry on the altar for it and beg the God for the gift. So I think it depends, I guess. If
Because this also the part I don't understand. Sorry, I didn't want to.
thank you. It depends on if you're, from my belief system, when you have to beg for it, then it wouldn't be a violation of free will because you're inviting it in.
Mhm.
There are some people who believe as soon as you accept Jesus, the Holy Spirit comes, or baptism.
Exactly.
I think in each situation, though, if the believer is believing, then maybe that wouldn't be violation because they're inviting the God in.
Okay, but then I still have then a follow-up question now because I also grew up like even in the church my parents went to, where like people like with their I don't know the English word, where they are telling like their story how they got to know God for the first time and they didn't believe at first, like these stories. I forgot the word, but where they didn't ask for it, but they just got the Holy Spirit like on a coincidence. You know what I mean? Like it just came to them.
But were they a believer?
No, they became a believer after like a miracle happened, and then through that they became a believer and got the Holy Spirit. You know what I mean?
No, because how can you get the Holy Spirit if you don't believe in the Holy Spirit?
No, after they had like a miracle happened or something very emotional story, and yeah, after they witnessed this miracle, they turned a believer and got the Holy Spirit.
But they became a believer first.
Yes. But they
Yes.
only became a believer because God did something so they could believe in the first place.
They still had to pick the God that they're believing in.
Yeah.
So it's still them deciding, oh, this was the Holy Spirit, as opposed to, oh, this was Allah, or oh, this was Vishnu. Like they still have to decide which God it is.
It's not like they were walking down the street as a non-believer and all of a sudden started going, oh, shut up, bougie. Like they believed first, right? Like they convinced themselves that a God did something.
Mm. So
Why don't that ever happen? Why don't that ever happen?
That's a great question.
What exactly?
Why don't atheists just start speaking in tongues from the Holy Spirit? Like, if the Holy Spirit is real, the same way this God fucked with Paul as he was not a believer, why don't this God do that with atheists? Why don't we just, if like believers be coming here all the time talking about God sent me in here to tell you such and such. Like, why can't the God just start speaking through an atheist? Like if he wants atheists to know something, like I'm the one behind the microphone, right? Like there's at any given time, there's like 5 atheists on this stage behind the microphone with 700 people listening to us. Why don't he just come in and take over our bodies and just make us say what he wants to hear?
That's true. Yeah, I couldn't tell you because, like I said, it doesn't make sense to me either.
Because you
But I
have to be a
also,
believer for shit like that too. Because you got to
yeah,
convince yourself. Like it only works
um,
for believers.
I also have a question for the free will part, and how you get the Holy Spirit is only if you believe, you said. But I also have like believing, like what does that have to do with like even if you wanted to believe with your free will, it's not possible, because I tried it for a short period of my life when I was a little bit younger because I wanted to fit in, I guess, and it didn't work, even though I had the free will to actually believe. So that's also the part that kind of confuses me, because I used my free will to believe and it didn't work.
I don't know the answer to that. I'm not a believer. I'm an atheist. Like I wouldn't be able to answer that for you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense.
It didn't work because you seek logic and truth. Like you can't force yourself to believe something. Like believers think that we are choosing to not believe. Like it's not a choice. Like it's the way our brains are wired. We see bullshit, we call bullshit.
Yeah, that's true. That's also why my parents, I guess, don't like answering my questions.
Did you have anything else that you wanted to add or?
No, that was all.
All right, thank you for coming up, Brittany.
Thank you, and have a nice day.
You too. Yeah, I definitely think believers think that we are just, like they always say, you just want to sin. Theo, what you coming up for? Thomas?
I was just texting with Thomas in the chat.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
How
I'm
old are
super.
you?
I'm 29.
Can you fix your microphone? You sound muffled. Theo, don't come up here with no nonsense. I'm a no nonsense person. Do not do that.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Oh my God, this is Zion's ass. Like, you just came up here to whine. Did you think that I would not recognize that voice?
Wait, excuse me?
Oh my fucking gosh. Why did you think I wouldn't recognize your voice?
What do you mean?
Are you fucking okay? Who are you today, Zion?
Who's that?
Oh my fucking gosh.
This must be his twin brother.
Like y'all are not okay.
Wait, why you guys think I'm somebody else? I'm confused.
Oh
It's my
fucking
first time
stop that
here.
shit. No, the fuck it's not.
This is my first time here. I don't even be on TikTok.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Zion. Like, you irritate me. You
Who
irritate
is
me.
Zion?
Oh my fucking God. What do you want, Zion?
No, like seriously, who is Zion?
What do you
I'm
want?
confused.
What do you want, Zion?
Who is Zion though?
You.
Wait, so somebody came here before and then y'all think, like, I'm confused. What's going on? I'm a whole white dude.
Oh my fucking gosh. Let that be the reason why you still look like a scrumpled up piece of paper, even in that photo. What do you want?
Wait, why you guys think I'm Zion? This is
What
so
do you
weird.
want, Zion?
I wonder who Zion is. No, like seriously, who is Zion?
What'd you request that for?
No, but like, who is Zion though? I want to know who is
It doesn't
Zion.
matter. It doesn't matter. You're not him. What did you request that for?
Yeah, because I'm confused who Zion is and why you guys calling me Zion.
That's fine. You know what? You're not him. What did you request up for?
Yeah, so I came here on TikTok and I saw this person. So I decided to join. Then you guys calling me Zion.
Don't worry about that. I just said you're not Zion. Which topic would you like to talk about?
Yeah, let's talk about why doesn't God of the Bible intervene in free will? What does that mean?
Which of the words do you not understand?
No, I understand like what the topic is talking about, but like what does that supposed to mean that God doesn't intervene in our free will?
If you understand what the topic is talking about, then that means you understand what it means.
Yes,
So
but like it could mean a different way the way the person put it in the panel.
what do you mean it could mean a different way than the person put it in the panel? What are you saying?
My question is that God doesn't intervene in our free will exactly. So why did this person put that then?
Are the people in your background okay?
Yeah.
Okay. The question is asking exactly what the question is asking.
Wait, let me ask you guys, are you guys believers or no? So I can understand what I'm about to get myself into.
Yeah, we're believers.
Yep.
You believe in what?
And Jesus.
So if you guys believe in Jesus, why you guys have these type of
Because we want to know.
questions?
Because we want to know. Answer the fucking question.
Excuse me?
Answer the question.
So you guys are believers in Jesus, okay?
Yeah.
Well, so who is Jesus to you then?
Don't worry about that. Answer the question.
I am answering your question.
No, answer the fucking question that you came up to discuss or get off my stage.
Damn. This Zion person must really got you guys heated then.
Answer the question.
I believe that God does not intervene in our free will. Exactly.
The question is why?
He doesn't. That's not why. He doesn't.
The question is, why does he not? Why doesn't he? What is his reason for not intervening in your free will? That's the question.
Because we have a choice and a decision that we make on our own. So he doesn't intervene on our free will. He's sovereign.
So when he intervened and stopped David from killing Nabal's whole family, what's that about?
Wait, say that again. He intervened in what?
When he intervened and stopped David from killing Nabal's whole family, what is that about?
Huh? Hello, can you hear me?
I don't know. Maybe turn down your background. Go into another room.
No, I mean, yeah, I know I'm around people, but like, I can hear you guys.
Evidently not.
It's like the mic going in and out a little bit.
No, my mic is not.
No, I'm talking about
What do
mine.
you want, Zion? Damn! You are fucking irritating. Get the fuck off my stage. God
Why you
damn.
guys...
Shut the fuck up. You are fucking whining. Blair,
Hello.
how are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
I'm good.
Good.
Motherfucker frustrates the fuck out of me with his whiny ass.
That boy is not well.
He is not okay.
He didn't seem to be.
He's not. How old are you?
I am 36.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Certainly an atheist.
What topic did you come up to discuss?
Yeah, I wanted to talk around the third why are believers haunted and taunted by demons.
Okay, that's the fourth topic, but go ahead.
Sorry, I don't have my glasses on.
That's okay. That's okay.
Just off of that topic, I experienced a little something of that last night. I had a conversation with my family, my parents, my father and my mother, and started asking questions about the things that y'all talk about, which I am just engulfed with. I love it. And it immediately got physical. My dad threw me against a wall and got physical with me. And the demons,
wow.
yeah, it just throws me for a loop that people that believe in something so earnestly and they believe it's the truth, and just at a question they can lose themselves completely and become physical when in a blink of an eye, and they think that we're the ones that are haunted and taunted with demons, when truly when you look at it themselves, they're just haunted by themselves.
Absolutely. An entitlement, because how the fuck does he think he can put his hands on you?
Exactly. That's the second time I've experienced my dad do that with to me regarding something related to religion and belief. We were raised very Pentecostal. My dad was a Pentecostal preacher in the South. And it was a very interesting lifestyle. And I am the only person in my family that is not anymore. So it makes it difficult. And last night he told me he never wanted to see me again. And I said, all right.
Well, look at Jesus destroying families.
Bless God.
It's so that's what I be telling them. Like, in Proverbs, it says that the God hates people who sow seeds of discord in a family, and that that's an abomination to him. But that's exactly what Jesus is.
100%.
Yeah. I'm sorry that you experienced that. I know what it feels like to have a family member tell you that they never want to see you again, or that you're dead to them because you do not believe or think like them. And like, even just listen to those words: because you don't think like me, because you don't believe fairy tales like me. You don't even got to add the fairy tale word. You don't believe the same things I believe. I never want to see you again. What fucking sense does that make? Not because you're not because you're harming somebody, not because you touched my kid, not because you stole my stuff, not because you hit me, but because you don't believe what I believe. You deserve for me to hit you. You deserve for me to excommunicate you, ostracize you. That's ridiculous.
It's disgusting. My dad sits at a table with his brother who is a rapist. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, rapist.
No, you can say right.
Okay. And that's just kind of what blows my mind. You can sit at the table with that man with forgiveness in your heart for doing that to his own niece. But when I say I just don't believe in the God you believe in, or question anything, or just try to make you think a little bit, that becomes physical. And it's just really sad that they're ill. But thank you for making some time for me. And I don't want to take up much of y'all's time. So.
No, it's okay, Blair. Before you go, I hope you know that it's their loss, and he doesn't deserve to be around you if he's gonna hurt you. I hope you know that, and I hope you do not take any of the guilt or hurt or sadness that he tries to instill on you by doing what he did. It's his fucking loss.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, and I hope you have a great rest of the day.
You as well. Thank you, guys.
Take care, Blair.
You're welcome.
Bye. I'm not sure how to disconnect. Oh, there.
That pisses me off.
Me too. But I think it just shows the character, and you're right. You're 100% right. Is his loss? He's showing what he chooses. He chooses obedience to an authority he's never seen, which allows him to the freedom to sit with people who have raped children. But because your daughter doesn't, not even something that she can control, like her brain processes information, is like, no, I don't believe this. Like in the same way, I say this all the time, the same way for some people, cilantro tastes like soap. And for some of us, we can put it on everything. We have no control over that. And to put your hands on your own child for something that is outside of her control and feel as though you are a better person for doing so is disgusting.
It's so crazy because the behaviors that they swear up and down that non-believers have, being violent, harmful, mean, um, uh, disparaging, it's what this God, this belief in this God moves them to be. That's why I said their devil, their demon is their God. That's why they don't ever get possessed by fucking angels.
Exactly.
My goodness. You have a bad connection. I don't know if you're up here on purpose or on accident. Yeah. If you came on purpose, please request again. Your connection was bad. Look at this. Look at this.
Wagwan. Wagwan. This is actual Zion, by the way, because I was watching your live, Tinker, and then you want to accuse me of somebody else. You weirdo.
I accused you, or did I accuse Thomas of being you?
Whatever that white
Yeah,
nigga's
you
name
just
was.
dumb as fuck. Shut the fuck up. You a little whiny
But
little motherfucker.
yo,
Shut your little whiny ass up.
yo.
Why the fuck in every fucking picture you got, you look like your mama unraveled your ass after she took you
Yo,
out the
I've
fucking
been
trash
gone
can
for 3
and tried to
months. I've been
stand
gone
your
for 3
motherfucker. Shut the
months.
fuck
Now
up.
let me
Why
talk.
the fuck does it look like your mama took you out the fucking trash and stood you up like a motherfucking paper doll, motherfucker? Why
I've
you
been
don't
gone.
know how to take a motherfucking real picture, bitch? This what the fuck I'm trying to figure out, you little obsessed motherfucker. You little whiny motherfucker. Why the fuck don't Jesus give you some motherfucking courage? Why the hell you come in here whining all the motherfucking time? If you don't like what the fuck we talk about, put some motherfucking bass in your motherfucking chest and stand the fuck up. You little whiny motherfucker. You get on my goddamn nerves.
Let me talk. I've been gone for 3 months. Let me talk. Zion been busy, unlike you guys. You guys got nothing to do. But let me tell you something. When people
Tell it
come
to
up,
the mountain. Shut the fuck up, motherfucker. Motherfucker, he get on my goddamn nerves. Like, why does every picture look like he been unballed?
She said unballed. Zion, please go to the rec room before you miss Jello being passed out. We cannot deal with you today. We just can't.
Irritates me. God damn. Like, have y'all heard this? Hold on. Hold on. Listen to this. Low altitude emergency into my house. Why did you bring this low altitude This is Zion. Into my house? Look at him, standing there like gravity pressed compress and forgot to release. You didn't bring a person, you brought a pocket-sized situation. That wig has been on your head so long it's applying for residency. Look at your ears. You look like you can hear tomorrow before it happens. If someone whispers next week, you'll respond today. You don't listen, you predict sound. At this point, you are not hearing conversations, you are intercepting the future. Look at your height. This is not short, this is incomplete. Like the building
builder stopped halfway and said, let's release it. You stand there like growth gave up early. And those ears, those are not ears. Those are advanced warning systems. If a problem is coming, you already heard it, apologize. If danger moves, you receive the update first. You don't need advice. You already overheard it. Look at your proportions. Your ears finished development. The rest of you is still negotiating. You didn't grow. You paused. You look like a full human reduced to a preview version. This is not a guest. This is a signal receiver. You don't enter rooms, you get downloaded into them. Look at those ears. If I think loudly, you'll hear it. If silence moves, you'll report it. You don't look like a person. You look like a future alert with legs. Why did you bring this low altitude imagine?
She said you look like a future alert with legs. That's what the fucking Zion look like, a fucking notification, motherfucker. Stand the fuck up.
She said notification.
It gets on my goddamn nerves, little whiny motherfucker. Ibrahim.
How are you guys?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Something's going on with your microphone. I don't know. Can you hop down and choose a box on the bottom row and say, let's see, did you fix it?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better. Mm. Oh no.
So,
Are you on a microphone or is that your phone?
yeah, I am with my phone.
Okay, I think that's better. How old are you?
28.
Okay. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist? I do not talk to Muslims. I don't have Islam discussions in here.
Yeah, I know I have a creator.
No, is it
That
Jesus? Is Jesus your God?
No, I don't believe Jesus is God.
Okay. So I'm only having conversations with people who believe Jesus is their God, okay?
Okay.
All right, have a good day.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. What's up,
Hello.
dear?
What's up, Miss Tinker?
I'm good. You said you wanted to do topic 4?
Yeah,
All right, go ahead.
okay. This is I won't curse today because I found something when I was actually having my philosophy orals exam, and I think it can be connected to why are believers haunted and taunted by the demons. So for one, they do not understand what these demons are coming from. For example, they treat mental disabilities as demons because they do not understand the mental disabilities. There are also like hell demons in which we haven't seen yet, but in media they, I think some pastors try to use the media to force believers into staying, and they say you are being possessed by a demon when someone is acting out of normalcy, and they try to classify all medical disabilities or mental disabilities as demons because they do not understand it. And in connection to my philosophy exam, my teacher asked me what will you say to believers to make them believe in the proslogion. And I said to them to understand faith without understanding is dead. And I expounded on it by saying that we should understand the world better, and some believers do not try to understand that it's a mental disability or there's something wrong with them. It's just not a demon. And actually in the proslogion, I also said that Saint Anselmo use a tool, the IQMCN, to try to understand God, and he has found out that the truth about God, not the Christian one, almost in general, a God should be the cause of all good. But I also said that there's a dual nature to everything, and it's like we we can do bad stuff. We can, everyone is not good, and I think also it believers are haunted and taunted by demons because the bad side of people shows up, and then they call those demons, and they want perfect believers, I think, to come out, so they try to demonize everything, and to that contradicts Saint Anselmo's argument about the IQMCN in his proslogion. And I think there's also the problem of smug belief by Ricor Ricor wait, was it Ricor, or no, wait, it was lawyer in his problem of unbelief. There's also smug belief. It's like they cannot, they they have faith, but they don't show their faith, and I think they're trying to demonize others and into saying that, hey, they are possessed by demons, do not listen to them, or else you will be haunted by demons. And even in my other statement, that they will literally demonize anything, that even in the media with no basis, because they do not understand these things, and they think that believing in those things would make them become possessed by demons. I think also also has said that Pokemon was like being taught as demons, I think. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but he said that I think his parents said that they Pokemon is the act of the devil summoning demons to possess you. And there's also a page dedicated to listing what people have said are demonized, like yoga, games, even the Yu-Gi-Oh. And that's what they did. They did not understand that it was only a card game. And in relation to what I said to my philosophy test, understanding oneself and the world is enough to combat these misinformation spread by believers, and to help believers free themselves from these demons, and from these demons, and to understand the Bible, and to understand more of the world that we represent today as humans. And that, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Theo. I appreciate you. I agree. It is because of their belief and them demonizing everything that they are taunted by demons. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's all. I really have my philosophy teacher, when he was listening to me, he kept smiling for a millisecond, and I knew that I was gonna pass, because actually the thesis statement was, I mean, that was his question. Why do believers need understanding? And I expanded on this, the same way I expanded topic number 4, using that question that my philosophy teacher gave me, and I just handled it well, and cited my sources and used them wisely. And to be honest, it kind of helps me now with these types of lives. And the more I talk about the sources that I use, which is basically the proslogion by Saint Anselmo, and Rico, no, lawyer's problem of unbelief, and Ricoeur's religious language, the more I see it, the more I understood why believers are like this. Or some believers choose to do good even without the presence of God. They don't do it in the name of God. And some believers, they demonize everything because they do not understand it very well. While some do understand, they do not, and they need to be based on what I have read and what was taught to me. So yeah, the world lacks understanding. Every person lacks understanding of something, and that isn't a bad thing. And with the scientific analysis, like, or if you're curious enough, you can understand a thing, like how one can understand that there are no demons, just bad versions of ourselves, and something we can identify as not something that is trying to control us. Something can control us if we can't control ourselves. That's
Right.
that's the demons. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree, and I think it sounds like you did very good on your philosophy paper. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for sharing that.
Welcome. And one more thing. I want to apologize in behalf of those that tried to create alternate accounts, and I know this is
Theo,
a brief.
no, that has nothing to do with you. No, there's no need for you to do that.
Sorry,
Yeah.
but yeah, this time I will have no nonsense every time I come up. I guarantee you that. I'll prepare before speaking. And yeah, hope everyone has a good day. Stay hydrated. Be better than yesterday. And for that, please let me hold down. Let me down.
Right after promising not to do no nonsense. Right after saying, I when I come up, I'm not gonna do no nonsense.
Exactly.
Theo is a trip. Good job on the philosophy paper, Theo. All right, y'all. The guest box is. I know. He's still a kid. He's only 19. But and he has good intentions. I know everybody don't see it. But he has good intentions. He's a lot. He's a lot. Um um the guest box is open, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, 21 and up. I'd rather listen to Theo than Zion's whining ass. No, he's a smart kid. Theo's a really smart kid. He's intelligent. He just likes to talk. Theo will find a reason to come on stage. Zion definitely needs to be in the facility. I agree with you. He is not okay. Like y'all, like anybody whining about somebody talking about an all powerful deity is just weird as fuck to me.
It really is. I mean, you got somebody in the comments now saying God is always merciful because you are still here. What can your God do?
Because it'll be a fucking human that try to do some shit. It will never be your God. It will be one of you motherfuckers that is suffering from a fucking mental illness that would try to do some shit.
Every single fucking time. But then when you ask them that, like, what can your God do to me? Nothing. Not without a human. He relies on y'all who believe in him to do his dirty work. Your God can't do shit. We're not afraid of him.
If it's low IQ, then bring your ass up here and shit. Stop whining about the shit in the comments. Bring your high IQ ass up here. Holy Quest. Holy Quinn. Holy Quinn Mitchell. Bring your ass up here then.
You won't. They never do because they know they don't have a leg to stand on when it comes to this topic. They just want to be like children who believe in their imaginary friend and their imaginary sky daddy to protect them. They don't want to engage in actual conversation about this nonsense.
Mo, you better come up here and talk about a fucking topic. I don't want to hear about your damn dream. Like, I don't want to hear about y'all gonna say I seen the spirit world. I don't care to hear that. I done heard
I
that.
was drinking coffee.
I done heard that same shit come from you for 2 years. Like, bring a different topic. Talk about something else. I do not care about your dream.
I don't think English is y'all's first language. Giovanni, read your sentence over again. How you being evil still alive but say you fear God? The fuck does that mean?
I don't fear your God. I do not fear your God. You do. I don't. Hey, Shine.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Hi. Good morning. Can you hear me good?
Yeah.
Okay. Um. Okay. The thinker. I spoke to you before, and one time I was speaking, and some things came out right.
No,
I'm
I
sorry.
know who
Came
you
out.
are. I know who you are.
Okay. So this time I'm trying to explain something, and it's relating to how Christian belief harm people, and how some of them they so gun ho with God that they don't do some things they should have done as parents. So can I talk about that, or should I wait till another time?
So, as a new nerd, like to go off topic, yeah, you would have to be a nerd for 6 months to be able to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, but are you able to work it into one of the topics?
I saw one. Let me see. Which you that's God. You will. Okay, so one of the ones I can touch base, the free will, sin freely.
Okay.
I remember talking to my dad. I usually speak about my mom a lot, but I haven't even touched bases on my dad, but I'll wait. But one thing I remember him talking to me about when we had a conversation about religion, this was years ago. When I started deconstruction, but I didn't know that's what I was doing. I was just finding out things about the Bible that didn't sit right with me. And we was talking about heaven. And I was saying, why would I want to go to heaven? It's a material place, and it's not interesting to me. Why would I want to do that? I mean, why would I want to go to a place like that? And then he started talking about sins. And he was like, well, God died on the cross for your sins, and you don't even have to worry about that. So to me, it seemed like now thinking about it, it's like he's saying that you could just sin freely and you don't have to, because God died on the cross for your sins, you don't have to worry about it anymore. So pretty much you could just keep sinning. And he didn't even mention repent. Repent, like if you repent, because some of them believe that you can sin, but you just got to repent every day. And it's so many of them that think like that. I know someone that's close to me, and that person think like, yeah, we all sin. It's not even a big deal. We just gotta repent. So I say, well, what about when the part in the Bible said you don't know what day or the hour that God is going to come? What if you didn't get a chance to repent? Then what?
You know what? That just made me think of something.
Sorry, I had a phone call.
Oh, okay.
Well, we all sin. And that's how they think. They think they can continue in sin, do whatever they want to do, and all they have to do is just repent. And my father, he was an ex-pastor, and he told me this. He was like, well, you don't even have to worry about your sins anyway, because, God died on the cross for that. I'm like, what? Thinking about it, I'm like, what? So what was the purpose?
That
If
makes
you're
me
gonna keep
think.
sinning and still keep doing things wrong. Sorry.
Yeah, that makes me think about, the reason why they say that is because of free will. But when they become a follower of Christ, aren't they giving their will to their God? It's no longer free.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Right. That's why I picked up on that real quick. I'm
hold on.
sorry.
Yeah. It's no longer free. So then he can violate it at any point because they've given it to him because he bought it. So he should be stopping them from sinning because their will is no longer free.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I just think they just use it as an excuse. And maybe that's why they picked that God, because they know they can continue to do what they want to do and sin and hurt people and make excuses and just continue on, being bad people. And they justify it because, hey, I believe in God. So, yeah. So I'll wait though. What I have to say is going to be really interesting. So I'll wait until give it some more time for me, to be a member and everything. So
I mean, you
I can
are
wait for
you
that
are
part.
a member. It's just that
Well, I know just 6 months.
well, like the way it works, like if you want to just come up and go off topic, blue butterflies can do that, and dragons can do
Right.
that. Like
Okay.
dragons can talk about whatever the fuck they want to talk about.
Mm.
Um, but the live is focused on deconstruction, and then the primary focus is whatever topics we're talking about. So non-subscribers and then new subscribers um have to stick to the topics, but like what you can do, uh like I don't want you to have to wait 6 months if you can work it into the free will topic what you wanted to share. Does that make sense?
Let me see. What free will? Let me see. Because was it a sin? Hmm.
Well, free will doesn't necessarily deal with just sin. Free will in the mind of a believer is, their choices, their ability to make a choice. Everything a believer does, they believe that they're doing it out of free will because their bodies move. So they call that free will. Right, every decision
Okay.
that they make. Like Renee thinks she has the free will to type in all caps in my comments, but that just got her muted for the entire live. She
Mm.
does not have free will in here. Right, free will would mean that she would be able to override the mute and still type, although I've muted her. Right, they don't have free will. They make choices, right, and there are consequences for their choices, but they don't have free will.
Okay. So say if someone was, because they believed in God, they decide to make a decision that should have been dealt with in a different way, but because they believed in their God, they decided to make a religious decision versus something that uh, police should have been involved in. Can that be worked into the topic for free will?
Yeah, like the question is, why doesn't the God
Okay.
of the Bible intervene? So if a child or somebody was
Oh,
harmed,
okay.
right? Why didn't the God intervene in protecting that person that got harmed, to
Mm,
prevent them from getting harmed? And then you wouldn't need to go to the police. You wouldn't need to
mm.
protect the believer who harmed a child. Where was the God? Why didn't he stop
Oh,
that believer's free will, especially if it was a believer who harmed a child? If
mm,
that person is a believer, their will is no longer free. They've given their will over to the God, so the God can intervene as much as he wants. So why didn't the God stop that believer from harming that child? And why you got to go to the police?
mm,
Where is the God?
mm. Okay. So it was okay. So I can kind of work it in. So it was a situation, like I said, both of my parents were, I grew up in a Christian home. It was 8 of us. Um, and my dad at the time, he was a pastor. Later on, my mom became a pastor. But at this particular time, my father was a pastor in a church where he was preaching. And he ended up doing something to my oldest sister. And what he did to my oldest sister, my mom prayed about it. Because she believed in God so much, she read the Bible about it, and she decided to go with the decision which was a good decision. Don't get me wrong, because what she wanted to do, she said she didn't want to do because of the Bible, and God helped her make that decision not to do what she really wanted to do to this person. And we had the conversation recently, and I said, and she always bring it up because I think it still bother her. I think it still bother her, the decision that she made, and she didn't follow through like she should have. But because of God, she decided to go with her religious decision versus the decision she actually should have made for the wealth of my sister. For the safety of my sister. So when I was talking to her, she was explaining to me like, well, if it wasn't for God, I would have did this. And I said, she would have unalived the person. And I said, Ma, it was other ways that you could have resolved this. It didn't have to be because God commands you not to do this. You didn't have to unalive the person. I said, you could have called the police. You could have called the police. And if that didn't work, she was like, well, what if the person didn't want to tell the truth? I said, that you have DNA. They do have DNA. And she just was like, well, it was because of God. And he helped me. And then not only did she not do the proper thing, she stayed with this person because of her religious beliefs.
So the God intervened and blocked her free will from killing the person, but the God did not
Right.
intervene and block the free will of the person who essayed her daughter.
Yes. And because of
Interesting.
all of that, she allowed, and the more I think about the religion and the impact, and like I want to talk to my mom, and I want to talk to they still alive, but of course they up in age now. One is sick, the other one is fine, we could talk or whatever. But I'm like, some of the things that I remember, did you do this because of God? Because you had so much faith in God that you didn't do the normal things that a parent would do to keep your child safe or to keep your children safe. And it bothers me because even if I tried to talk to
Wait your motherfucking turn, Dayla, whatever the hell your name is. Stop fucking spamming my chat.
all right, I got another phone call. Even though when I go try to talk to a psychologist about this, they don't like let me get to the nitty and gritty about it. They say, well, it's things that you can't change now, so you gotta just let it go and just you can't change it now. And that's fine that you can't change things that happen to you, but at the same time, if you don't get it out or talk to the person maybe to see, did you really make these decisions because of your religion, or was it something that you was doing for yourself to cover up some things? So it just like bothered me now, and I want to have the conversation with my mom and my dad to clear up some things, but I just don't know, did I wait too late because they are up in age now, and I don't want to
How
stress
old are
them
they? Like
out.
70, 80?
Yeah.
Okay.
My mom, she's 85. No, yeah, she's 85. And my dad, he's like getting close to 90. But they still alert. Like they don't have dementia or anything like that. But like my dad, he does have some health and issues. My mom, she's doing well. She is very sane, and she's doing well. She's healthy. So, and some of the things I try to like piece by piece talk to her about, but she always say the same thing. She always relayed back to God. If I didn't make this decision, I did it because of God, and God helped me with this. And she always surrounded around God. So it's like I can't really get to the truth about some stuff. And my dad, I don't know. how he would even
Hold
handle
on
it.
for a second,
Because
y'all. I didn't see her spamming that time. Like spamming would be her saying the same thing over and over again. So let's make sure that we're not muting them because we don't like what they're saying in the chat. Um, so like I didn't see her spamming that time. She kept commenting, but she wasn't commenting the same thing over and over again. That would be spamming. Yeah, but she didn't type the same message over and over again. That would be spamming. Like what she's doing, she's just talking shit. That's not spamming. Yeah, but like she's just right now that she's just talking shit. Spamming would be her spamming the same message over and over and over again. So I want to make sure that we're not muting them just because we don't like them. Hold on, Sean. Just because they're talking shit. I'm okay with them talking shit. I don't want them spamming the same message over and over and over again. Like if she's spamming, let me up, 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 let me up. Like that's spamming. Go ahead, Sean.
yeah. So just the main thing is I just realized with my whole deconstruction and deconstructing, I just realized some things that happened. My mom and dad, I think they did it because of or didn't answer some things or solve some things because of their religious beliefs. And I just think that it really, caused some trauma, unspoken trauma. And I just think that, some Christians, they need to really think about the impact of how they solve things and handle issues because of their God, and thinking, they could continue to do some things freely, sin freely, or condone some things freely because of their belief in God. So I just sum it up like that.
I agree, and that can be a difficult conversation to bring up with parents at the age that your parents are. And I would say like to weigh the risk of that, like you know that's a tough decision to make.
Yeah.
Um, but I mean, everything that you're feeling right now is valid, right? Like you have every right to have these questions, and you also have every right to the
To get
answers.
answers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But again, you're in a tough situation because of their age, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the reason why it took me so long because I was a Christian, so I overlooked some things and just brushed it under the table and was forgiving. That's saying being forgiving and just like, oh well, it's not no big deal. God will handle it. It's okay. And that's because I was in the belief too. But now stepping back, I'm like, no, I would have never did that. I would have never So yeah,
Do
it's a
they
lot.
know you're deconstructing?
Well, my mom, no, I don't believe anymore in the Bible. I didn't say constructing to her, but she know I'm looking at the Bible and I'm asking questions and I'm saying I don't believe in the God Bible anymore.
Okay, how did she take that?
Yeah, but she used to say, well, I still love you and it's good that you asking questions, but I can't. She'll just end up saying, well, I can't let my God go. And for 1 minute, oh, hold on for 1 second. I gotta mute for 1 second. Sorry.
That's okay. God damn, you just got your ass muted for the whole fucking live. I swear y'all not smart. Where is this Holy Spirit that's should be telling y'all how to behave in this live? If the Holy Spirit wants to come up and talk, then the Holy Spirit should know that he shouldn't be typing in all caps or his ass gotta walk. Don't type in all caps in my fucking chat.
Hello. Yeah. Hello. Hi.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Were you still talking to the person?
No, they're muted.
Okay. Yeah. So when I talked to her about it, she make it seem like she understands. She says she still love me. She always say, "When I still love you," and like I say, I might bring up something about religion. I don't do it all at once. When something come to me, I might call her and be like, "Ma, can I talk to you about this?" And she will listen and everything, and oh gosh, sorry. She don't tell me not to do what I'm doing. She would say, well, that's good that you asking questions. Like the recent conversation we had. She was like, yeah, that's good that you asking questions. There's nothing wrong with that. You find an answer. But she kind of slipped up, and I kind of stopped her a little bit. And she was like, but don't let them take, like she was going to say, don't let them take your God away from you. And I was like, I think I said something about God. I was like, well, Mom, what do you mean about God? And I was like, and she was like, without God, some of these people would be doing this and doing that and doing bad things. I said, Mom, the world is, people are not that bad. I said, if that's the case, if people was that bad, you wouldn't even be able to, you wouldn't be able to walk out of your house without somebody trying to harm you. We can move around freely. You end up interacting with people and it's fine. She thinks without God, this world, people will be just going around just doing any and everything.
But they
That's,
sin with the God. Like,
that's,
if we wanted to just fucking
mm-hmm,
sin, we would be a
mm-hmm,
Christian. We don't
mm-hmm,
have to not be a Christian to sin.
mm-hmm,
They sin
mm-hmm.
with the God.
I said, Ma, do you realize that some of those, I said, some of the people, like you have heard, I don't know if you heard, but there's some preachers that said, and they make excuses about Abraham and his wife and how what's the one that he had the baby by when Sarah couldn't have a child. And they make excuses of, I know I'm a pastor, but I'm gonna have this girl on the side. Look how many pastors had women on the side and had babies by them and everything. And they actually make an excuse, well, Abraham and this person in the Bible. And I say, Ma, some of them people get the same sins and they from the Bible. They do the same things that the Bible say. And when she told me that she read the Bible and it made her not to unalive my dad, I said, Ma, I'm glad you read that part that you read about the commandment. Because I said, if you would have read the other part, you might have would have followed through. So I said, I'm glad you did read the part of the commandment that said that part. So I said, if you would have read the whole Bible and some other parts, you might have followed through on what you wanted to do.
The fact that the Bible doesn't say thou shalt call the police if your husband essays his daughter.
Right.
But the crazy thing about it is that the sexual immorality laws in Leviticus 18 do not have a law against a father essaying or sleeping with his daughter. Did y'all know that? There's no sexual immorality law in this book that condemns a father from sleeping with his own daughter.
And knowing my father, being a religious person, he probably thought it was okay. He
Because the
probably
Bible
thought it was
doesn't say
okay.
because the Bible doesn't say so. Just like your mother didn't call the police on your father because the Bible doesn't say so. This is exactly why this shit is dangerous.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Me talking about it right now is helping, but I really want to clarify something with my dad, because according to him, he brushed it under the table. It was like it didn't really happen.
He did it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
How is your sister doing?
That's the thing too. There was some questions about that too. But yeah. Both of them right now are really good friends. I mean, so it made me question the whole thing. Like, was somebody lying? Because my mom was like, no. And it's some other thing that happened to prove that was going on. So I was like, so how come you didn't get DNA? But she was like, no, back then we wasn't thinking about DNA. No, you wasn't thinking about DNA because of your God. Yeah, because of your religious beliefs. That's why you wasn't thinking about DNA. Yeah. And there's some other things that happen too, but I just like it. Just every time I think about it, I think it's because of this religion. We used to get beatings after church because the church members would say we was acting up in church. while my dad was preaching or my mom was doing something in the church. After church, from going to church and praising God and singing, we had to get beatings after church because we were acting up, and we was just kids. We was just kids.
Yeah, we used to get
And my
those
mom
whoopings too.
allowed him to do this. Yeah, and my mom allowed him to do it. Instead of them talking to us and saying, hey, y'all need to behave while you're in church, we had to get a beating. Gosh, I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah.
And she stayed with this person for the longest time because she believed that she couldn't get a divorce because of God. She believed in the part in the Bible where they say you shouldn't divorce your husband and all of this old stuff.
Yeah. That Bible is it is dangerous. The way what they used to teach the wives back then is that, you know, it's their duty, that the reason why they were made was to be a wife, and that you were to it was your responsibility to save the husband. So if he's not a believer, he could be saved by you. So you continue doing everything that you're supposed to do, and then maybe he'll come back. Like he has the male had a hell of a lot of leeway and grace, and the woman was responsible for bringing him back to Christ.
Yeah, it was just crazy. But I'm not going to take up too much time. Thank you for letting me get that part out.
You're so welcome. Good luck with that.
Thank you. Have a good.
And I hope you have
Thank
a good
you.
one.
Yeah. Okay. Have a good day.
All right.
Bye.
Yeah, I saw you, Pisces.
You know how we were saying how frustrating the comments can be and how frustrating the crash outs can be, but I think they are so necessary because when
Hi, can I talk, please? Can I talk, please?
It's a fucking kid.
Um,
Go to school.
For real. Because when I tell you these people are not beating the allegations of just being horrible humans, somebody in the comments was talking, chatting back and forth with a couple of people talking about, if somebody comes to your house needs some food, why would you feed them if you don't get any help back in return? The fuck is
Somebody
wrong with
said that
y'all?
in the comments.
Yeah, in the comments. He was saying because I said something about, I told him that I think this is the same person who said that they're teaching their children to, and I could be mixing a couple of them up, but they're teaching their children to follow God, not society.
Oh,
I'm like,
they type that shit every day, multiple times.
oh, I didn't even see it.
Yep, it's just a waste of a comment. They do that
Yeah,
shit every day.
it makes absolutely no sense because they're going so hard at being an evil person, at being a heartless person. Like if your brother needs food, he can sell himself into servitude to you. Why not just fucking feed him? What are you talking about?
They are horrible people. Think about the things that come out of their mouths. You're lost. You're evil. You're broken. And then like they always talk negative. Like nothing comes out of their mouth but negative shit.
Constantly.
They're ill. And they're really in here mad because we don't want any part of them. They're like begging for attention. Like they're begging. Like please, 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 please. Yeah, they're very toxic. And they're like broken pieces of a kettle begging to be a part of the whole. That's what the fuck they're like.
Exactly.
Yeah. What's up, Pisces?
hi, Thinker. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Hi, Fee. Hi, Selena.
Look, you in there, ho. But Rico is in my live every motherfucking night. Who brought this person up?
No.
They're Muslim too, all of them that are requesting.
Like I don't even know who the fuck you are. I don't even know what your TikTok address is. You're in my live every fucking night. Where you in Mama Bash's live. Like you follow us wherever we go. You don't follow Jesus, you follow atheists. Cause I don't fucking want to, Sam. I'm gonna write a song. And I'm gonna say believers follow atheists on TikTok. Believers listen to atheists on TikTok. And I'm gonna make it a rock, 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 rock. Just fucking watch. Because that's what the fuck y'all do. And I'm gonna say they dropped the cross, 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 cross. Because believers follow atheists on TikTok. And it's gonna be a fucking pop. Watch this shit. And that's what the fuck I'm gonna do today. What's up, Pisces?
Hi. Um, those last two people that try to come up, they were Muslims, so they were gonna get dropped anyway. But I wanted to answer the last question.
Okay, go ahead.
For me, why I think that believers are haunted and taunted by demons, I think it's like mostly like indoctrination and fear, mostly fear, because like I know like in Islam basically like they're told like many things on like why you should be fearful. And like not long ago my mom told me I couldn't stay in the bathroom for long because demons lurk in there. And it's not good to stay in the bathroom for a very long time because demons like Shaitan, like they're like always, and they lurk in dirty places like bathrooms. So you can only use the bathroom and then leave. And then it's just when you're young, like they give you this very extreme version of how what Shaitan is and what he. Okay, they're coming. I'm about to get down because I'm kind of creeped out.
Hi.
Talk to kids. I do not talk to kids. You must be 21 and up. 20. I have no idea why your parents have set the expectation that you should be talking to adults. I don't know. But my kids, I did not teach my kids that. I will not talk to kids. No, I do not talk to Muslims either. This is not a live about Islam. No. I don't give a damn. Go talk to your junior friends.
Okay, can I actually talk now? Can I talk?
No. Why the hell every
Oh my
time I
God.
bring up Rhea, it bring up somebody else?
Can we block that child?
Yeah, can y'all block that kid? Every time I try to bring up Rhea, it bring up somebody else.
See if I can get her up.
Hello, good morning.
Hey, Rhea,
Hey,
how are
Rhea.
you?
I'm good, girl. I've been on your album. I'm trying to find the song that I can hone in on and learn the words. I don't know which one to decide on.
Which album? Which one? The one with the women or the
No, not honestly, the whole thing. I'm listening to the whole playlist. The one with the women, I'm like, bruh, that like, it's so like, dang, like some of them I'm like I don't, some of the stories I'm like I need to actually go read and learn, like know the all of the context of it, because it just, it hits me so hard. Like, y'all know I'm misandrous, right? So where my misandry comes from is like femicide, right? Just the femicide rates, like what the other day this dude done killed his daughter because of Trump. Like, it's just dumb
Mm-hmm.
shit like that. You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
did
So
you see
like
the
when I,
father that raped his daughter over and over again and she killed
oh
herself?
man,
She took her own
you
life.
man, you see what I'm saying? So like those, like when I'm like, bro, it's probably gonna be one of those for, with the women. It's probably it's gonna be one of those, and I really feel like I need to pick one and just learn I want to learn the words, because when I learn the words of songs, it hits me a lot different. You know what I mean? Like I could talk about it, I could really get into it, and man, I've been on that.
I'm glad you like it. There's a art school in Milwaukee that's dancing to Lot's daughters for their
Really?
graduation. Yeah,
That's amazing.
yeah. I can't make it though. My son graduates next month as well. So and he has
Really?
yeah, and he has prom. So I'm not gonna be able to
Congratulations to
make that.
him. Oh, yeah. I didn't go to prom, so when I see the kids go to prom, I be like, go to prom for me.
Right, I didn't
Have
either.
fun.
I didn't go either. I took so many pictures when Justin went. He was like, "Mom, can I leave now?" I'm like, "Sure," but
I mean,
Oh,
look, no, I'm waiting. Look, I keep telling my wife, I'm like, look, if I don't buy me a prom dress and take a picture, look, I might be deluded that day. I'm just gonna take a picture and go back in the like I need like an adult prom. They have them down here sometimes in Atlanta. Like they have like adult proms for like in the LGBTQIA or just like depending on what they're doing. And but I'm like, I'm gonna go find me a prom to go to.
right. We should have like a prom. Like if we can rent out the banquet room like for dinner on the ship.
Yes.
Yeah, we should do like an adult
Should have a
prom.
prom night.
Yeah.
Yes.
so fun.
Yeah. I'll ask Jay if the travel agent can set that up. I know they do allow it because I did a trip before and we had the banquet room. So I'll see if she can set that up and then we can do like an adult prom for like our last dinner, like the form because you get a formal dinner when you do the cruises, and so we can turn our formal dinner into like a deconstruction prom. Thank you, Jay. I
That would be
appreciate
great.
you. The deconstruction prom. I love it. Somebody, yeah. The music is on Spotify under Thinker, Drea. Um, I see. Not Lost Daughter. Dear Daughter is number 5 on the playlist. Like it's sitting at number 5, and I just released that last week. But the A Cat
Dear
of
daughter.
Name
Oh my
is
God.
still number 1.
Dear daughter. Oh my God. When I first heard it on your video, I scrolled. Think I scrolled. I had such a visceral. I haven't told you, but I had such a visceral reaction to that song, and not like it wasn't. It didn't hit me like just music. I scrolled because I was like, oh my God, like that made me like feel so. I'm like, dang, I wish I had a mom to say that to me. Like it just it just hit me so hard, and then I had to go listen to it again on Spotify, and like the word, like imagine your I just while I was listening to it, it was imagining your mom just sitting on your bed. Oh my God, don't cry, Demi. Okay.
It's okay. My daughter came
Like,
in crying because I was playing it, and I told her, I said, "Hey," I said, "we're number 5," and she was like, "Congratulations!" And then she just bust out crying because
man,
I wrote the song while she was going through her heartbreak, and it's only been 2 months since they broke up, and she just bust out crying. She said,
wow.
"I don't know why." She said, "I don't know why I still love him." I said, "That's because you really loved him. Like heartbreaks are not easy to get over."
At all, man. Y'all, my first heartbreak, I crashed into my mama's car and I couldn't even tell her like what the fuck I was going. My mama's house. Y'all, I was like my first heartbreak ever because this was under wraps. I could not say a word to this woman because I was like, I'd rather be punished for this car crash than tell her what I'm going through right now because I wouldn't get comfort. You get what I'm saying? Like I was
Yeah.
like my ex had called me to I hope my wife done scroll in here now. Shoot. My ex had called me like to our neighborhood. This was like I had just graduated high school. I was like just newly driving, and I had went to the park, and she told me right there and then she had cheated on me, blah blah blah, like everything. I was like, oh my God, I was so broken, and I'm coming back to the house. And I thought my foot was on the brake. I was, y'all, listen, this is me.
Oh.
I was in the driveway and I was crying. I could not, like,
Oh.
I was in the driveway, y'all, when I hit my mom's house, and I thought my foot was on the brake. And I was ready to come out. Next thing I know, I'm colliding with the fucking house, and all I could think of was I could not, like, I can't tell them what's wrong, you know. I can't tell her what's wrong, like, and we just focused on the fact that I just crashed into the house, and I was just like, bro. And with that song, I was just like, imagine, what that would have been like for me to just come home and be like, Mom, this is what happened. Like, why would she do that to me?
Oh,
And
poor
I
baby. I
couldn't
just
do
like I wish.
that.
Oh.
That's what that song, like, that's why I scrolled so quickly. I couldn't listen to it at first because I was like, damn, bro, people do have moms like this, and I'm low-key jealousy.
Well, look, I'll stand in. Yeah, like I'm 20 something years older than you, so I'll stand in. Anytime I don't think you'll get a heartbreak now. You're married now.
Right.
But you
But
know
yeah,
what?
you've
The
been there for
daughter,
me though, so.
well, I'm glad. The daughter that we're talking about, she crashed into my house, but she was young. She was like maybe 10 or 11, and she was playing in my car. Mind you, this is the mini mansion that I built for them. Like we just moved into this house. We were probably living there 3 months. And she was playing in the car and she crashed into the garage through the den. And she was so fucking scared. And I decided not to like yell at her, make her even scared, even more scared. And I was working with a guy who was a carpenter, and he came and he fixed it for me at a low rate. And it was like brand new, but she was so terrified. But she ran into my my brand new house from the garage all the way to the den.
Where she was going?
She was playing around in the car.
Oh,
Yep.
I'm crying.
Yep. I'm gonna ask her if she remembered that she ran into the house. It's so crazy though. Like I literally forgot until you said that. I forgot she did that shit.
She said, "Come on, let's go."
And she was so scared, and I felt so like seeing her that scared made me feel sad because I'm like, damn, she is fucking terrified. Like, what does she think is gonna happen
Yeah,
to her?
yeah, yeah. Like that fear is so real, man. Like, especially a whole house, man. Yeah, and she was young. What, 10, 11?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Damn. See, that's what I'm saying. Like in that situation, I would have probably gotten like, yeah, I would have probably woke up with bruises the next morning. Like that's the type of fear that's instilled in children, is like you can't make mistakes like that. You can't think about that as like, oh, I made a mistake, I'm so sorry. You automatically think that the worst is about to happen. Like the worst is gonna happen.
And
Yeah.
and I think like a lot of parents put material things before their kids because like I had
Mhm.
to stop and think about like what my reaction, how it would affect her, right? For the rest of her life. Like I could have gone the fuck off. I'm not gonna say that I wasn't mad because
Yeah.
I'm looking at it like, God damn, there's a whole ass hole in my house, and this house is only 3 months old. But the house is just a house. Like that's it. Like this is my baby, right? This is somebody that I never thought that I would hear call me mom, and that like there was no fucking way that I was going to cause any like mental damage to her over something that could be replaced, and I knew that I could afford to fix it. And we talked about her playing in the car. She did get grounded for playing in the car, but my reaction didn't need to be any more than that.
Exactly. Yep. Like the overreaction, it's an emotional reaction, and a lot of parents don't think about how emotional they get, when it comes to little things like this. And it might not seem little, but compared to your child's life, because that kid could have been hurt, like that kid could have really been hurt, and it's colliding with something else. Like that, it's not like the car just was on; it's actually hit something else. So that's like, that should be in your mind. That should be the first thing you're thinking about, is my baby is safe. But that's not the reality that we have a
Yeah,
lot
and
of the
that's why
times.
I hate those push to start motherfuckers. Like I hate those. Yeah, yeah. The car I have
That's so
now is not that.
true.
Yeah, I can't stand that shit.
Because like that's actually true, because I'm realizing that a lot of kids will stop at like turning on the ignition with the key. They don't know that like they have to like like do the other, like kind of click it one more time even after the ignition is on. They don't know that they have to do that extra step. So I get what you're saying is they probably would stop right there instead of the push to start. Damn.
Well,
I
see,
won't
I
even
wouldn't
let.
let them.
Yeah.
I wouldn't let them warm the car up in the morning, so she knew how
Yeah.
to do it. But she was in the car,
Oh,
yeah, playing in the car, and ran straight into the house.
that's crazy. Yeah, I don't even know. Like safety when it comes to kids with cars and safe, I'm just like, bruh, I rather tell you all the safe things to do, but then mistakes are still gonna happen, you know? Like it's inevitable for children to make mistakes. You just gotta recover from it. It's how you recover. And that's the biggest thing I'm learning in psychology right now is, you know, psychology doesn't tell you that people are perfect or people need to act a certain way. It's really trying to figure out how to come back from these like traumatic events and how to cope with it and how to have better emotional reactions and stuff like that. And like I wish there was more allocated to learning like child development and like how parents can do better with like their children so we don't end up with like weirdo adults, you know.
Yeah, they teach us to beat them with a rod and they won't die. That's right. Like it takes a lot of patience to, you know, um, to not do that to a child when they make mistakes, especially big mistakes like that. But if your
Mhm.
reaction is like over the top, then what you're teaching them is that they cannot come to you when they make another mistake, that they have to hide it from you because
Exactly.
your reaction is
Exactly.
going to be over the top and they're going to fear that more than anything. And they'll just start hiding stuff from you. And I didn't want that. I did not want a relationship where my kids hid shit from me.
I said the same exact thing. And shout out to every single parent who is intentionally creating a childhood for their children that they don't have to get therapy for. Because
Yes.
so many of us just pass on what we experienced as children, but we don't stop to think, is there a better way to do this? Like Rhea was saying, that there's a huge difference between reacting and responding. There's a massive difference between those two things, but I think it takes introspection and awareness of self in order to do that. But children aren't taught how to self-regulate. You can't be taught how to self-regulate if your parents don't know how to do that shit. If they're going off on every little mistake you make, like your heartbreak. I can remember my sister coming home after her boyfriend, which she wasn't supposed to have at school. Her boyfriend broke up with her. She was devastated. And I just remember my dad and my mom, you being fast, you worried about the wrong thing. Like you're showing up for a child that's experiencing something for the first time that's perfectly normal. And now you're demonizing and vilifying those emotions. Like, what does that do to the mind of a child? So, hats off to all of us who are intentionally parenting in a very different and more in a much healthier way.
Yeah, and I will like to be perfectly honest, I can't say that I did everything right. I allowing myself to be in that marriage for as long as I did create things that my children need to go to therapy for. And then choosing the wrong partner. They have to deal with stuff that, had I not chose that person as a partner, they wouldn't be having to deal with that as their father. And so I was telling them the other day, like I am so sorry. I should have made better decisions when it came to that. But I was 18 and uh listening to you're shacking up. God said you need to get married. God said you sinning and rushed into something that I should not have rushed into because I wanted to get right with God. And then I stayed in it for so long because I wanted to be right with God. And because of that, and while I have to give him credit, he he is now at this point in his life where he is attempting to like he's recognizing that he is the problem, if that makes sense. And so he is like trying to right his wrongs. But they're adults. They're adults. And that's gonna be a lot harder. It's gonna be a lot harder. You gotta work because when you don't do it when they're young, when they become adults, it's harder. It's harder because they don't have to listen to shit you say because they are adults now. And so if you don't want to be trying to make up for some shit when your child uh is out on their own and they are responsible for themselves, then you might as well bite your ego right now. And like I think with a lot of parents, it's about control, superiority over a child. It's ageism, and lack of patience, right? Like lack of autonomy. Children are to be seen and not heard type stuff. And so we were not taught, those of us that are now trying these new parenting tactics, like we weren't taught that way by our own parents, because they were taught beat them with a rod and they won't die, train up a child in the way and he should go, children obey your parents, for this is right, this is the first commandment with long life. So they raised us by that, and we saw what that did to us, and so we decided to do something different. But we're kind of like the test. We're testing shit out, and we still make mistakes. And so hopefully, the younger parents now won't make the same mistakes and do the same things, and won't different for their children. But it is not easy to raise a child with autonomy, and practice self-control, and practice patience and wisdom, because you have to think about their future. You have to think about their mental health, right? And the type of human uh you want them to grow up and be, because you can stomp out their self-esteem as a parent. You can fuck a child's self-esteem up, and then wonder why your child is indecisive. And you be like, I raised them up, I took them to church, I whooped them, I did everything right. But then that child don't know how to make a decision. you know
Mm.
that child has social anxiety, because you make them feel like they need to be quiet, or what they have to say is uh not important or valid, or you know it's not easy. And sometimes they can have smart ass mouths. They can, because my kids are, like I said, they're Leos. um but I'll just be like, I don't know who you think you talking to, and we'll talk. Like, we will talk. I'll hear them out, they'll hear me out. But I don't ever tell them to shut up, or because I said so. I've never done that.
And like everybody else has kind of already said, it's not easy, to raise another human being, right? Because it's, it's like common sense, quote unquote, right? To think, oh, this person that I'm gonna birth should just, do everything like me. But not really. This is a whole nother person. They process differently, they see life differently. So like a lot of the I'm seeing like a lot of frustration that comes from parents is they think like children are just supposed to do things, they're supposed to know things. Like Fee was mentioning, sorry, I just came up the stairs. Why am I always freaking out of breath up the stairs? Anyway, but Fee was talking about, like, the fact that reaction is different from what did you call it? Reaction and what did you call it? What did you call it? Fee, reaction is different from crap. My brain is farting right now.
Fee, are you there? Oh, they said she said response.
Response. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. And the way you learn something like that, with, considering how not easy this job is, right, is to educate yourself. A lot of us in here are very educated. We know how to find information. The one thing that's going to help, like Thinker is saying, we're learning, is to actually learn. Child development is just, it's one thing that I feel like should be literally taught in like elementary school. Like, people should be more familiar with how the brain develops, especially like, science is learning every day, right? It's monitoring the brain every day. It's learning, it's figuring things out. So as the years go by, update your information. Look up how the brain develops, how children develop, how children are supposed to be acting at a certain age, how their brains are supposed to be responding at a certain. People are fucking expecting 4-year-olds to have emotional regulation. They don't have the capability.
I don't understand that shit. Like they have a higher standard for their children than they do themselves. That's why
Literally.
when they come up here talking about whining because I curse or because I'll get loud with them, they'll say, "I'm not your child. Who you think you talking to? I'm not a kid." And I'm like, "Do you talk to your kids like this or something?" Like if you don't like it, me as an adult talking to you or cursing while I'm talking to you as an adult, then don't do it to your children because
Exactly.
they're younger than you. If you as a whole ass adult can't handle it.
And somebody mentioned something great. The arrested development syndrome is another thing. Like so many adults today are walking around still with their childlike mind because they are stuck in a certain time in their lives, or they're stuck, with the mentality of a child. They were not given the space to evolve, right? Critical thinking is what does that. Like people don't understand that the brain is a muscle. If you don't exercise it, if you don't give it better information, it doesn't care about what's true or what's not. You as the person that's aware of your existence is the one that has to educate your brain, and you have to do that with information that's accurate, right? So every year, every other year, every 2 years, every 5 years, like when information is updated about children and how they act, how they're supposed to be, there are apps. There are apps out there that will update you every year, every month. Like literally in 6 months, your child's development, where they're supposed to be, how they're supposed to be reacting, how you respond, how you're supposed to either come back from certain things like that, how you're supposed to go through tantrums, all the way to 7. The little humans y'all be beating upside the head and doing all that too, all the way to 7 years old, they don't have the ability to rationalize anything. That part of their brain is not developed whatsoever. When I say they don't have the ability, it's like expecting a plant to walk. They don't have the ability. It's impossible. They cannot rationalize anything. What you're there for is to continuously repeat yourself. That's literally what you're there for. And that's where the frustration comes in, is y'all think you're supposed to just tell a 7-year-old, a 6-year-old one thing, a 4-year-old one thing, and they're supposed to remember it tomorrow. That no. All the humans, all the way to about 7, have no ability to rationalize. They start learning, they start growing those neural pathways, and they start figuring that out, right? And you are supposed to be there to guide them on how to reason, how to figure things out, how to actually ask what. That's the time. Information like this tells you what you should be doing. It's not easy. It's not easy. This is not going to make it any easier, right? But it will help. It gives you a roadmap. You have to repeat. Thank you, Gladys. That is your job, is to repeat, repeat, repeat. Learn, repeat, and guide. That's all you there
But
for. You're
and
not
they
there
don't
to
want you. I
mold the
shouldn't have to
humans.
repeat myself, is what they say.
Uh-huh.
I shouldn't have to repeat myself. Yes, you should. Hell,
It's
y'all
lazy.
still Jesus keep repeating himself to y'all. According to y'all, it's hard for y'all to not sin. Like, what makes you think that a child is supposed to get it right the first time? Like, if y'all can't make that shit make sense, and you believe you believe your daddy is the all powerful deity, and you still don't obey his ass, and you believe he can strike you down. Like, why you think a child is just gonna automatically get it if you can't? Y'all have higher expectations for your children than you do yourselves. And I'm not even talking about expectations for them to succeed, because some of you have higher expectations for them to be perfect and obey than you do for them to actually pass you and succeed. The hit dog will fucking holler, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can tell the ones who really want to be good parents and the ones who don't. And you'll be sitting there having a conversation with your daughter or your son, and they'll be telling you why they don't fucking call you, why they don't fuck with you. And that's what you asked for. You reap what the fuck you sowed. That's the relationship you sowed with your child. That's the relationship you will reap. It gets tiring. I'm not gonna lie. It does get tiring. But the same way people um, want other people to give them time to grow. Like most of us, we all grown. Like I'm damn near 50. Shit, but I'm still fucking growing. Like it gets
Yeah, it
tiring.
doesn't end. Growing doesn't end. Learning doesn't end. Like doing better doesn't end. It shouldn't end. That's why we're here right now in this world that we live in is, religion and things like that have told you that there is a stopping point. Oh yeah, Jesus, yeah, that's all you need. That's about it. And that's it. They stop there. They don't want to do better. They don't want to learn anything. They don't want to be better. And that, like, even though it's hard to raise another human, when you make the decision to say, okay, well, I will raise another human, you are lazy for not doing your due diligence to go learn and be better. Like, that's lazy. You are lazy. And like Fee says it all the time. If you're someone that does not question yourself, you can never be wrong. That's a problem. If you've ever sat as a parent and you're like, oh my God, am I a horrible parent? Like, what am I doing? Good parents, bad parents don't ask themselves if they're good parents. Okay? Bad parents, bad people don't ask themselves if they're good, if they're okay, if what they're doing is affecting people, if their response was okay, if they talk to that person the right way, if they don't think about that stuff. So if you sat, in your lonesome in your bed one of these days, like, oh my God, like, what am I doing? How can I be better? You are doing it right. You're doing something right. You are doing it right because you're supposed to be learning. You are supposed to continue learning. Like,
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
Yeah, if you feel like you're failing, you most likely are not. Like Maria said, you're doing it right. It's because you're doing it. You're double checking your work. You're double checking your work. And have conversations with your children. And sometimes they'll be like, no, because they love you. They'll be like, no, you're doing good. Blah blah blah. Probe, right? And say, the do you have everything that you need? Is there something that you have not told me? Like, are you sure? Like, I won't be upset. Like, you can come and talk to me. I don't want you holding in anything. You don't have to do this alone. And then share some of your childhood. Like, let them relate to you. Remind them that you too are human and you too once was a child. You too once made bad decisions, right? Like, they need to be able to relate to you as a human so that they can open up to you. That's the best way that you're going to be able to guide them. Because if they close themselves off from you, then you could lose them, and then they are so far gone that it's hard to grab onto them. Like that, like keeping that chain of communication open is gonna be like that is the biggest thing that I can say. And one thing that I notice is that each of my children need me to communicate to them in different ways. Bria is very touchy feely. Like she needs to be hugged. She needs to play around and joke. Um, like and I know that, and I'm not a very touchy feely person. Like I will hug on my kids, but Bria likes to be in your face 24/7. And sometimes I have to allow her that, but also I have to set boundaries there and say, hey, sometimes mama needs to be in her mind because mama is very neurodivergent. And I explain it to her that way. I'm very neurodivergent, and some days mommy has to go inside her mind and be by herself and sit in quietness. And she understands that. My oldest daughter is just like me in that sense. But she needs a lot of uh, she likes to go into deep conversations. She doesn't play around a lot. She's very serious. And so she likes to think about life and plans and organizing, and she's an organizer. Yeah, she's a deep thinker. Um, and then like even talking to her yesterday about dear daughter, and one thing that I recognized and that I wish that I had learned when I was younger, I told her because she has all of these men coming after her now that she's single, and I said, stop telling men that you just broke up with somebody. They see that as a fucking stumping ground. I said, stop doing that. And then look for someone who's somewhat similar to you, someone who's a deep thinker, because that deep thinker most likely is in their head most of the day, just like you. But uh, someone that you can see the world differently through, they can show you the world through their lens, and you can show them the world through yours. So that way, it'll always be exciting. But both of you are on the same wavelength when it comes to how you think and how you move, and instead of all of these flashy, you know, overly confident young men who's approaching you. And I wish I had known that for myself when I was her age, because now I do know what I would like when I do start dating again. I know what I would like. Like this person has to be somebody who can carry on an intellectual, deep conversation. Like I don't want to be bored, if that makes sense. And that person has to be able to hold his own. Like if I'm not there, you're not texting me 24/7 asking me where the fuck I am. Or you not wanting me to sit on FaceTime with you. I used to hate that shit. Like why I gotta sit on FaceTime with you all day? Like why I got to do that? Like that don't make no fucking sense. That don't make no fucking sense. I can't do that. I don't want that. But and my sons are very they talk when they have something to say, and they got that part from me too. But they're always they're very intelligent, but they need what they need when they need it. And then other than that, they don't like to. They're still have that taste of misogyny, that patriarchal, like men don't cry type stuff, and that's because I am still deconstructing my internal misogyny, because I did originally start raising them like the boys take out the trash and the girls do the dishes. The boys play football and basketball and the girls did cheerleading. So in that sense, I I didn't even know the word patriarchy. Like I had no idea that I was raising them with a very patriarchal mindset, and so they still have that. And I'm deconstructing that and uh, teaching them at the same time, pointing it out. Right? Like, nope, that's a patriarchal mindset. That's a misogynist mindset. Um, now that I am aware of it, and so having to go back and correct shit that we indoctrinated them into when they were younger because we didn't know any better. That's all a part of growth. And so if we're gonna ask our kids to, you know, be patient with us as their parents when we make mistakes, we have to be patient with them because they are the child. Like you are the guide. And that's how I raised my kids. Like I would always tell them, the only difference between me and you is that I got here before your ass. And the best that I can do is provide for you and help you figure out this place. I've been here a little bit longer than you, and I don't know everything. I can guide you in what I know. Like you are their guide. Kind of like when you would start when you had your first job, they always would partner you with somebody who'd been there longer. That's how it is. That's how I told them. Like I'm your guide.
And that's all it is. Like even in the religious mind, oh yeah, you dedicate the child back to God. And now this God just gave me the child and I just have to take care of, like, even in that they still don't even care about the emotional state of those children. Even in that they like, it's like you are acknowledging, like, oh yeah, you know what, whatever you believe, fuck it, I don't care. But in that you're acknowledging that, okay, I'm supposed to be guiding this human being, but you don't even take the time to go learn about what that human being likes, what, what they're wanting to do here, what they feel like. Like it's like they feel like children should not have any feelings whatsoever. Like I don't understand parents that will treat your children like trash while they're little, and then when they get older, you're so like, you're just like, oh yeah, like I don't know what happened, we're friends now, like we're cool. Like you have to quite literally go back and self-reflect. You have to do that every day. That's why I say, if you're not asking yourself what kind of parent you are, if you're not doing that, then baby girl, you should not have another kid. If you feel like you're just doing everything right, God done bestowed it on you, and you're, you have everything right. You know how to do it. Please, please don't have any more kids if you already got them. And if you're planning on it, don't have them, because you have no room to learn, you have no room to grow, you have no room to do better. And like, that's why we have the adults that we have today. It's because of that dumbass mindset.
Yeah, and if they don't want to listen, because children don't always listen, you have to give them room to bump their heads, right? And what I told my children is, like, they have and I'm not saying they own a leash, but I this is the analogy that I used so that they could see, right? That it's like a rope tied from me to them. And when I see them getting ready to go in a direction, then I yank on that rope, right? And so I can offer advice when they were younger. I didn't have the issue with them not listening. When they became teenagers, right? Um, and they start having desires and, wanting to go out with their friends, wanting to go to parties and stuff like that. I did not pick their friends for them. My daughters did pretty well, picked some amazing friends. My youngest son, amazing friends. My oldest son, not so much. And so, because his friends had his ear, um, uh, as well as me, like we both had his ear. And he didn't have my oldest son is the only one that does not necessarily have a relationship with his dad, because again, he is the one that saw the majority of the abuse, because he was 7 when it was happening, so he remembers
Mm-hmm.
the majority of it.
Oh, poor thing.
Yeah, and so it scared me so much, the friends that he had chosen. So what I did is I got close to the friends, and I let the friends come over so I could see and watch, right? So that I knew what was going on at specific times. I grounded him when I need to. But like, I did not give a damn how pissed he was about shit. If I needed to ground him, I grounded him to keep him safe.
Yeah.
And
Like,
one
yeah.
thing I told them, I said, there are going to be times where you will not like me. And I said, and I am willing to go through that time that you don't like me in order to keep you safe. And I had to just deal with that. There were times where they were mad at me because I wouldn't let them go to certain parties. I wouldn't let them do certain things, and I just had to deal with that. There were also times where I didn't let them go to parties because I thought one thing and I was wrong, and then I apologized. But if they needed to be mad at me because I made a decision, then they just had to be mad at me. My oldest son, I told y'all he was hanging out with the wrong crowd. I put everything in my life on hold to save my son's life. I saw him going down the wrong path. I remember calling his daddy and I said, I said, go get my son out of the streets. Like, I was like, you need to go and get my son. Like, I put everything in my life on hold because I was not going to lose my son to something that I worked hard to make sure that he was not raised around. Something that, to give him a comfortable living, a safe environment, and somehow it still fucking found him. And I had to fight hard to make sure that the child that I knew that I raised, because this shit didn't find his ass until he graduated high school. Like I told y'all, he graduated. He went to a party, found a broken gun uh, in the sand at the lake, and went into the store, had the broken gun in his pocket, and no, he's never ever that, no. Um, the police uh, saw the gun in his pocket. The only thing that got him off was the fact that the gun was broken. Like it was not usable. It was broken. And so, but he went to juvenile. And when they called me and said they had my son, I was like, not my son. And they said his name. They was like, yes, your son. I'm like, what the fuck? Like I was so shocked because that's not how I raised him. But he turned 18 in juvenile. And like that broke me. Like I was so like, what the fuck is happening? And then come to find out it's the friends that he was around. Mind you, he connected with these people when I sold the house that I built for them to save my company, moved into the neighborhood that we're in, and I was beating myself up. I was beating myself up. I was like, I done changed their whole entire life trying to build this company. If I had not moved them out of the suburbs, moved them here, this wouldn't have never happened. I was beating myself up. But I put everything in my life on hold to save my son's life. And now he is 23 years old, has 2 kids of his own. He's an amazing father. He is an amazing father. My granddaughter is so in love with her dad. Like he brought her to me yesterday, sat her on the bed, and she's playing with me. He gets ready to walk out, and he's like, "All right, see you later." She turned around like, "Where you going?"
Excuse me.
Right. And then she looked back like, and then she's like, start crying. But he loves it. Like he loves the fact that she is like in love with her dad. But he is an amazing father. He potty trains, he teaches them their ABC. Like they are smart because he sits down and he takes time with them. He makes sure that, they have things that they can learn. Like I'm proud of him. But he wasn't on that road. He wasn't on. I don't know what the fuck. Well, I do know what happened at 18. He got around the wrong people. But I was like, how the fuck do I get him all the way to graduation, and then this shit started happening? So I say that to say you could do everything right. You could do everything right, and they still get around the wrong influence, or they make decisions on their own. Like you could do everything right, and you still have to fight, right, to get them back on the right path. That's up to you. Some parents be like, "He 18 now, my job is over." I'm not that type of parent. Like I understand that just because you're 18 don't mean you're ready for the world, especially the world that our children are
Shit.
growing up.
It could be 55.
Yeah, they're growing up in a very different world than us. Very different world.
Yeah, and that was really my point when I said like you you want them to think like you and do things like, but they're their own human beings. Like they have their own minds. They will make their own decisions. But guess what? You get to look back and be like, okay, what did I do wrong? What happened? Right? And if you don't see anything there, then you can go and okay, what is going on? Because this is a human being. This is a person, right? They can process, right? Just like every other person, you can talk to them. So like I don't, and like you were saying, when kids don't listen, even my 4-year-old, as little as she is, she will walk out on me. And I said, you go ahead and go and come back, girl. Okay. If I walked out on my mama, my 4-year-old walks out on me. If she is not, I said, don't do it. You can walk on out, but what I said is what I said. You still can't do that. And she will walk out. Sometimes, like when we're staying at my mom's place, I asked Thomas, I'm going downstairs. I said, no, the hell you're not. You're gonna stay in. I said, you can leave, but you're gonna be in the room right next to me because there's an empty room right next to the one we're staying at. I said, right there, you can stay in that room, and I will leave you alone. I won't bother you. I'm gonna be in my room, but you're not going downstairs because I can't watch you there. You're not safe there. You know what I'm saying? Like even as a 4-year-old, you
She got
still
her
have to
own
do that.
mind. Like I
Yeah,
saw
girl.
that in Florida.
Oh
She
yeah.
has her own mind.
She don't look half the time. She don't care about what I'm talking about. She be looking at me like, "Girl, what?" So I, like, I have to still be like, "Well, safety is non-negotiable." That's the one. Since she was a baby, me and my wife sat down. We sit down and talk about this stuff all the time. What are we gonna say when this type of scenario happens? What are we gonna do? So we literally, as a baby, we came up with safety is non-negotiable. That girl can do whatever she want, y'all. That's why she act like that. She be running circles around her. She can do whatever she want, whenever she want. But guess what? Safety is non-negotiable. She know that. She understands that.
Exactly.
That's it.
Like communication is key. And then like I promise you, they appreciate those types of parents. Like I think people think that if you have this type of relationship with your kids, they'll take advantage of it. My kids appreciate it. I didn't have to worry about them not being where they said they were going to be. Like I always had Life 360, and wherever they told me they were going to be, they were. Like I did not have to worry about them
Mm-hmm.
being at some party that they shouldn't have been at. If I told them they couldn't go, they didn't fucking go. If I um like like I that they never, threatened to run away or even felt they needed to run away. I didn't create an environment where they did not feel safe. They had everything that they needed. They didn't have to go out and steal shit. I worked hard as fuck to make sure my children had everything that they needed. Um, they may not have had the best. Like they had Jordans, but they didn't have every pair of fucking Jordans. They did have to wear Walmart shoes or Target shoes. but they had Jordans as well. Like they were not spoiled. But the environment, the home that I created for them, they didn't have to feel like they, you know, they appreciate it, and they still tell me to this day how much they appreciate the home that I built for them. Not tooting myself on the back, but what I put at the forefront was my relationship with them and their mental health. Right, like I wanted to make sure they knew that I was safe for them to come to, and they weren't trying to go to somebody else and talk to somebody else about what they were going through. That was the main thing. I didn't want to hear about my child going through something through another
Mm-hmm.
parent.
Yep. Yep. And a lot of parents don't even think about that shit. That's another thing that me and my wife talked about. We told look, we talked about, we said if she's 16 or something, 14, she out someone, something happened, we rather she's calling us to come get her. We don't give a fuck what it is. We're not gonna punish, we're not gonna make it a big deal. Whatever it is, we are going to go and get her. We want to be the people that she's calling to say, hey man, mama, I know I snuck out the house, but it's shit going down, come get me. Okay? Because when you leave room for, when you leave room for your children to be able to depend on other people, when you leave room for your children to be getting answers and, a comfort from other people that might not have good intentions like you, baby girl, they gonna take them. They are able to penetrate that mind. It doesn't matter how amazing of a parent that you are. It takes a couple of conversations. It takes a couple of scenarios. It takes a couple of just, oh, I don't feel like I could talk to my mom about that. I don't feel like, that's all it takes. The one conversation they have and they feel like, oh, this person is listening to me and the one person that's supposed to listen to me ain't. That's all it takes. People don't think that far. Parents don't, they just think, oh, I raised them right. I raised them well. They have their own minds as well. If
Oh,
you're not a safe space, they're not going nowhere.
or they parents think that just because you birth them, that they automatically gonna have that
Uh-huh.
level of respect for you, or trust in you. That video with that little girl saying that she's thankful for her stepmother because her stepmother listens to her, and then all of a sudden it's, oh no 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 no, mama, I'm so sorry. What are you? No, you need to be asking the
Right.
mama why she feel more comfortable talking to the stepmom, and what is it that she's talking to the stepmom about that she don't feel comfortable talking to her mama about. That should have been the reaction. Instead, the reaction was that little girl had a demon, and you apologizing to the mama. That's the issue. That's the issue.
Right.
And a lot of religious parents do not find that out until it is time for your child to want to take care of your ass. And your child don't want to have nothing to do with you. I'm telling you, with that program that I built during COVID, there were so many parents, both white and black, whose kids didn't give a fuck about them during COVID. Elderly, whose kids were not calling them during COVID. So how you treat your child, I'm telling you, that child, when they become an adult, not everyone, but a lot. I had 500 volunteers. Think about how many elderly that was. Over 500. Think about how many elderly that was. It's a lot whose kids just say, that motherfucker was mean in a motherfucker.
That's saddest. That's the saddest shit. That's the like, bruh. That's the saddest shit. Like even like the way my dad raised me, I cannot fathom him in any nursing home, any facility, any like. No, you gonna be with me. The minute you feel like you can't do nothing else, you can't walk. We gonna figure it out. You gonna be right with me. Wherever
Shit,
I
my
don't
kids
care.
is fighting over who gonna get me.
Okay, that's what you should be fight. Like that's what you should be vying for. Not like you're the adult in that situation in that church. The offense was how dare you? How dare you think that you can do that to your mom? It's not, oh, what's this child going through, like you said. It's how dare you? Why would you think this is your mom? Why would you think you can go and talk to, like, did you show her a safe space for her to come to? No, you didn't. You just assume that as a parent, no matter what kind of parent you are, even a shitty parent, even with your disgusting personality, they're just supposed to come to you. That's not how that works. You don't do that. You don't chop it up with your boss that don't like that's not nice to you. You don't chop it up with friends that are not nice to you. You don't do that. Why expect a child to do that? That doesn't make any sense. You're mean to them. You yell at them all day, every day about the smallest shit. Dishes. You are all like you're screaming the house down because of dishes. You think a child is gonna come and talk to you?
Man,
No, baby.
I saw a video where a mom was calling her child stupid.
Oh,
Was calling her stupid, was calling her bitch. I'm like, how? Like, that hurt my heart. How do you even fix your fucking mouth to call your own child stupid or to call your own child a bitch? How do you fix your mouth to do that?
they hate them. That I don't know how else to fix. Like you hate these kids. There's no other way. That is hatred. Like that is hatred. This is somebody that you like you're supposed to be guiding. This is a tiny human being, smaller than you, does not have the same resources you do, the same capabilities you do. What you doing? Like I don't get it, man.
No, I like, but I'm glad to know that I have seen um, a lot of younger parents. Like the younger parents, I, they they make me proud. They make me proud. So I hope my kids grow up and be better than me. I hope my daughters make better decisions than I did when it comes to whoever they decide to date, if they decide to marry. Um, and I hope my sons are better men. I do. That's what I hope for. And every bit of me is gonna be there with them as they, start their lives and grow and try to help them be that, be the best part of who they are, even through all their mistakes. And again, I don't know the world through their eyes because they are young adults in a very fucking different economy, um, in a very different world. So I would be very arrogant to think that I could understand being a young adult today. It's not the same. It's not the same. Is Mama Bash live already, or I'm trying to see if we got time to take one call. I seen the believers in the comments whining. This is just a friend group. So that you aren't obligated to come on this stage. And then why you got 5 boxes open? Because I want to. I don't owe y'all an answer for that. I don't give a fuck if there was 12 boxes open.
Wait, what? I was what? Who talking about the boxes? What is wrong with y'all?
Hey, Trish.
Hey, I like that song, whatever that song is playing.
I can't hear you. Can you turn it down?
It's not me. I'm not. Is that from my phone?
Yeah,
Child, that is my
that's coming
phone.
from you.
She told me
She
I
like,
like
that's
the
not
song that's
me.
playing.
Listen, y'all know I
Girl.
can't see. I can't see worth a crap, and I didn't even touch Spotify. Anyway, yes, I did. I was looking for Think a Song. My apologies, y'all. So I just wanted to drop just this tidbit. As a former abuser of her children, right? It is imperative. I'm a Gen X baby. It is imperative that we as parents first acknowledge that we jacked our kids up, those of us who did. Go and get the help, and much to everything that you, Thinker, and Rhea have stated, it's an ongoing process. It is an ongoing process. What I had to do, I had to give my children away for a year, go get the help. And I paid for parenting classes, and it was not cheap, but I needed to learn how to deal with my children in a way that was not injurious to them on every level possible. When I looked in the mirror and saw my mom looking back at me, walk by my son, and he just flinched for zero reason, I knew I had to do something better, right? So in my doing that, now as a grandmother, I'm having the opportunity to do it differently, but also parenting adults, because I tell my children, I call them trolls, number one, and it's a good thing, if I call them a Bergen, then they're getting on my nerves. However, I have my eldest daughter who's 29, she'll be 30 this year. She's the one that requires 30 minutes to an hour cuddle time. Anxiety for me is you hug me for too long, I feel like I'm being imprisoned some way. It is a huge anxiety trigger. I go to therapy just so I can do that cuddle time with that baby because she needs that, because I did some things that required her to need that. And I have to be okay with that. I have to continue. It's an ongoing process. When we are looking at our children, we have to, when they become adults, we have to step back and say, even after you apologize, even though you have the conversation, some of them may not be willing to receive that in the moment. And that has to be okay. Give them the space that they need until they're ready to receive your apology. And don't dictate how that apology is supposed to be given or received. If they accept it, they accept it. If they don't, they don't. You know what I'm saying? You have to be okay with that. Another thing I'm learning because it's a ever going growing process, as a person, as a child of a mother who begged, cried, and pleaded for my mom to acknowledge some of the traumas that I experienced that she should have recognized. Once I received that apology, it didn't change how I felt. And I had to sit with that, right? Through all her tears, and she apologized. It didn't fix all the years of hurt, trauma, and pain. So don't get upset when you receive that apology and you still feel some type of way. Therapy is an ongoing process. I'm 53 years old. I'll be 54 in August, and I'm still in therapy for some of the same things, because triggers are triggers, and understanding that your triggers are for you is imperative. My children still do things that make me want to just do all types of things, but there's, as Fee said, there's a difference between reacting and responding. It is it's never going to be as easy as we think it would be. That apology won't be the same. They may not accept your apology, and you have to sit with that and be okay with that. The moment you say, I'm grown, and I did what I was supposed to do, is the moment you're going to be that elder sitting in somebody's old folks' home with no family. I am fortunate that
Amen.
I was able to go through the therapy, and I'm still willing to deal with the therapy, to where now, with the medical conditions I have, my children were arguing over whose house I was going to stay at. But I still, to this day, every once in a while, one of those older trolls will sit me down and say, Mom, I need to talk. My eldest daughter called me 2 days ago. Mom, when you were in the ward, why did you go? And I had to sit with her and tell her I didn't go because I wanted to, Trish, Key. I didn't go because I wanted to. I was forced to go. And I'm no longer angry at the fact that I was forced to go to a 72-hour hold that turned into 4.5 months. I needed that. it was hard for her, and I had to apologize because she felt abandoned. But I also recognized that my being in an abusive relationship affected her in a way that she's feeling some type of way still today at 29. So walking her through that process, being honest about the things that I experienced, why I roots are fruited. This is where I was. No excuse, no, none of that. I'm just being honest. This is why I did the things that I did, and this is how it turned out. This is how it affected you. Let her talk. She talked for about 4 hours about what she experienced as a child and why she's depressed today. But she also allowed me to walk in with her just to do a one-on-one session. That was everything for me because, again, she could have said, fuck you, you're the reason why I'm the way that I am, and I never want to see you again, and all the things, right? It's something about, especially as Gen X, the ones that I've come across, that says, well, I'm just the way that I am, and you just gonna have to get over it. It never hurt. I went through it and I'm okay. We're not okay. And the moment we realize that we actually aren't okay and our children don't actually respect us, they grew up fearing us. Once that light bulb comes on, then and only then will you be willing to step back and say, I need to go get some help. And you're never too old to do so. You're never too old to do so. So one of the things that I do when I speak to people, I sit back and I help mothers that are going through some of the challenges that I experienced when I was a young mother. And then I help them with ideas. Okay, this is how I talk to my child. I get down eye to eye and I ask them, I know that you're experiencing these big old ginormous emotions, but what caused it? Because it's not this, it's something else. And like the thinker said, ask probative questions and be okay, because sometimes they're going to say, it's your fault because you did this and then I got punished for this and it didn't have nothing. I didn't even do that. It's okay to say I was wrong. That's on me and I need to fix that. But we can't do the Christian I was wrong thing. We have to say I was wrong and then change our behaviors, which a lot of parents from Gen X era refuse to do. Refuse to do. So when you are stuck in that old folks home, losing your mind, crying in your last days because your children don't give two flying fucks about you anymore, I need you to understand that because you keep telling yourself I'm too old and they just have to accept it. Yeah, that's why you're by yourself. That's solely on you. You can try to place blame on everybody else, but nobody's going to hear you because you're going to be in that little home with your little diaper on, with nobody giving a care about you, and that's a lot. It's a lot to take in. Owning your shit is a hard process. It's a hard pill to swallow, right? But until you stop and literally look at all the things, reflect on the crap that you did. And that whole, well, my mama did it to me and I'm okay, that's not going to fly. Because like Thinker said, there's no way I can look at my children and say, I've been your age. I've been where you are. Yeah, I've been your age, but I've never lived in a society like today. It was way different growing up in the 70s and the 80s and so on and so forth. Today is totally different. And these children have the right to speak their mind. My youngest troll is 5 years old, my youngest grand troll. And she gonna tell you what the business is. And she expects you to sit there and listen to her. And that should be okay. Let her say all the things and then help her redirect her understanding if she doesn't know. Because I said so is not a response. These babies today ain't accepting that because they're going to ask why. And if you're not willing to answer the question why, or here's a kicker, if you don't know why, learn with your baby. I homeschool my grandchildren. They teach me more than I teach them. I can teach them ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, but they're teaching me how to be a child because I didn't have that. And that's the important part. When you look at your babies and say, hey, you just taught me patience. You just taught me how to walk away from a situation because I was too angry. You just taught me how to be quiet and look at you like you talking out the side of your neck because you are. So getting upset with them because they're doing the thing that you didn't have the balls to do when you were their age, that don't mean you quiet them. That means you learn from them. When Rhea said my baby would turn around and walk away from me, man, listen, When I tell you, I wish I had them kind of balls. I knew if I'd have walked away from Christine, I would probably be 6 feet deep.
Okay.
No cap, right? But to understand, okay, it's better for her to walk away than for her to talk back, right? So let her go process however she processes, and when she come back saying, "Mommy, give me hugs," give her hugs, and while you're giving her that hug,
Yeah.
sit her down and talk to her and say, "Mommy, I didn't want to yell at you, and I understand that you want to do the thing that you want to do, but there's a safer way to do it." I'm always going to remind you of that. The first time I heard you talk about this, I learned so much, and it even at with my grandchildren, it taught me I'm still flipping the script in my head because my go-to is, who the fuck is you talking to, right? But now it's like, oh, okay, so we got all the ideas. When you're ready to talk to me in a healthy way, without the eye rolling and all the things, we can have a conversation. Speak your piece, and I'm gonna listen.
Yeah.
And when you're done, I need you to understand I might not agree with you, right? And I'm gonna give you the understanding why. Now I have a 12-year-old grandbaby. Well, I live with three of them, a 12-year-old, one who just turned 9 today, and a 5-year-old. They all are constantly walking in and out my door. Yaya, can we talk? Do you have capacity? Because they know that Yaya deals with big emotions. And so they know I don't have the capacity to deal with that in a healthy way. So can you come back at another time? They've learned that. Then they'll come back. Can we talk now? Yes, ma'am. What we got going on? Until we get to that headspace, there's always going to be this back and forth and us against them. That's not how it is. We've lost village because our children are going ghost on us, and we're claiming we don't understand why. Some of the reasons, yeah, it's kind of fishy and iffy, but these babies have valid reasons for literally going ghost on their parents, right? My mother did not know my children until they were much older because I knew she would handle them the same way that she handled me. Here's a caveat though. They didn't have to meet my mom. They had me in the house, and I was doing the same shit my mom did and didn't realize it until my son turned 11. But it was never too late. So I'm gonna land with, it's never too late to get the help that you need. It's never too late to reach out to somebody else, even if they're younger than you. Again, I know I'm older than Rhea. I can sit and I can every time she starts speaking about this particular subject, I shut up. I shed a few tears because I'm still fucking up. I ain't gonna hold you. But it gives me new hope to say, okay, well, I can go back and I can learn from her. I can pull from Thinker. I can pull from when Pisces speaks. I'm listening because it's still teaching. I'm still a mom. There's no handbook for this shit. As they get older, they're still looking to you for answers,
This is the
and
real
they
work.
need those answers.
Like this is the real
Right.
work, right? Like
Exactly.
this is the repentance, the atonement, right? The change that happens. Once you recognize, right, a behavior, it takes work to change a behavior. It's not some
It's so
supernatural
hard thinking.
thing. It is a hard thing to do. If it was
It
easy,
is hard
everybody would
because
have done it.
yes, ma'am. I battle I have to wake up every single morning and set healthy intentions. I know that Bubba is extremely hyper. So I have to every morning go through a meditation and say, you know what? This is going to happen, Trish. And you have to be okay with walking away from that until you have calmed yourself enough to speak to him with love and not anger. Because you don't want to injure him like you injured his father. It is hard. But I wake up with the intention to do it because I refuse to make the same mistakes again. So I spend sometimes hours in my backyard smoking packs of cigarettes because Trish, chill out. He did just do that. He did. But we're going to slow it down. And when I come back in, they don't even know I've cried. They have zero clue what happened. Now it's time to have a conversation so that we can understand, hey, we want to have a better day. I need you to keep your hands to yourself. Because when she hit back, you can't dictate if she hit you harder. And you have to be okay with that. Are you okay with that, Bubba? No, ma'am. Well, then keep your hands to yourself, young sir. But before I walk out that door, the first thing that comes to mind, if you hit her again, I'm going to knock your block off, bro. It is hard. You have to be intentional. You have to, because if you don't, the trigger is going to turn into a trigger, if you feel me. And then what? You can't take that shit back. You can't take that hit back. And the worst thing that you can do is speak to your babies from a place of anger, because I've said it many times. You can hit me all day long. That pain's going to go away. But the words you speak, that bell is ringing in my head for years to come. And it's harder to get that emotional pain to go away than it is for physical pain.
And I think
Go ahead,
what
Fee.
a lot of parents. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh man, she got flagged. Go down and come back up.
Who did me?
No, she did for saying something about
Oh,
knocking somebody block off.
oh.
Go ahead, Fee.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, this conversation is just so heartwarming for so many reasons, because you're right. Like, this is the work. Being able to identify our triggers, being able to say honestly, what I want to do is X, Y, and Z, but what result do I want? And I think as parents are who have not necessarily been parented in a way that we know was healthy, we have to ask ourselves, do we want to be right or do we want to get it right? And sometimes the choices we make won't lead to getting it right. If our goal is to lord over lord over our children or own our children, we have to remember that the way we act is teaching our children how to think. And if we aren't willing to admit, oh my goodness, I was wrong, I jumped the gun on this, I should not have responded that way, because of this mentality that's fed by religion, honor your mother and your father and your days will be long, right? Like, your mother and father can be wrong. We know good and hell well, when we were growing up, there were multiple times when our parents were wrong. We can be wrong as parents. And I think there's nothing more powerful than teaching our children how to recover from that, how to put your ego aside, to put your bruised feelings aside and say, you know what, I made the wrong decision in this, because we set for them an example of how to rebound from the mistakes that they make. But when the template is perfection, and when you miss the mark, which every single person will, because the concept of perfection is insane to begin with, then they know how to come back from it. And Trish, I just want to give you your props, because this, like Thinker said, what you are doing right now is the work. You're kind of peeling back the curtain to see how the machine functions, and it functions by being willing to identify our triggers, being willing to say, oh, this is what happened to me and this is how I feel as a result of it. Do I want my children to feel that way? And I think that honesty is the only way we can right these wrongs.
And like that feeling, sometimes it feels like you lost, right? Because you're not responding or reacting the way that you would have reacted. And you don't have to feel like you won a fight in order to react that way, if that makes sense. But the goal is to win in the long run, and that is to raise healthy grandchildren at this point, because your children are adults, and it is to repair the whatever relationship that you have with your children, and then to help them heal. Those that want to heal, like, you can't make them heal. That's not something that you should take on, because if they're adults, they have to want to. And so the goal is uh, to repair that going forward, not to look backwards, because you cannot go into yesterday and change anything. What was done yesterday is in the past. It is set in stone. So there's no point in living in yesterday. The only thing you can do is atone for whatever wrongs, make them right, apologize, and work on becoming a better you, so that your adult children will see it and say, man, mama is a whole nother person. Like, damn, I want some of what she got. Like, what you did, right? And then your grandchildren are looking at you and learning from you going forward. Like, that's the work. And it is hard. It doesn't feel good. It hurts, because you're literally tearing down pieces of what you believed to be you, and have carried for so fucking long, and you're tearing it down and rebuilding, and that is a painful process, especially when you're engaging with other people who may be a part of that building process or not. Does that make sense? And so the learning how to breathe in the moments where it feels like you lost, breathe through that shit. Because
Right.
yeah,
I
it,
agree. I think that one of the hardest lessons I learned was one of my children, because of I went through this guilt phase, right? I I started allowing things to happen because I felt, well, it's my fault. You know what I mean? So the whole, as long as you're doing a safe thing, I didn't have that back then, Rhea. So I didn't have, you know what I mean? So with that, as my daughter got older, I sat down and I told her, I said, I need you to understand. I know that what you're doing is manipulation. And I know that you're doing it because you know that I still feel guilty 20 years later for the things that I exposed you to. But it stops today,
yeah.
right? I had that conversation with her because it was financial. It was all types of manipulation going on. And a week after we had the conversation, she called me about something random. And for her, if she asked for it, she got it. I didn't care what I had to do to get it. Whatever she asked for, she got it. Because in the abusive relationship, I went to work. I thought it was just me that was going through the things physically. But I went to work, came back, and he did what he did. So I went through this whole guilt phase for buku years with her. And she called me a week later and she was like, Ma, I asked you for this thing a week ago and it clicked what you were talking about. I knew you would get it. Even if I didn't say, Mom, can you buy this? Can you pay for this? All I had to do was mention it. So I sat down and I was going over all the things. If I looked at a commercial with toys on it when I was little, I didn't have to say, oh, I want that. If my eyes lit up, the next day I had it. I get what you're saying. And she hasn't done it since. When you have that talk and it's from a place of honesty, and you understand you set up healthy boundaries, they may push back initially, but give them the space necessary to process what was being said, to self reflect, and trust that they'll catch it and they will catch it. When I tell you that baby called me and she was in tears, she was like, I've been doing this to you for years and you just let me. That thing called guilt, once you acknowledge that you messed up, it can also be another prison that you place yourself in. So it's important to, while you are, going through the healing process, you're gonna feel guilty. You have to set healthy boundaries so that you don't end up in another unhealthy cycle with your children, because it can happen.
This
Which
is
is why a group therapy with my children specifically was also important. We all did that, and with my daughters, I'm still doing that with them.
this is what I was talking about earlier in the live, that what rebuke actually is. It's not saying I rebuke you. A rebuke is you calling out shit, and you're calling it out sternly and setting the boundary, right? And correcting it and saying, I'm not going to let you treat me this way. You will not emotionally manipulate me. I see exactly what you're doing. And you set that boundary and you call it out. It's not passively aggressively saying, well, I think that it seems like every time you call me, you are asking me for some money, and I think that it's because of what I did to you as a child. Like, that feeds into it all, right? Like, but calling it what it is and say, I see the emotional manipulation that you are doing. It will stop today because I do see it. I know exactly what you're doing, and you set the boundary, and you can talk about the actions or the behavior, but the boundary is set, and you've called that thing out so that you can talk about it with whoever, right? And this, we were saying earlier today, that teachers rebuke children, parents rebuke children, employers rebuke employees. Like, a rebuke is a stern correction. Like, you're saying you did XYZ. And then let me say this: pastors will teach the church members that rebuke is like some abracadabra for demons, and not really teach the people the proper way to correct shit that's happening in their lives. But they will rebuke the fuck out of a church member in front of everybody. because they know the right way to use rebuke. And that instills that authority and that fear to them, and that obedience and that loyalty, because they have shamed you in front of everybody. And now let me say, shaming should not be a part. Shaming for the purposes of embarrassment should not be a part of rebuking somebody. Sometimes you might need to shame somebody if they doing some shit that is very harmful to themselves or to another person. But that shouldn't be to embarrass people should not be the goal of rebuking somebody, especially rebuking them up openly like pastors be doing in the church. They do that shit to abuse a person's mind, and then you see that you have so much shame, then you're afraid to approach that person, you're afraid to question that person, you're afraid to disobey that person because they have openly rebuked you in a shameful way to the point of embarrassment in front of the whole congregation. That's not what rebuking is. But if you call a thing, call a spade, call it out, talk about it, set a boundary, set course correct, and then move forward. That's how you don't let shit build up and fester in your home. You don't let shit build up and fester inside of your mind, inside of your kids' minds. Call that shit what it is, talk about it, and course correct.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you guys. I want the so-called Christians in the comments to know some of us understand deconstruction in many
Hold on,
ways.
Trish. You know I don't like people talking to the comments from the
Oh no, I
stage.
wasn't referring to an actual comment, actually,
Oh, okay.
because I haven't been reading them. What I was finna say was some of us deconstruct for many different ways. I deconstructed from the Bible, but my biggest challenge is deconstructing from an unhealthy way of living to see it in a more healthy, more balanced way, right? So for me, deconstruction is more than just about Christianity and the Bible. It's about a harmful way of thinking, a harmful way of living. A lot of times when I come in here, yeah, I hear the scriptures and I'm taking notes, but I'm looking more so for things like this to help me continually deconstruct the toxic ways of living that I have had for 53 years. To me, these types of conversations are so much more imperative and important in my life because I have, regardless of what my medical is doing, it's not too late for me to fix the things that I've messed up. And that's going to continue until I'm no longer here.
Stripes and stars and bars, no, they do not. Like I just literally said that when a pastor rebukes someone, rebuking is a normal word. Like it doesn't belong to the church. But when a pastor rebukes someone, they do it with the intent to embarrass and shame. That is not what we are talking about. What we are talking about is calling a thing, talking about it. That means communicating. That means actively listening with the intent to understand, and then setting boundaries and course correcting. Pastors and pimps don't do that. They have the goal of getting obedience.
Correct. So thank you, Thinker, Fee, Ria, Selena. I love y'all beyond life. Y'all have family across this globe that y'all didn't ask for, but too bad.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Trish. Thank you
Trish.
for sharing.
Have a
Yeah,
good
thank
one.
you.
Hold on. I'm gonna find the button this time. Hold on. I think I got it.
Like I be seeing some parents post their kids on. Can y'all hear me? Because my microphone is doing the same shit that. This is crazy. I done spent money on a brand new microphone and I'm still dealing with the same. I don't know. I don't know if it's TikTok and it wasn't my original mic causing the issue. I don't know. I forgot what the fuck I
It's
was gonna say.
disconnecting.
Yeah, it keeps disconnecting.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Stars and Stripes. I thought you were saying that they do the rebuking the same. I apologize. I misunderstood you. Yeah, I think it's got to be the app because this is a whole different mic, and there's no reason that it should be doing the same shit. I forgot what I was gonna say because the mic cut out. What was I getting ready to say? Yeah, no. Who's in
You
the
say
guest?
you seen parents that did something, huh?
Oh yeah, parents that will post their kids online. Okay, thank you, Coach. They post their kids online with the intent of shaming them and embarrassing them as a form of discipline. I can't stand that shit. When I tell y'all, when I come across a video of a parent shaming their child online, y'all, if y'all could just see me in my house, going through the house, pissed. Like, why?
Yeah, that shit pisses me off too.
Like, it's so abusive. And what does it solve? Like, I can remember when I came across the video of the woman cutting her daughter's hair um, on live. My eyes were hurting so bad from seeing that, and I made a video immediately after watching that live, and it made it go viral. And it went so viral that CPS came and took the little girl out of her mama's house.
What?
Yeah. And I remember getting the update that CPS came and took her, and I felt bad. I felt bad for a moment because people were messaging me saying you should have stayed out of it. Now she ain't even with her mama. She's in the system now. And I followed up and found out she was with her auntie. She was not in the system. Like the CPS came and took her. But the mom was jealous of the daughter.
That's sad as fuck, bro. Like that is sad as shit. I don't like y'all want to tell yourselves that you're so much better than other animals. No, you're not. No, you're not. Like fucking rabbits, they chew their kids' heads off. You think you're any fucking different? No, you're not.
And looking at that little girl's face as the tears flowed down, her mama cut her fucking hair on live as a punishment. And then people were messaging me talking about you should have stayed out of it. That's a cultural thing. You didn't have no business making a video. Why did she do it
A
on live?
cultural thing.
Why did
Oh my, a cultural thing on live?
is talking about no
Please.
talking about it's a cultural thing to shave kids' hair as a punishment.
But why are you doing it on live? What you mean
Right.
as a pun? Like that? That's another thing that I don't like. That when I take off my rose-colored glasses when it comes to our people too. Like there are cultures that we can let go of, motherfuckers. You don't like it's 2026, nigga. You can let go of that shit, culture or not, and then you're doing it on live. You will be all right, bro. The culture is not gonna follow you to your grave. You don't do shit with that fucking culture. If it's harmful, let it the fuck go. Like what?
Yeah. And it was one of my first times going viral. Like not like I had gone viral for a racist comment that was left on my video, but this one went viral. And people were like they were saying some mean shit. And I'm like, do y'all not see what the fuck is happening in this fucking video? But the amount of people that was like, that's you don't tell nobody how to parent their child. I'm like, what the fuck? I literally had to research shit. I had to like I was responding. That was back then when I responded to everything as a new creator on here. I don't respond to shit no more. Like I'm over that shit. But I was making videos explaining why it was abuse, why children had autonomy. Like it was crazy the shit that I had to respond to. I was shocked. I was like, I cannot believe people are on the mother side on this. Like, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. And shit like that goes like
so far into the most heinous shit you can think about. People up here sometimes come up and talk about FGM. If you're somebody that don't know nothing about FGM, I will tell you right now, you will be traumatized, but that's something that you need to go and educate yourself on. These people that are having these conversations, oh yeah, it's okay to do that to a child on TikTok live. They will go as far as defending FGM to a child that's up to like 3 years old. That's culture. What's wrong? That's just what they do. Leave them alone. Just let everybody do what they do. Yeah. All the way to heinous shit. Child marriage. Like y'all will see shit that's like heinous to society, that's fucking up people, and it's culture. Well, it's the culture. Like what?
Yep. We got a lot of road to walk. But yeah. I think it's a good thing though that we're open to these types of conversations. It's interesting too that as we're talking about how to be better parents, we were getting hammered in the comments by believers who just wanted to debate. Like, I, like if you haven't learned yet that this live is about growth. It's about doing the work that without a Jesus, we as human beings are willing and have to do. That's what this live is about. There's like, we know that there is no supernatural power that is going to atone for our wrongs. We know that there's no supernatural power that's going to make us better parents overnight, better friends overnight, better humans. And we have to do the work and have the hard conversations. So if you have not recognized yet, that takes priority in here than debating you.
Like there, imagine you being that self fucking centered. You don't even care about like what's being talked about, or for you to slow your mind down a little bit. Oh, okay, can I actually engage with what's like? You just want to talk about what you want to talk about. You just want to do what you want to do. Like I can't wait for fucking natural selection to drop y'all off. It's real. I know some people think that's conspiracy theory. It's not. Y'all will be dropped off, and I'm gonna start threatening y'all with that shit now, because I feel like, just talking to y'all don't mean nothing no more. You will fall off. Like keep being dumb, keep not using your brain.
Yep. Um All right. Let's see. I'm not taking any more non-community members. Mama Bash is live. If you are in my request, you can hop over to Mama Bash is live. That's where I'll be next until I get sleepy. It is the weekend, and so I'll probably hang with her for a little while. Um, if you are a nerd, a subscriber, and you're in the request and you're in there on purpose, and you have something you want to add, okay. I'm gonna run to the bathroom right quick, y'all. I'll be right back, okay?
I'll come up next time. I'm not gonna.
You sure?
Hey, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, yeah, I'll come up next time. If
Well,
it's
that
not
won't
that.
be till Sunday night.
What? I can wait. I'm a patient person. I'll probably come back
Okay.
next Friday.
That's
'Cause
nice. Let me borrow some of that one of these days.
Are you sure? Because I don't mind staying. I just got to go relieve myself right quick.
no. Cause I gotta go to therapy and I gotta finish some work.
Okay.
I could come on next Friday, and plus I got a lot of stuff going on. I'm going to Pittsburgh, walking the ball, but
You walking the
yeah,
ball?
yeah.
Yay.
I haven't stopped, but
Okay.
yeah. So I can wait till next Friday to talk about one of the topics. Like it wasn't that big of a deal. I did enjoy the moment about y'all talking about parenting, but no, I could wait till next week. And hey, everybody. Hey,
Lucy.
Rhea, where you been?
Lucy. Lucy.
Oh,
Lucy.
Lucy.
Lucy. I'm going to ask you
What?
one more
I
time.
know, I'm so
You
serious.
sure?
I'm so serious. I can wait till Friday. No, for real, I'm so serious.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Y'all have a good
You
weekend.
too. Love you.
Love you too.
Have a good one.
All right. Let's see. TT, are you in the request on purpose on accident love bug?
You might as well just go, thinker. We could you just come back and like get the next person.
Well, I'm finna shut down and hop on my Mama Bash live. I was trying to get
Oh, okay,
I was trying
well.
to get all the nerds before I did close down. So I don't think TT's in there on accident. I mean on purpose because she's not saying anything. But if you are someone that is not a nerd that's in the request and you are wanting to participate in conversations, we will be on Mama Bash's live. Her username is Mama Bash. So you can hop over there if you didn't get an opportunity to come up. Again, as I stated in here for my live, I go live for people who are deconstructing, and we deconstruct more than just the God of the Bible in here. We deconstruct patriarchy, parenting, misogyny, white supremacy, all the isms. It's about, that's why my username is in growth, because it's and growth, constantly growth. And that's gonna always be prioritized over anything in here. So I loved the conversation. Thank you, Real, for even bringing that up. I appreciate you.
Of course, of course. It's your music brought it up. Like, look, that's why like last time I was telling y'all on my live, that's one thing y'all know I do the mental health stuff. That's one thing I will always say is listen to music, especially when there's music like Thinker's music where everything is quite literally speaking to you. Listen to music, man. On those days where you're just not feeling it, crack up one of the songs on the album. Pick your it's a couple of them, right? Pick one and just jam. Just jam. Have a good time. Like there's so many talented people. Like you have someone like Thinker selecting and having her mind there to set up these lyrics and put them in, something that we can all enjoy. Make use of that shit, bruh. Make use of that shit.
Absolutely. Yesterday I was rocking Gotta Be Them Demons over and over again. I hadn't played the music in such a long time until we had to play it on Wednesday to get all the haters out the live. And uh it's like Gotta Be Them Demons, just like that first time you hear it, you're like, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like that yesterday. I had that motherfucker on repeat. Because it's like they are scared of the brain. Like that part where it says, "Oh yeah, they scared of the brain, Lord, brain, Lord, brain."
They are.
Yeah, yeah, that's my favorite part. But I will see y'all in Mama Bash Live. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you for all the likes, the shares, and the comments and the gifts. We'll be back on Sunday night with the same topics. I hope y'all have a beautiful weekend. And if you're not following us, thank you, Mo. Oh no, wait. Chatty Cathy, happy birthday, love bug. I hope you have the most beautiful day today with you and your children, your husband. Um, like I met your daughter in Atlanta. Were we in Atlanta or Alabama? I don't been.
We were in Alabama.
We were in
I
Alabama.
think we were in Alabama. Yeah. Happy birthday, Miss Kathy.
Yeah, you have a very nice daughter, and she can't help but to be very nice and pleasurable and intelligent because you are. And so I just want to say that I hope you have a beautiful birthday today. If you're still in here, I don't know, you might be at Mama Bash. So, but I'll see y'all. Thank y'all so much. Y'all have a great weekend. You're welcome.
Bye.
Katie.
Happy birthday.
Love y'all.
Bye, y'all. Thank
Love
you,
y'all.
YouTube. Love y'all.